fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience. What the fuck? Okay, that's my PTOS. What the fuck?
Wait,
Okay.
is it?
Alright, I don't know, but that was...
You asked for this, sir.
I said, what's your favorite anime voice?
Yeah. Yeah. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? All polo and some white shoes. Funny thing now is I'm a nice dude, but when you cross that line, it ain't the right move. And my tender bitch is what I like knows. Oh yeah, can you feel that? I'm giving y'all that real rap. I'ma get the money, make the deal fat. Making hits with a steel bat. The Audi Quattro or that Monte Carlo. Which whip will I whip tomorrow? Got 6 chicks down to sip the bottle. Go coast to coast so I can ship the cargo. I don't really know if these people keep it real. I'm just telling all you fuckers how the homie really feel. And I'm looking up to God. Can you tell me what's the deal? I'm just waiting for your answer at the altar where I kneel. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh? Let me get the money, I see you bitches acting funny, ha. Can't take nothing from me, nah. Rapping blunts like mummies, yeah. We freed the homie when he caught a bid. I roll around, you can't stop the kid. Truth be told, I'm hot as shit. Just say what up when you spot a kid. Real talk, I'm trying to speak the truth. I stay loyal, bro, it's in my roots. Since 15, I've been in the booth. That's 16, I was on the move. Used to ride in that old Chevy. Now we out here show ready. I can see the bull, you're so petty. You can have your shine, my glow heavy. I need a smoke where the matches. I'm a king, fuck your status. Getting dough, I pay no taxes. I'm a star in all fashions of the word, bro. I'ma flip the bird, bro. Coming through in foreigns and all you hear is skirt, huh?
They say, rah, rah, rah. You say, blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Can't be no one else but yourself. You the best at being yourself. Remember that and never doubt it. Stand up, hello world, shout it. Leave your mark, build your legacy. Make them words count, live your fantasy. It's your life, time to live it right. Show the world what you're all about. Let them haters hate, let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let them talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. You only need yourself and the one and only. Even when you stand alone, you're never lonely. Take the path less traveled. One day you reach your true level. Allow yourself to take your place on your space. It's your birthright. Let your work outshine the talk. Let your smile light up the dark. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. They say rock, rock, rock. You say blah, blah, blah. Talk is cheap, homie. Talk is cheap, homie. Blah, 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 blah. Let them haters hate. Let them doubters doubt. They don't really know what you all about. Let the talkers talk while you walk the walk. They don't really know what you all about. It was beautiful, yeah, together. Even though we planned forever. Days of dreams, nights of talks. It was only us together. The world was ours, nothing out of reach. Imagine where we could be. Our dreams is one, hope brighter than the sun. What could ever stop us? Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough. I was down when you met me, but your smile wouldn't let me take down on myself, look down on myself. You told me I could, that I should, I would spread my wings and head for the sky. Then it all turned. I don't know why. Still to this day, I'm wondering why. Will we ever know? Will we ever get to understand what we both went through? Anyway, I'm thankful for the times I had with you. I just want to thank you for loving you. Your love made me love myself more. And I could never thank you. Never thank you enough.
Dojo, not again.
I'm trying to make my mama proud, yeah, that's for sure. Landed in the city, but my heart is on the coast. I don't wanna look back what my life was like before. I just took a red-eye penthouse, top floor. In the stew, I got a spaz out. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
walking on the floor of this site, no one protects me. Wanna show shawty my heart, she wanna text me. All this love I felt was a curse, I wanna ecstasy. Going crazy, all of my nerves, who does to check me? All this fun, baby, why you gotta leave me on? Had to drop a bag on her hoe when she gone. But I'm running with my click, yeah, they got me till I fall. Come paying it for bags, worth more than you love. Yeah, yeah. Feel my moment, yeah, yeah. I'm the chosen, yeah, yeah. I'm the one inside.
in the stew, I got a spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Henny got me wasted. You done cut the yola, I can taste it. Biting on my swag, you niggas pussy tryna trace it. I don't need your love, I took a perk and I replaced it. I'ma keep on going till my mama said I made it. Black and yellow, white, I got thotties different races. Did my dirt, I had a match, I'm moving faceless. I got 12 plotting on me, but no cases. Running from my demons, lacing on my A6. I don't do that fake shit, nah. The way they treat me, they act like I'm feeling them. So I got a script, I was just trying to feel something. Now I'm alone, you don't care, and
in
I
the stew,
feel
I got a
numb.
spazzo. Back up in my bag, get the rackets and I cash out. I've been running laps, I don't got time to relax now. I just took a chance, wasn't looking for no handouts. Oh, they like proud of how we do this. I've been with my brothers in the hills, we going stupid. I can't stop, I've been different, always knew this. Trying to turn them Bordens into Benjis, needing blue strips. Oh,
Do not come. Do not come.
Okay, this is the most disappointing video I've ever seen. She literally attacked the two things that I like. I'm a coomer.
We aren't better because we want to be. Because the road to hell is paved with good intentions. All the do-gooders in the world, whether they're doing good for others or...
Hey, hi, hello. Good evening. Good night. Good day. Good afternoon. How's it going out there? I hope everyone is doing well and good. Having a good week. We have so much fun stuff to talk about. Just a fun Saturday in with complaining. Typical. My hair is really fucked up. I know it is. I was trying to fix it for like 10 minutes, but like I'm about to show you this. It's so bad. It dried so weird, and it's just I guess it doesn't look that bad on camera now, but it is, yeah, it's like back here it's just doing all kinds of shit that I wish that it wasn't. I should have left it up. Now I know what I don't know what to do. I watched it yesterday. I don't know why it looks like this. Where I brushed it. But otherwise I'm doing pretty good. Did a lot of editing today. There's a new short on all the platforms. I need a lot more though. Twitch launched their like built-in social media clipping feature. So it should be easier for people to clip my shit. I don't know. If anyone's a clipper. Big clipper? Any clippers in? I don't know. I'll have to remind everyone later when they're here, I guess. But I don't have enough clips. Never enough. I'm only posting twice a day. How do people do this shit? How do they do it? How do they do it? It's crazy. And then I'm just like always behind on cleaning and shit. Like I still need to do my my cat's litter boxes. I need to change out the litter. It's not like it's only like 5 days overdue. I try to do it at the beginning of the month, but I'm sure they're mad at me. They're always mad. I'm gonna try this. Pray for me. W. No one will ever know. It's okay. Good, not great. I am sweaty. Come hug me. Hugs. Thank you. Thank you. It dried really weird after my shower today, and I was trying to fix it. Mings. My name. Oh. Well, hello. I was wondering. I'm like, that doesn't look like a new chatter. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you. Thank you. I always forget that I have this little, rug? I don't know what, cardigan? Is it a cardigan if it doesn't have sleeves? Rug is probably the closest. Rug versus cardigan. What does it all mean? Okay. Shrugs only cover the arms, shoulders, and the upper part of the back, whereas cardigans cover the whole upper body, including the arm. What? Arms, shoulders, and part of the upper back. So it's like a cropped cardigan. But this doesn't have arms. Fashion is so confusing. I know there's a word for this garment. Maybe it's just a shrug? A bolero? Wait, what's a bolero? Oh, no, those are longer. Short sleeve shrug? Sorry, I really needed to figure that out. Can't see the full outfit. I mean, it's just the same shorts I wear, like, every day. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like this tank top. It's so comfy. I wear it all the time. But I try to mix it up. It's like a good staple piece. I feel like I don't really feel the need to go shopping all the time because I just have a lot of like staples that I love so much. I do need more pants though. Pants and shorts. They all like fit weird. Most of my shorts are too short. I was passing out right now. Look, we just thank you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Stopping by. Yeah, it's gonna be good topics. I know everyone was talking about IQ this week. It's a hot topic. Can we go for shopping? Go stream IRL? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I'm worried about doxing myself. I don't know. Think about that. We'll consider. Maybe if I just go somewhere else. Take a vacation to solely go shopping IRL. I don't know. We'll see, we'll see. This IQ thing with Adam Conover is an hour long. So I guess we should probably get into it. Been dilly-dallying long enough.
Hello and welcome to Factually. I'm Adam Conover. Thank you so much for joining me.
Cultural Marxism. Yeah, that's so silly.
Me once again as I talk to an incredible expert about all the amazing things that they know that I don't know and that you might not know. Both of our minds are going to get blown together and we're going to have much fun doing it. Now, I think if you watch this show, or if you listen to this show, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe in your favorite podcast player. And if you're listening on your favorite podcast player, go check us out on YouTube. We're uploading video episodes now. If you're a fan of this show, you probably think of yourself as an intelligent person, right? Or at least as a person who loves to learn. But that word intelligence is really strange because as a society, our understanding of intelligence is all wrong. Take the famous IQ test. It was started in the early 20th century as a way to identify French children who needed help in school, and it provided age-specific questions across
children. It's for children. Like, off the bat, you should know that it's bullshit. You know what I mean? And then it just gets so much worse. Like, it was used for, like, eugenics and, fucking, like, basically, like, apartheid in America. Segregation and shit. It's so fucked.
A couple domains of knowledge, like verbal and spatial, and then computed a score in comparison to others who took the test. And 100 was average. That's where the intelligence test began. But somehow, this tool for helping little French children get the support to do their little French math problems became the measure of intelligence. The US went on to use it to sort World War I recruits, and soon eugenicists, both in America and Nazi Germany, just loved having a sciencey tool to justify their preconceptions that some people were innately smarter than others. People in power used the IQ test, this fallible thing made up to help French kids, as the basis for policy, racist policy. And of course, I might not need to say this to you because you're all smart people, but this is bullshit. Intelligence is much more than just your answers to a specific question on a specific test on a specific day. We also know now, as a matter of scientific fact, that IQ is not innate. It is not solely genetically determined because over the 20th century,
it's not, because, like, if you take the IQ test more than once, you'll do better the second time. It's trainable. That's why they don't like the questions getting leaked. Like, so dumb.
IQ points kept increasing 3 to 5 points for the entire population on average every decade. Every decade, we were supposedly getting 3 to 5 IQ points smarter. And, you know, if it were genetically determined, that wouldn't be possible. This is called the Flynn effect, and it directly indicates that IQ cannot be genetically determined. There must be something else going on as well. And even more interestingly, or perhaps depressingly, recent tests have found that for the first time, IQ scores across the US are in fact going down. Now, you might hear that and want to yell, idiocracy, reality shows are the problem, I always said so, and that's your right as an American, okay, to make that claim. But researchers think that something more interesting is happening. Perhaps there's a ceiling to intelligence, or that once there's a certain level of access to nutrition and education and environmental justice in a society, that our scores plateau. Or maybe there's been a legitimate change in the skills you need to succeed in our society. The nature of what constitutes intelligence might have in fact changed. Think about that. Tellingly, while some IQ scores went down in this recent study, spatial rotational skills, the kinds you need to play, say, video games, actually went up. Food for thought, at the very least. There are so many theories about what intelligence actually is, how to measure it, and how it's determined. But whatever theory you ascribe...
Wait, is that why I'm terrible at video games? Wait a minute. I'm, like, not that great at, like, spatial rotation shit. I could not do it very well. It takes me so long. Fuck eugenics, yeah. IQ tests are dumb. I took them and it was so pointless. Yeah, I took one, it was so fucking stupid. It does seem like a test for a child, because guess what it is? It is. I could forget my score, especially with how long ago it was. Yeah, I don't remember mine.
You have to accept that our concept of it as a society is sorely lacking. There simply must be more to this story. And to help us find out what it is, we have an incredible expert on the show today. Her name is Dr. Rena Bliss, and she's a professor of sociology at Rutgers and the author of Rethinking Intelligence, a radical new understanding of our human potential. Now, I know that you're going to love this interview, but before we get to it, I just want to remind you that I'm going on tour this year. If you're in San Francisco, I'll be there from May 5th through 6th. If you're in San Antonio, Texas, I'll be there from May 11th through 13th. And if you're in Batavia, Illinois, I'll be there from June 8th through June 10th. Come out and see me. And if you want to support this show, I want to remind you that you can do so on every episode. Get to my interview with Dr.
Thank you so much for having me.
So you have a new book coming out called Rethinking Intelligence. What are the biggest misconceptions that we have about intelligence as a society? Is that a good place to start?
Yeah, it's a great place to start. I mean, the number one misconception is that intelligence is really your IQ score. I think that is one of those weird kind of cultural beliefs that has been so pervasive for so long. I mean, centuries at this point, right? And yet we can't seem to shake it. We've had a lot of really insightful intelligence research in the last 50 years, let's say, that has told us that there's more to intelligence than IQ, but for some reason, IQ still...
Yeah, I remember even when I was in elementary school, they were teaching us that there are different types of knowledge. I don't remember all the different ones. Like kinetic, spatial, some other shit.
Hangs on as being this major, way of defining our intelligence and how smart we are. If someone has a high IQ score, they are considered really smart. If you have a low IQ score, you're considered really dumb, So, and then another part of that is that your intelligence is defined by your genetics or your genes. Your DNA gives you your intelligence. I think that's another super big misconception that is still really, really strong, even in science, So there's a lot of genetic science around intelligence and IQ, and people are still looking for markers or variants that are associated with IQ scores. So it's
and those two ideas are linked, right? Because the idea of an IQ score is that there's some sort of immutable score about you, that like your height or maybe like your weight, where your weight can fluctuate, but we sort of believe there's a genetic component to it. You're born at with such a combination of factors that your weight is going to be about here. You can go up or down. There are a lot of things about people like that. Your length of your feet or whatever. But once you start poking at the idea of IQ scores at all, it starts to seem frankly, kind of ridiculous that this sort of one measurement that was come up with, within the last couple hundred years, would somehow measure everything about someone's intellectual quality. And you could ascertain it through a test of probably 100 questions or so. That seems kind of ludicrous. What is the history of that idea? And when did we start to realize that it was bullshit?
Well, sadly, we have known for a while that there are problems with IQ tests, and the history of IQ, even more sadly, is that it comes from this really early kind of look at intelligence from a genetic standpoint that was done when people were just flat out racist. And so the whole creation of the notion of different intelligences and rankable IQs and all of this stuff comes from one of our first geneticists that ever looked at behavior, Charles Darwin's cousin, Francis Galton. And he was just the most flat out racist guy ever.
This is the guy, is he known as the father of
I didn't realize it was Darwin's cousin.
eugenics? Do I have that right?
Exactly, yeah. So eugenics was basically his form of genetics, and that he introduced, and it stuck because it really was the basis of all our genetic science until quite recently. And he was knighted, so he's like Sir Francis Galton. He's just he's only had a lot of good things said about him for a really long time, but at the same time, we have been discrediting the eugenics, kind of idea of rankable races and rankable intelligences and all of that stuff in the last
breeding humans for qualities we want or we don't want. We have a real moral revulsion because of what happened across the 20th century as a result of these ideas, but also they're no longer scientifically, there's no basis for them, we now believe.
Right, exactly. So we know that that's a problem, and yet still today there are researchers who are looking for, like I was just saying, genetic kind of culprits for intelligence as measured by IQ tests. So we're still having the hunt go on.
Yeah, it's self-reinforcing, right? They're just doing race science to prove race science. I don't know, dude. I don't know. There's so many academics that are so fucking sussy.
For the same thing that we already discredited or have been kind of trying to dismantle for the last 50 years. And so it's still like there's kind of like a split in how research is being done. A lot of research is trying to discredit, and then some research, little pockets of genetics, genomics, which is like the newer version of genetic science that looks at like our whole entire genome in our bodies and everything. So there are little pockets where people are still doing that gene hunt and trying to say like some of us are just born smart and some of us are born dumb and many of us are born average, whatnot. But I think the mainstream of science has advanced our thinking on it. The mainstream of science is showing us that intelligence is way more than just, how well we perform on a test at a given moment, a snapshot. Also, there's so much research out there that shows that the tests are biased, that they're culturally biased, they're even racially biased. Like there are all kinds of biases in.
Yeah, I learned recently, like even the language that you learn to speak first can affect how you perform on an IQ test. Especially like the shape-based questions. Especially like I think they'll probably get into it.
In the tests themselves, like the questions themselves. So and then also like there's the biases that we don't even see, which are like how much, a person has, how much privilege they've had to make it to the test, to the room, or to the, to the online system and be healthy enough to take the test.
And what is the purpose of the test? I imagine there's a big difference between if I were like, hey, I want to go join Mensa, right? Which is a club that you can get in if you score high enough on an intelligence test, right? Now, first of all, that's a weird idea to have a club that you can get into if you do, like, let's start a club for people who can pass the test we made up. Already, that's a weird idea. Why would I want to be a member of that club? I'm not really sure.
Wait, true. I never really thought about Mensa that much. It is kind of like sus. What's it stand for? Not stand for something. First, an exciting opportunity. It's the Illuminati, brother.
Sure. Like, so I can sit around and with tea and go like, oh, we sure all did well on that test, didn't we? Like, what the fuck is the point of that?
Well, it was founded in England in 1946 by a barrister named Roland Barrel and Dr. Lance Ware, a scientist and lawyer. So pretty much, yeah, that's probably exactly what they're doing. Oh, we're so smart.
But if I decide, hey,
hi, Mr. T, what's up?
I'm a college educated person who values my intelligence very highly. I value it so highly, I want to try to get into this club and I'm going to take a test, right? And I go take that test. I'm taking it under very different circumstances than someone who is a foster child with a history of acting out in school.
This is from Mensa's website. It's interesting. So Mensa means table in Latin, and the organization was so named because Mensa is a round table society where ethnicity, color, creed, national origin, age, politics, educational, and social background are all completely irrelevant. You just need to score really high on this really particular, culturally specific test to get in. But education's not relevant. Not relevant. Okay, bro. Okay.
And then a counselor says, hold on a second, maybe there's something wrong with that boy. And then they take them into a special room inside their disadvantaged public school and give them a test to figure out whether or not they need to send the kid to some kind of remedial program, exactly. out in the country or whatever. Even if you're taking the same test, right, in those two circumstances, which I'm going to guess you're probably not, the circumstances under which that test is being administered are hugely different depending on who's being taken it. I'm just spitballing, but does that sound accurate?
You got it. This is exactly what I wrote about in the book, you know, and I think that another part of it is that there are people and there are services and like consultancies that you can hire to coach your kids to do well on the tests.
Of course.
Also, there are other kinds of ways to tweak your test scores to boost your test scores. You know, taking stimulants is one way.
Oh, yeah.
Another.
Yeah. Look, hey, I got a 1490 on the SAT, and I do think the Ritalin prescription has something to do with it.
Exactly. Yeah. You know, so
I don't mean to brag. That's not that high. 49 is pretty good, but I do remember it. Okay, I'm outing myself as a guy who remembers his SAT score. But to this point, like, even though.
How do you remember that? I do not remember at all. I know it's good enough, but I don't remember the exact number.
Those types of tests have been like really fallen into disfavor just among college admissions. And that's for a much narrower purpose of like, you know, the idea of standardized testing at all, we're starting to realize is kind of an oxymoron and doesn't work.
Yes. Yeah, it's so true. And so it's just like this idea that we can just measure somebody's intelligence with a snapshot moment of how well they performed on a test and then track their whole education based off of that, or, you know, give them certain services or take away services from them. I mean, the whole idea of it is kind of crazy to me. There are even some people who are doing that genetic, you know, kind of gene hunt kind of research out there that say that, you know, that some of us are winners of a genetic lottery and other people are losers. And therefore, you know, the winners, you know, need to be treated one way in school and the losers need to be treated another way in school. And so like we should be DNA testing all of the people in our schools and DNA test kids when they're, you know, even DNA test embryos, you know, DNA test fetuses and whatnot. So there's a lot of, you know, kind of misinformation out there and ideas that I think are a little bit dangerous, you know. Maybe they're not as bad as when we had like, you know, our leaders of our countries telling us that we needed to sterilize and euthanize, so-called like euthanize people based on their IQ scores.
Well, and people were sterilized.
That would never happen now. Certainly there's not going to be like designer babies. I think that's already happening now. Literally like edit genes with CRISPR and like determine I mean, we've been able to like determine Down syndrome and stuff for like a long time. I don't know. We're already here. Yeah, this was in 2018. Holy era of designer baby. Maybe overhyped? I don't know. Wait, is this just about IVF? Is that it? I thought it was something else.
As euthanized or had brain surgery done on them, you know, as a result of these scores. So that's not like theoretical. It's not something that was just in movies. This was like something that was literally done to people. Let me just bring it to this though, like beyond the test, something that always seemed ludicrous to me about the test, but the notion of of intelligence in general is the idea that intelligence is one thing. Like the notion of there being a single number that you can apply to an IQ score, you can apply to intelligence, carries with it the implicit notion that there's one factor called intelligence, as there is with height. But you know, even if we're talking about strength, like a person's strength, there's multiple dimensions. There's how much can you deadlift, and there's how much you can bench press, and those are two different numbers. How much can you bicep curl, right? There are different muscles that do different things, and we also know that that's the person who can bench press might not be able to do a yoga pose, right? Like we're aware of this with the physical body. The same is true of intelligence, right? Like this is a word that means a lot of different things.
Definitely. And that's why I offer this new way of looking at it, a new definition if you will. So I say, instead of using scores like SAT scores and IQ scores and all of these standardized test scores that we have, instead of looking at these scores that again are just a snapshot of how you happen to perform in this very moment, one moment in time, let's look at intelligence as learning from our environment. It's something that we all do. We do it all day long. You don't have to be neurotypical or seem like a brainiac to do it. You actually do it. You know, there are very amazing ways that we've shown in the last 20 years of research that people who are neurodivergent are highly intelligent and have different ways of exercising their intelligence. And so, this is a better definition. I think it's
and especially if you have anxiety or, like Adam said, ADHD, then your processing speed is just going to be slower, so you won't perform on a timed test as well. But there's no other measures, this is the only one that everyone trusts, is test taking ability.
It's more accurate, it's more precise, and it's what we do as humans. We are intelligent. We have infinite potential to learn from our environments. We just need to be empowered to do that. And, this also relates to one of the topics that I bring up a lot in the book, which is the, taking care of ourselves and reducing stress in our lives. Because one of the things that really hampers us and hinders our ability to learn from our environments is stress, and feeling that stress and having it percolate through our bodies and through our, all of our cells and our organs and all of, down to our DNA. It actually affects and can modify our DNA in really harmful ways. So stress is super toxic for us. And so, I'm trying to get us to the point where we see that all of us are intelligent, and that we also see that all of us have this huge responsibility to empower ourselves and each other to be less stressed and to be able to exercise that intelligence, to see that there are opportunities to learn for all of us at all different moments of our lives, and to do that learning, foster that learning, instead of comparing us and saying oh, you were born, you're great, don't need to worry about you. Oh, all you people, you're no good. We're going to, put you in some weird room and kind of not give you really much of an education anymore, you know? Instead of seeing it like that, look at all of us as individuals. We're all different. We all have different, like you were saying, strengths. We all have different things that we need to strengthen, and help every single person to do those things.
Yeah. I mean, what you say about stress makes total sense to me. I know that when I've been under periods of extreme stress, it feels like my brain stops working. And, that's when and the stress that I'm under, frankly, is career related stress, job related stress, things of that nature, in school, studying related stress. I've never been under true life strain the way some people are. And what it reminds me of actually is coming back to that example that I used of the conditions under which tests are taken, the number of stressors that you hear from teachers, kids in public schools are often facing, right? When they have stress at home.
Yeah. If you have a school lunch debt, how well are you really going to be able to perform on tests if you can't eat enough food? You know what I mean?
Home, and that affects them at school, and of course they're not going to perform as well on a test or perform well, be able to learn as well when they're under all that stress. It almost makes me think of I kept mentioning height as being something that's genetically determined, but in fact height is also dependent on your upbringing, right?
Yes.
I believe, and I'm going to say this very generally, but I believe that over the last couple centuries, Americans have gotten taller on average. And the reason is not genetic. The reason is because people started to eat better. People started to have more access to food. The cost of food went down. There was less starvation, less famine. We still have a problem with hunger in this country, but it's nothing compared to what it was 100 years ago, 150 years ago. And as a result, people are taller. And so there's a genetic component, but also if you're raised in a condition where you didn't get enough to eat as a kid, you're not going to grow as much.
Yeah. Kids can eat so much fucking food. Endless fucking black holes in their stomachs. It's crazy. But it's really important that it's not like limited access when you're like developing your brain, you know, like obviously. Like
And that's is that analogous to
Yeah.
intelligence in some way?
That is a perfect analogy because really, intelligence actually is the same way. We have seen over the last generation, 2 generations, even going back 3 generations, we've seen IQ scores, test scores all across the board going up, up, up. And it goes up with development, with standard of living rising. It goes up with basically, you know, access to quality food, access to better sleep and better, you know, air and water, all of the environmental things like that. And also like, you know, improved kind of levels of stress in terms of like people's livelihoods getting better, you know, more humane living conditions, right? So it's the same kind of thing. You see, even just like those flawed test scores are all shooting up thanks to standards of living going up. And when you do these comparisons in different parts of the world, what you find are that anywhere where there's been an uptick in living conditions, you get an uptick in scores, and you get an uptick in height, and you get an uptick in basically anything that is partially genetic and very much environmentally determined as well, you know? And so it's really important that we think like, okay, how can we increase everybody's standard of living so that we're not just comparing apples and oranges and then saying like the apples, well, they just happen to be born perfect, you know, and these oranges are total losers, you know? It's like, well, did we empower those people to be winners? You know, saying it's just their genes is really just flat out lying about where the inequality.
It's just eugenics. It's just eugenics. Like, I don't know. I don't know how much we can really gain as a species from determining which genes, if any, make you smart. Like, it's really like inherently ableist too, like at its core. Like, oh, you don't have this kind of intelligence, like, oh, you're just like dumb and like therefore worthless. Like, I don't know.
Quality lies.
Yeah, and we don't need to, like, this doesn't need to just be a social argument, like it's borne out by the facts, right? Like, I've read that that air quality, you mentioned air quality in your list, and I'm like, yes, I have read in the last couple of years that there's like a really definite link between air quality, even on a moment-to-moment basis, and how well your brain is functioning. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do. Yeah. And one of the other things that I wanted to mention about where the science has taken us is towards this idea of neuroplasticity. So we have all of this great neuroscience showing us that our brains are changing, they are malleable, and they can grow and develop throughout our whole lives. Yes, we grow and develop in crazy ways when we're infants, and then when we're babies and toddlers and, you know, children, and things kind of take a different form as we get older, right? But we are still changing. We're still growing. We can still create new, what they call neural networks. And so it's really important for us to seize on this opportunity to always grow. We can do that because our brains.
Yeah, and like continuing to learn and challenge your brain with like puzzles or, you know, just like reading, whatever. Even like chess, whatever the fuck it is that you like to do. Those things are gonna help prevent like Alzheimer's and dementia down the road as well. Like staying neuroplastic in your brain. Learning language is great as well. Alternating the hand that you brush your teeth with. Lots of small things.
want us to do that, right?
Yeah.
And so it's just this idea that like we are limited to some kind of score that we took when we were 5 years old, you know, as I did when I was 5, you know, and that's when my whole educational path, you know, started to get cemented into place, you know. And my students too, I have, you know, I'm a professor now as well, and I have students who have all kinds of horrendous stories of being tested when they were 3 years old, you know, to get into preschool. And
that's crazy. That's crazy. Testing a 3-year-old for intelligence? They're all dumb. They're all little fucking babies. Their brain isn't done growing. What do you mean?
And then, you know, getting tracked from that age. And so it's not just something that happened to, you know, millennial moms and whatnot. You know, it's also like a whole, and Gen X's and Xennials and, you know, all of the different people from who are like, you know, adults, like full on adulting right now, you know, but also like, you know, young people, 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds that I have that's, you know, are telling me like, this is what I'm going through right now. Like I'm at the tail end of the high school experience that all got me here due to this one test I took when I was 3 years old, you know? It's crazy.
Yeah, well, man, that's a great note to take us into our first break. We'll be right back with more Rena Bliss.
That is insane. It really, like, no one test should determine, like, the rest of your educational career. Like, that's so fucking... We have, like, so much to do. So much to do in regards to education.
Okay, we're back with Rena Bliss. So we've been talking about intelligence and...
I just saw his dog! Oh, it's such a cute dog.
And how neuroplasticity and how it can improve throughout our lives. I'd love to talk more, though, about... you know, we want everybody to be as intelligent as possible. You know what I mean? There's a big desire. Oh, how do we improve our schools and how do we help kids be smarter, et cetera. But in the reading that you've done about you know, all the different research about this, or what are the factors that are not normally taken into account? We talked before the break about air quality, and I think about, you know, a couple of years ago I visited Mumbai, visited some friends there in India, and the worst air quality of any place I'd ever visited. You felt it, you know, as soon as you stepped outdoors.
It's interesting, like even things like temperature can affect how you learn. I've read a study once that showed that you remember things more when it's cold. So it's like better to study in a cold room. Tons of like things that you would never even consider.
After a couple hours outside, you could taste it in the air, you know? That's a very well-known problem in India. But I'm like, man, if there's a link between air quality and some measure of intelligence, I don't want to say it's IQ tests or whatever, but you know, if you're not able to think as well, then that I can only imagine the deleterious effect on, you know, entire generations, right? And that's not simply places like that. There's places in the US that, you know, depending on where you live in Los Angeles, where I live right now, different areas have different air quality. If you live right next to a freeway, which, you know, freeways are driven through, you know, the communities of people of color here in Los Angeles specifically. It's a matter of straight up history.
And present day zoning, it's so true. I mean, there's so much great research being done out of UCLA. And I used to be a professor in the UC system, so I'm very familiar with my colleagues, my former colleagues, you know, in the UC system down there who are doing really great research about that. But yeah, this is all to that point that I haven't really named yet today, but that is, you know, a big part of my research, which is epigenetics. So it turns out that, you know, for all of these, again, centuries, we were focusing on our genes and saying like, oh, our genes just determine, you know, our quality of our thinking and our brain function and all of this stuff. And then, wow, guess what? When we started to to kind of open up the genome and look at all the genes working together and what they actually do together, we found out that there were these parts of our strands of DNA that were regulating whether our genes could turn on or off. And we now have named them the epigenome. And the people who study that are epigeneticists. And what they do is they say, okay, what happens when you increase the air quality? What happens to the genome? Well, it looks like it goes to work. It does what it's supposed to do. So it turns out that we are not so different no matter where we do live and where we are born. We're not so different inside, but what's different is what you're pointing to outside, right? And so our environments are different.
Yeah, also like your behavior, like your like how much you exercise can affect which of your genes are expressing themselves. Like it's all very dynamic. Like
from each other. And what happens is when you have toxic exposures, and stress is a huge one for human beings. So, but bad air, bad food, bad water, bad working conditions is a huge one too. And that's
bad social environment.
Stress thing. All of these environments, when you have that, your genes stay turned off. Isn't that so crazy? Like they're there and they're in all of your cells and they're supposed to go to work, but they don't go to work. They stay asleep. And so what happens is your epigenome basically fails you. And so all that great brain function, all that neuroplasticity, all that like growth and development and all that learning from the environment that I'm like saying, let's do that. It's just like, it can't happen. Right. And so it's always going to be this question of like, how can we equalize our environments? How can we make sure that people have what they need? The basic.
Yeah. And environmental racism just exacerbates the problem
of what they need. And they don't have all these harmful toxins, crowding their air and their living space and their living conditions,
Yeah. I mean, there's this tiresome binary that's always put on this of nature versus nurture. And it's usually used to sort of shut down this conversation. Oh, you're just arguing nature versus nurture, but the truth is a lot more complicated than that. The truth is that those two things interact. And nurture, by the way, makes you imagine you're just talking about upbringing and, did the kid get to watch Mr. Rogers or whatever, like that kind of thing. But we're talking about the more broad sense of nature and nurture, frankly. We're talking about like the entire environment that you're in and how that interacts with your genetics.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a lot more complex than that binary.
Right, exactly. I'm not saying that genes don't matter, because they do matter, and they give us that basic brain structure, that architecture in our brains to be able to do.
Yeah, also like the nurture, it begins in the womb, and not just with, whatever your mother was eating, but what like how much stress she was under, how much cortisol was in the womb. How much testosterone you were exposed to in the womb. Like, it's really crazy. It's all like, it's crazy to think about how many factors like go into creating a person, Do
the thinking we need to do, right? And like, let's not let our environments go and shut that whole process down, and it's the most kind of I don't know, just like kind of prescient wise thing about what you just said is that about the future generations is that the epigenome is actually passed down from generation to generation. So it's like with your genes, your tweaks, all those modifications are passed down to your kids, and they pass them down to their kids, and on and on and on.
Really?
So it's like, if we are giving ourselves a bad run this lifetime, it's actually going to affect the future.
Wow.
It's very unfortunate in some ways, but then it's also hopeful in other ways, because if you do improve the current situation, then you can improve generations to come.
Yeah. And it feels like when people, I don't want to harp too much on the bad old ideas of the past or the people who are still trying to promote those ideas, but when people harp too much on the genetic component, and you hear it still in present day, there's authors like, I don't know, I feel like Steven Pinker does this sometimes. Where they sort of, okay, good. All right, I'm glad I'm not mischaracterizing. Where they go, oh, genetics is so important and people don't want to acknowledge it because it's not PC to acknowledge it, but it's so true. And like when you look at the blah, blah, blah. And first of all, I feel like when people like him are making that argument, they're ignoring the facts that you're bringing. They're ignoring the incredible wealth of information we have about how the environment affects and about how similar people truly are and about how the differences become magnified by not just environment, but not just upbringing, but like the day-to-day conditions that people live in. That's the first thing. That they themselves are ignoring facts. But secondly, it's profoundly hopeless to say of people, well, it's genetic determinism. If people are dumb now, their kids are going to be dumb, and that's just their lot in life.
It's so cynical, dude. Like there was that school, I think it was in California, from what I'm seeing, that I guess it's more than one. Some California high schools are removing honors classes in the name of equity, to just like even the level, the playing field. And a bunch of parents are like obviously mad, like, no, my kid's smarter. Why are you gonna hold them back in the dumb kids class or whatever? Like, no, like every kid deserves the same education that your smart kid is getting. If they need to be more challenged, then they can figure that out. Like, I don't know. Like, the access needs to be the same. And if like one student needs more help than another, that doesn't like have to be a bad thing. I don't get it.
So why don't we just consign them to the labor camps, basically,
Right.
and like they can just like smelt pig iron, and the rest of us will read books. Like that's a. Don't you want to be an optimist about it? Don't you want to like help your fellow people and say, hey, we can all improve as a species, as a population by caring for each other,
Yeah, especially because there have been a lot of really good data scientists who have tested IQ tests, and what they found is that if you pay people, they do better on the tests. You can improve people's scores by paying them. Another thing is like
I did see that. That's funny as fuck. Just incentivize it a little bit.
Like I was saying, stimulants. Another one is also you can drive down test scores by saying kind of negative things to people if you harsh their mellow before they go into a test, or if you say, especially stereotypes are the worst. If you say
that's real. That's real. You're telling me some shit before the test, like, oh, this is gonna be a really hard one. I hope you studied. I hope you're ready. I will have an anxiety attack.
Anything stereotypical that could be a negative slight on them, they will do worse. So it's like you can boost scores, you can drive down scores. It's totally artificial, and it's with these things that are like stress, or with giving people money and giving them incentives, or and also they've shown that actually people get really big boosts. They can even jump up a whole so-called intelligence bracket from being average to being above average, or from being below average to becoming average, based on changing their standard of living during their lifetime. So we're talking about adoptees,
all bullshit.
Kids who were born into one circumstance and then changed their circumstance and their socioeconomic status, basically. So it's like there are all these or people moving and having like wealth all of a sudden, and then of course there's what I was mentioning earlier on, which is that there are just straight up test consultants who will like
Right.
you know, give your kids the score you want them to have, you know? So,
Yeah.
and there's
By
a lot
training
of
them
that
for the
around
test,
SATs
just like-
and stuff. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I took all those courses. I mean, when I was a kid taking the SATs, it was like, yeah, you take the courses and that'll help you. You do the test prep, and the entire, at the time, this episode is not about SATs, but it is still stunning to me that I took the test in the late 90s. And at the time, the College Board and all the rest of them were still promoting the idea that you could not study for the test. They had designed the SATs so that it was unstudyable, and it was measuring some sort of, you know,
bullshit, dude. Fucking bullshit.
innate quality that you had based on your, I guess, genetics and you know, how well you had done in school, etc. And yet there was an entire test prep industry that I grew up on Long Island in an affluent suburb. There was an entire test prep industry that literally every kid did. Every single kid was taking, what was it, like Peterson or Kaplan or one of those things.
Yeah, I remember that too. That was what was at my school, you know, same time and same thing.
We all went to the Kaplan test prep study course after school to study specifically for the SAT. And then we all took the SAT and we all fucking did better. Like, obviously, because they told you stuff like, hey, if you don't know the answer, guess, but don't guess A, because it's least likely to be A on multiple choice.
Exactly.
If you guess, which is just basic. Some kids don't get that training, right? And they do worse on the test, and therefore the test was wrong. So I'm sorry, again, this is not about standardized testing, but I think there's still a similar.
It's literally all rigged.
Clarity there.
Well, there's even, I mean, you can do it earlier. So very, very affluent families know another trick, which is that you can get your kids tested into a gifted and talented education program if you coach them when they're like 4, you know? And so you can do like I mean, and I'm not saying whether, you know, that you or I weren't like affluent enough to, I mean, I wasn't personally, but I have no idea your specific situation or, you know, other people's situations, but I think that there are, like, it will surprise some viewers and listeners to know that you can actually hire companies to do that work and to track them even earlier if you want to. And that's just absolutely not fair. And it's very expensive. But if that's your goal, if your goal is to like make sure that, you know, little Janie gets into Harvard, you know, and you're just set on that. Like if you have the means, you can just throw a bunch of money at it and make things, you know, more likely to be real.
I was not, you know, my parents did not pay for that sort of service at that young of an age, but I know that I was tracked into a higher level of schooling at every level. Right. My parents were both had PhDs. And they, you know, moved to a particular school district in order so that we could go to, you know, one of the better public schools in the area on Long Island. It was a very good school. It wasn't even that rich of a school. It was just good. But, you know, as a kid, I was told I was intelligent. I also, though, had I was put into the higher level of all the classes. I started reading at a young age. There were a lot of books in the house. As a kid, I acted out a lot. I had ADD. I was really, you know, I'd run around and yell and scream and stuff like that. And I was chastised a lot for that. But also the response to when that happened when I was a kid was they actually tracked me higher. They said, oh, this kid is, he's acting out because he's bored. He must need to take more advanced classes. So I actually skipped a grade in elementary school. Because they thought I needed more challenge. And then when I was in, you know, middle school, there was like a gifted and talented program that I was put in with a couple other kids. Now, again, not like my parents were calling the school up for it. It just sort of happened that way. And then when I was in high school, it was, you know, I was one of the kids who did all the AP classes. And at that point, it was like, there were just like tiers of the school. There were the AP class kids, there were the regular kids, and then there were the kids who started getting tracked into vocational programs where they went and learned air conditioning repair and stuff like that, or like, you know, et cetera. And, you know, I benefited from all of that. My parents weren't doing anything nefarious. That's just sort of the way that what they were encouraged to do by the system, and B, how that advantage compounds upon itself. And it really does. You know, intelligence leads to intelligence leads to intelligence.
The kids who are doing the worst are given the least help. Like, how does that make sense?
After another. And I was very aware that there were kids in the same school who were not getting that same treatment. I was, a child, so I didn't really know what to do about that. But yeah, it's like pervasive. And I can only imagine if I was a kid in a different circumstance who, when I acted out, they said, oh, this kid's dumb. Let's put him in the dumb class, make him take a test to prove that he's dumb, not treat him well, and then tell him that he's dumb over and over again.
And one of the most depressing parts of the story is that students of color actually get disciplined, and a lot of them get removed from school for the same exact behavior. So at one of the classes that I teach at my university is called mental illness. And it's really a mental health and illness class. It's not like I just talk about, disease or something, but I talk about learning disorders. I talk about all kinds of, I talk about ADD. I talk about everything under the sun, mental, right? And one of the harsh statistics is that students of color, particularly Black students and Latinx and, but especially Black students, are disciplined for the very behaviors that white and Asian students are given special permissions and a lot of the time therapy and psychological support for. And so you've got like the same exact behaviors, but you've got different approach and then outcome, right? And so you get kids who are basically given detention, and then they're suspended, and then they're taken to they're taken into the courts, and then they're taken into juvenile hall or whatever, they're removed from school, or it's just really unfortunate because it's like the same exact thing going on in a different classroom or in the same classroom, with people with a different.
It's in and out of the classroom too. Like there's fucking like police just in schools, just framing fucking neurodivergent kids. I almost wasn't bumped up due to disengagement with my classwork in the 3rd grade, but I was plucked from the jaws of failure by my mom. Oh my god. Bless her. Fucking bless her. That's crazy. I'm sure you were just bored.
Appearance, and skin color, and it's like you were saying, intelligence begets intelligence begets intelligence, and it's really like perceived intelligence begets perceived intelligence. And as a person, as a parent, I'm a parent. I've got 3 little kiddos, and as a person with a PhD. And my husband's a musician, but he's got a graduate education as well, and was in a PhD program at one point. And so it's like,
yeah, my mom actually kind of like did a similar thing, but in the opposite direction. I was like, I've always had like a minor learning disability just because of my generalized anxiety. It just fucks up my processing speed. So I like didn't even learn about it. I wasn't even aware of it until I was like a sophomore in high school. And I came to her, I'm like, I can't finish my homework. Like it takes me too long to read. Like why am I so slow? Like, well, you've always had like your own way of learning, and like I always saw that you were like developing coping mechanisms, so I wasn't worried about it. Like, you've always done well in school. Like, yeah, but like I can't keep up anymore. Like, what do I do? So I mean, she put me back in therapy, and I just like learned more coping skills. Got on medication. Like, it's all about like supporting your child in like the best way you can,
I already see how we've got 2 kids that are in kindergarten at public school now. We've got one in preschool as well. And I can see how, how there's just a belief that kids who have parents who are highly educated are going to be easier kids to teach, you know?
Yeah, same, Keevers. Exactly the same. I'm like, wait, y'all aren't having a breakdown like every week?
Even though the schools want to create the most equal sets of circumstances for everybody, you know, like they want that, but there's a kind of orientation towards parents who have a lot of education that's just a little bit different. And so I can see how that gets, you know, it gets turned into this like perceived intelligence that will continue to help, you know, the future generations of our families, and then are going to not be there for this other students who don't have that same education background and culture, in a sense, like culture of education in their families.
And just how willfully blind do you have to be to ignore all that and say intelligence is genetic? You know, it's sort of stunning to me. Well, look, I want to find out more from you about your positive view of what intelligence actually is and what we can mean by it and how we can increase it. Okay, we're back with Rena Bliss. We've talked for quite a while now about all the problems with the historical way that intelligence has been.
This is so good. This is such a better conversation than that stupid video everyone's watching.
Understood, and the way it's been used against people. I want to spend more time talking.
I think part of the parenting thing should be better engagement. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of kids I know had very distant relationships with their parents around academic access. Yeah. When their parents were engaged with the headline experiences, and for sure. And I'm lucky that I had like a really open dialogue with my mother, that I could just like come to her and tell her like, I feel dumb because I can't read fast. And I understand like a lot of people don't have that level of understanding with their parents. That's shit. Which I think also should be mitigated by like the teacher's engagement with each child, you know? If a child is disengaged, don't just write it off like they must be dumb. Like, you know, there's a million reasons.
Talking about what is your view of intelligence? How should we actually understand it? You said it's learning from our environment. Tell me more about what that means. Like, what does it mean to be highly intelligent using that under that model?
Yeah, I think that just highly intelligent would be having a great awareness of the opportunity to learn from your environment. I want us to get to the point where we see the potential in everybody to do this, and where we actually empower people to do this. But if people don't even know that there is this opportunity to learn, then, you know, it's like, where are you going to go with that?
Yeah. And like lifelong learning too. I think people like get burnt out by school and then like learn a distaste for learning. But like, I think a lot of people just like haven't spent the time to like figure out what they want to learn about, you know? Like, I think there's like a niche topic out there that anyone could like find a podcast about, like at this point. I went into the workforce at the end of 10th grade at 16. Damn. So as of my accelerated 8th grade. You're on your own as far as my help, but let me know if I can get a tutor. Hey, you know, at least she knows her strengths.
And what I mean is not that we spend every single waking moment of our lives learning things. It's just more like being aware that our environment is presenting us with opportunities should we decide that this is the moment to take our environment up on it. So
I will say it's criminal that I didn't get an ADHD evaluation until I was in college. I think that's just sexism. Like, I had to specifically ask for it.
So, you know, for example, it's like you're sitting in a room, I'm sitting in a room. I think you have your dog in your room. You know, there are so many things that you could learn about, think about, know about, more about him or her. It's Annie, right? So about
yeah,
her.
Annie's my dog. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So you know, there are so many things.
A stubborn little fuck at that age, I wouldn't have wanted to teach me anything. Yeah. Yeah. God bless. God bless teachers. Honestly, how do they do it?
That you could be learning about, thinking about, knowing about, in terms of like, you know, the audio, the visual stuff, you know, the technology that you have around you. There's so much that we can learn about anything in any environment. It's true in our work environments. It's also true in our, you know, enjoyment environments and our leisure moments of our days and stuff like that, and in our family settings and whatnot. And so there are always these moments and opportunities, and unfortunately, a lot of people aren't aware of that, and so then they are just kind of like, you know, moving through life in this way of like, you know, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, and I've got to like just, you know, roll through. And so one of the things that I like to talk about and that I write about in Rethinking Intelligence,
she seems like such a good teacher,
is first of all, adopting a growth mindset. So shifting from, again, thinking of yourself as a score or like a fixed amount of intelligence to a person in process, a person who's always learning, always developing, always neuroplastic, always having more opportunities to learn. And also I talk about how important mindfulness is, because it's a really good way to kind of calm yourself, reduce stress. And it's also a good way to tune into the learning environment, right? To tune into the learning opportunities in your environment. One thing I say is seize the learning moment. So it's kind of, it's kind of like a little slogan, you know, just do it, like seize that moment. And also,
bless her, she's so cute.
Also just see that there are always opportunities to learn with people around you. There's something I write about called connected learning, and it's just basically learning in collaboration, synergistically, and with an emotional connection to another person or other people. And it's a more effective way to learn. You know, you were saying how like there's so many different aspects to being intelligent, and what was going through my mind was there's so many different aspects to memory, for example.
Yeah.
That's what I love about chat so much. Like, just being in so many different chats and talking about all these different topics with so many people from like different walks of life. I think it's like a neat way to get different perspectives, and like, especially as a leftist, to like learn better arguments, like Steelman leftism. And just learning in general. I learned so much things like that I would have never expected.
Different parts of your brain that are working on retrieval, on cementing in new information, on comparing new and old information, on retaining information and getting back into the deep, long ago kind of memories, and looking at the short term kind of like closer to the present moment kind of memories. And so it's like there's so much there, you know, and we see in learning research in particular that when you have information connected to a context and connected to like real life, and especially when you are engaging with others about that information, you retain the information better.
Yeah, especially like when you're able to teach information to somebody else, that is when you're going to retain the most of that information. There's like a scale. I think reading is like you remember the least. Writing is next. And and then teaching. I don't know. It's been a while since I saw that, but hi, Orchestrian. Cute name. My parents were school teachers, and I was put into school too young with kids or older. Damn, that's rough. Really struggled. I mirror wrote when I was mirror wrote when I was learning to write. Is that when you like write it backwards too? And rather than getting me help, my mom used her influence at the school to cover it up. Oh no. Oh no, what the fuck? Now I'm older, my mom and I have a relationship, and she never listens to me. She definitely doesn't understand me. Why? Oh. I'm sorry. That's rough. It's like the worst part of nepotism is like allowing your child to like fail upwards. And like, yeah. That's shitty. Yeah, I'm sorry for that experience. Set a tone. Yeah. Yeah. So much of your early development is done in school. And like, I'm sure that's an issue that could have been corrected. I don't know much about that, but I'm sorry. Hopefully, maybe you can have a conversation at some point about that. I don't know. Maybe like family therapy. Also, maybe not. You know. Maybe it's best that you keep her at a distance. I don't know. I don't know your life, but welcome in.
You actually learn better. So one of the things that I want us to do is really just try to have that, conjure up that emotional component and that real life kind of component to the learning moment.
You talk about neuroplasticity and how we can, we keep growing and changing. I'm curious how that interacts with, aptitudes, because if we're talking about, I assume that you would agree, there's different dimensions of intelligence. There's different areas in which one can be intelligent. Someone could be very intelligent about music, right, and understand it very clearly. And some people, feel very, unable to, process it, right? I used to think of myself as being someone who didn't have a lot of social intelligence. I was always accidentally offending people. I was sort of making blunders, moving through social situations. I felt very separate from other people. I felt that I couldn't really read or understand how people felt. And then in my 20s, I started doing stand-up comedy constantly, and it cured me of a lot of social anxiety through, I guess, pure exposure. But now I feel that the exact thing that I used to feel I was bad at is something I'm very
On to get an A level in English, so not bad. Let's go. Let's go. Did it on my own with no help. Hey, good for you. That's extremely impressive. I'm proud of you.
good at in terms of, being in a, if I'm in a social power structure, I'm meeting a lot of new people. If I'm, say, engaged in a new television project and I meet a bunch of new producers I've never met with, I'm pretty good at figuring out who is who, how are they in relation to each other, how do each of them feel about this, what are the various power structures, what are the things I should watch out for, how do I, if I have a problem or if I need something from someone, how do I approach them in a way that will make them, receptive rather than offended that I made a request of them, that sort of thing, basic social politics. I feel that I now am better at than other people. And if you had asked,
I think especially social skills are extremely plastic. I think we saw that in COVID, right? Everyone kind of like forgot like how to have a conversation IRL. It's definitely a skill that you need to keep practice. But it does like come back, like once you've learned the skills, like it's relatively easy to like pull it back out of the wheelhouse. I I think exposure is a huge thing. Just like exposure therapy, I think is an actual thing. Is just like getting closer to being comfortable in an uncomfortable situation. Like, just to sensitize yourself.
Asked me 15 years ago, I would have said, no, I suck at that. I should never try to, engage in that sort of sphere. I'm more of a, techie kind of computer programmer-y kind of guy. And now I feel kind of the opposite. How fluid are we in that way?
Wonderful of chatting you. Oh, thank you. Oh, you're so sweet.
I think we're extremely fluid. I mean, really, I talk about how we have infinite potential, and I mean it in terms of like what information you can put into your mind. Like we think
we have an infinite we have like an infinite capacity in our minds, right?
Yes, we can put different kinds of information in there. It's not like you were really just only good at one thing, and you like somehow your whole atomness changed and you became the opposite person. No, you're the same person. It's just that now you care a lot about that. So you care and you invest time and thought and energy into learning that. That's like one of your things that you grow about, right? And that's the thing about neuroplasticity, is that you can actually go in any direction you want. You can learn a lot of languages, or you can not learn a lot of languages. Is that something your culture cares about? Is that something you care about? Is that something that everybody is like, you have to do this, What are the things that we think, like, Americans living in this day and age what do we think everyone needs to know? What do we think everyone has to...
Yeah, like, I hear from a lot of people like, oh, I could never draw, I could never paint, like, I just don't, like, have that ability at all. I can only draw stick figures, and, like, that might be true. And if you don't want to learn, that's fine. But I do believe that every single person can learn how to draw well. I do think that. Like, Michelangelo was not born being a master artist. Like, it's all, like, how you spend your time. Like, the same with cooking. Like, a sad number of people just, like, don't know how to cook. And they think that they can't learn. And there are some things with food prep that, like, you do need to be very careful with. But you can start easy. It's hard to fuck up like rice and beans. I mean, rice, a lot of people fuck that up. But if you follow directions, it should be good.
Come out from school knowing, right? It's like, yes, most people will have those basics because we say that's what they need to know. Unfortunately, we don't say that people need to be able to read the room. We don't say that people need to be empathetic to other people, that people need to understand what others are going through, that before they, say something, that they have to kind of consider the other person's perspective or experiences or how they might make them feel, Yeah,
there's no classes in social dynamics.
No, we don't do that, so we're not going to raise kids who are doing that thing. So my family is, half of it lives here in the US and half is in Indonesia. So it's really an education for me. I go over there and there's just like different values, One of the things that's really different is that our media is very violence oriented, and like most of the narratives about, what you'd see on TV and what you see on street.
Went on to study music? Cool. The amount of people say I can't play or sing, not true. Everyone can sing or hit a drum. Yeah. Oh my god. I have like some like story time. I have some early childhood trauma around singing. It like ruined singing for me. Like, I still don't really like singing in front of people. I don't like I don't know if I'm literally tone deaf or if I just like wasn't really taught well. I don't know. But there was like one day in choir. I don't know if it like my choir instructor was just having a bad day or if I was just singing particularly bad on that day. I did have a lot of ear infections as a kid. So like my hearing maybe not the best. Maybe not the best, and I think that probably affects it. But she made every single person sing the verse solo. No instrumental. That was like one of my first very public panic attacks. I had had one in like the 3rd grade in math, learning long division. But this one was like everyone was looking at me while I was trying to sing this song, and she made me do it like 3 times. Oh my god. Fucking so traumatic, dude. The trauma. My heart's beating just thinking about it. Don't like playing in front of anyone, even though I can, but everyone can sing. I'm sorry you went through that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know. I think I was also, at the time, I believe I was like trying to sing a soprano, and it was like, I think it was that song that she decided that I'm an alto. Like, oh wait, you are singing out of key because it's out of your range. So, I mean, it did work out okay, I think. But, I just never really, like, got over it, I guess. It's crazy how much, like, those things stick with you.
Dreaming and what you see in movies and stuff is so much around weapons and violence and, you know, just like abuse and like, you know, really like torture and stuff like that. And then over there, it's like not at all, you know? So it's like all like kind of what would probably be more similar to our 1950s maybe media or something, you know, except without like the crazy, you know, mom does this, dad does this kind of like, you know, crap. But it's like it's completely different. And it's a lot like all the narratives are more about families figuring out how to get along, families like people facing like challenges at work or something like that, or challenges at school and having to like solve a problem together. And like, you know what I mean? So it's just really different. You know, you go to one place and you have people who are really about learning how to be a part of a group and to, you know, take care of the different people in different ages. That's another thing that's super different, is that in one household, you have all these different generations. You have great grandparents, you know what I mean? And you have like all the generations. And then here, people are more atomized. Like the families are nuclear and they're just like kind of like, here's us and our kids, and then our parents are somewhere else and really somewhere else, you know, at this point, like they're in some other part of the country. I'm from LA, and, you know, I did my graduate work in New York City and lived there for like 10 years. And now I live in Princeton, New Jersey, you know, and none of our family lives here. And so, you know, when you look at us here, it's just our values are completely different. We're much more about like just giving kids basic
individualism. It's individualism brain rot. I think that's like it. Like, no, personally, like I can't imagine being far away from my family. I would fucking hate that. I went away for college, and I came back right away because I just miss them. And I also like miss my home. I don't know. I like never really adjusted, I guess. to like being away from my family. But I am like more close with my family than I think most Americans are. But there's also like, yeah, just like a lot less community structures in general. Besides like churches, which is shitty.
Reading, math skills, and a very individualistic and I would say narcissistic kind of way of being towards other people. So we're not preparing people to learn in the way that I'm saying we should, you know? I would like that to change. But yeah, I think that if we had social and emotional learning as like on our priority list at the top there, I think that we would have better learning throughout the whole entire education career of a human being in this country. And we'd probably work out a lot of those inequality issues as well.
Yeah. If we had that, if we just had basic training on those points, I mean, it's so funny that I think of one of the other things that helped my social intelligence improve was I read this is going to sound corny, but I will proclaim this book to the high heavens. Dale Carnegie's How to Win Friends and Influence People. I found a copy of this book in a thrift store when I was like 24 or something like that, and I was flipping through it on a family vacation.
What?
And I don't know why I picked it up, but I was like, oh, this is a funny book. This is a famous book. I'll see what's in it. And it gave such basic advice about like the advice in this book. First of all, it sounds very cynical title. It's not cynical book. It's literally how to be nice and respectful to people and why everything is better when you do that. And so the advice in this book is people like it when you say their name. Did you know that, Rena? Did you know that people like it when you say their name?
I love it when you say my name.
And another one was, this is the best piece of advice I've ever gotten. If you want someone to do something for you, if you need something from someone, you need to explain to them why it's in their best interest. Why does it benefit them to do it? So, you know, that is, I use that every day, right? If I'm like, hey, I need, you know, hey, Rena, I'd love it if you wore headphones during this interview, and you'll sound so much better on the interview, and you'll make a better impression on our audience, right? I don't say, I really want you to do that. I say it would help you to do it. And this is extremely basic stuff. And what you're enlightening me to is it came to me as a revelation in my mid-20s. This is something that we don't teach, and it's something that we don't even attempt to teach, to let people. In fact, we denigrate that. That's self-help. It's bullshit. You know, when in fact, this is like, it's basic socializations, basic social skills. I want to ask you about learning as we age, right? Or intelligence as we age, because I'm getting a little bit older now. And I love that you're talking about the plasticity of the brain as we get older. And I'd love to hear more about that, because something I've confronted recently is I've adopted throughout much of my life this idea of learning as that I'm going to cram stuff into my brain and that it'll go up infinitely, right? Every time I read a book, I'm importing the knowledge from that book from the pages to my mind, and I'm going to remember it. And there's a lot of reading culture that is still based around that kind of, you know, very productive kind of learning, productivity focused. There's all kinds of guides on the internet, how to take efficient notes so that you don't just remember the things that you read. You also like, increase your intelligence by internalizing them and shit like that. And as I get older, I realize that's bullshit. Like half of the shit that I read, more than half of it just falls out of my mind. I never remember it again. I'm reading it for some other reason. But yet I still want to feel that I am improving as I get older, that I'm learning new things, that I'm growing, and that I'm increasing my capabilities in some way. And I feel that I am, but I'm not entirely sure how. And so what do you know that I don't know about intelligence and how we can continue increasing it as we age?
Well, there are two things here, and I hope I'll remember both of them because I'm also getting older. One of them is that we are always changing, and we are always able to form new neural networks. And that does slow down in some ways as we get older, but we can do what neuroscientists have shown is the best.
I used to think it stopped in your 20s, and it turns out it never stops. Yeah. It's you use it, you lose it. Wait, don't use it, you lose it. Type thing. It's like a muscle. Gotta keep working those old neurons.
Best way to learn, which is to learn in bits. So learn a little bit and then rest. Learn a little bit more and then rest. So instead of cramming, that doesn't really work because you'll get the information in, like your eyes will register it, and you might even go ahead and take.
Yeah, like the Pomodoro method, like taking 20 minutes to focus on a task, and then you take a break, then you do another 20. Some people hate this. They can't stand it. But you can lengthen that. I think it's fine if you do 30, 60-minute intervals, but I do think the break really helps, personally.
Those great notes and whatnot, but it won't be really soaked in there without rest, a time for your body to kind of recuperate, your brain to like shut down and chill out. And then the other part of it is that it's much better to learn in context. So to learn by doing, to learn by interacting. So even if it's not by doing in the sense of like, you're not going to like do, like you were talking about, a self-help book or something, that type of thing. It's like by doing, meaning talking about it with somebody that you care about, talking about how you would make the changes, what are the ways that you would implement it, or just going and implementing, right? So like reading a tiny little bit, like not more than a chapter, just a little like a chapter, or even just like a piece of a chapter, and then enacting the thing or using it, and then again, resting. That's why mindfulness practice, meditation. I love yoga nidra, which is like the, kind of like a longer kind of yogic sleep kind of way of resting and kind of getting things to jumble around in there and get cemented and everything. But yeah, unfortunately, one of the ways that we are taught to learn in school is to just cram. And also we're often given, especially in public schools, we're given all kinds of information out of the context of anything, right? And so it's better if we can, as adults, if we have the choice to just go into learning something new as like saying, how can I enact this? And also be mindful of the need to rest and not like trying to, do what I used to do when I was in my PhD, where I would read a whole book in an afternoon because I just had so many books that I had to.
I would always do this in college, and I did not retain a good amount of that, I would say. Like towards the end of college, I learned to like take my time and pace and not cram. But you really do just like kind of black out after a certain number of hours.
To read, and I was like, okay, I'm going to read like this book at this part of the day, and then this other book, and then this other book, and this other book. It's like, yes, I did read all the books on the list, and I did, get to pass the classes and whatnot, but none of them matter to me in this day and age. None of that matters.
I also never read all the books. I never got to that point where I could read all the books. At best, I was skimming all the material. We all do our best, okay? Go to the bathroom. Be right back.
The company store, the paradigm of absolute control. And that's why we're just out here doing simple things, pointing out that we're meant to be in nature and be natural. And this is where we find the source that God made to transcend the New World Order. And that's why they want to try to keep us out of it.
I'm angry. I've had enough of these people. They're a bunch of Christian murderers, scum. They're on giant death factories, keeping babies alive and selling their body parts. What more do you need to know about these people? I go out and face these scum. They literally crawl out from under rocks. They have green looking skin and they run around screaming, we love Satan, we wanna eat babies. I have them on video.
Hillary
always in the creepy, weird, sick stuff, man. She sleeps in the same room with that creepy, weird woman whose mother wears a hood over her head. What the hell? That woman number one is ugly. Imagine how bad she smells, man. I'm told her and Obama just stink. Obama and Hillary both smell like sulfur. Literal vampire pot and the goblins are hobbling round, coming after us. My spirit gets close to that evil and I feel it go. We're such self-centered crap, we don't even notice hell itself rising up against us. Millions of pointed people of the very worst type, and I'm so pissed. We're gonna stab your daughter at the mall. We're gonna stab your wife, your son. We're gonna stab you with a butcher knife, and then the police chief is gonna say, we love our Somalis, we love our Muslims. Oh, they're so good, oh, they're so sweet.
I was watching Fox News as I worked out this morning.
She swore that she felt him. Got him down, begging her on his knees if she let him. Got your girl asking if she could get in a picture. Got no time, always home, I'll be writing that scripture. Yeah, yeah, Father, forgive me, I sin. Diamonds all up in my mouth, tattoos on my skin. Close the door, say, Hail Mary, chilling in blood. I'll have you sleepless, speechless, speaking in tongues. You can call me Jesus, my God, saying, don't tease us. Said I'm not, got him kneeling at my altar. For me, I'm your daddy and your daughter. Yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. Yes, please, yes, please, yes. Yes, please, yes, please, yes. I am your new religion. Meet me out back, we don't need no supervision. Double negatives always leaving my head spinning. Push the button up or down, just make a decision. Damn, yeah, can I get a break? What you wanna say? Looking at me like I got it written on my face. Come hell, the one and I'ma give and never take. Kneel down, what will they say? Our Father, up from above, I'll have you sleepless, speechless, speaking in tongues, yeah. You can call me Jesus, my God, saying, don't tease us. Said I'm not, got him kneeling at my altar. For me, I'm your daddy and your daughter. Yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. Yes, please, yes, please, yes. Yes, please, yes, please, yes. Jesus, you're there for me when I am low. Oh, come and restore our hope. You make all things new. My life was made for loving you. You can call me Jesus, my God, saying, don't tease us. Said I'm not, got him kneeling at my altar. For me, I'm your daddy and your daughter. Yes, please, yes, please, yes, please. Yes, please, yes, please, yes. Yes, please, yes, please, yes.
That's such a good song. Okay, we'll save it. We'll save it.
To me, all that matters are the things that I actually enacted, things that I
Yeah.
practiced, things that I did with other people, especially people I loved, you know? That's where you build memories. You build, like, you know, that kind of, like, your heart is in it. Your soul
Yeah.
is in it, you know?
Yeah. Learning things that you're not just learning from a book but that you're doing, or that you're exploring, or that you're doing with other people. That's real, as opposed to like, oh geez, I should learn about the history of the atom or whatever. If that's an interest area, if that's something that you're actively exploring, that you have an interest in with other folks, that you can go participate in, that's great. But if you're just like trying to cram in order to, like, an intelligent person should know about this, you're actually probably not going to benefit much from it.
Exactly. And you know, why would anyone want to learn that way? It's kind of like you were asking about the Mensa Club. It's like, but why?
Yeah.
What is in it for you? You know, the book you mentioned, I've actually given that as a gift, you know, so I think it's a great book and it's a great resource. And I like that. What's in it for me? What's in it for them? What's in it for, you know, what is in it for us? And if you learn like that, where it's just like trying to check a bunch of boxes, it's just like, okay, you'll check the boxes. Sure.
Yeah.
You know, but are you going to be smarter from that? Are you really going to be transformed? Like, we want to be transformed by knowledge. We don't want to just be like, oh, I did it. You know, I performed it. Sure.
Yeah, so much of test taking is just regurgitating knowledge. It's not, doesn't require you to engage with that knowledge on any kind of deeper level, which is really what's gonna, like, cement that knowledge for you, right? Yeah, I do think there's, like, a focus on, like quantity of output rather than quality. For sure.
That's actually one way of looking at it. It's just to ask yourself the question: am I performing something, or am I, you know, getting something out of? Am I being transformed? And it's kind of a funny way to say it, because you're a performer, you know. So it's like, you know, when you're performing because you're going on stage and you're ready to do it, right? And it's like, I'm performing, but like, do you want the rest of your time, especially when you're learning and stretching your mind, to be like a performance? Probably not, right? Yeah,
it gets very exhausting. Yeah. And I am guilty of doing that too much. Well, to end us here, I'd love to ask, you know, one of our goals in schooling in our education system is to, you know, we want to raise the intelligence level of our entire society. You know, that's sort of the point of public schooling, or of making sure that every child has an education. We care about the education of the
well, not in America. Pretty sure Americans' education system was designed to make good workers, right? I think that was most of it.
Intelligence of individual kids, but we also know that we sort of want the intelligence of the entire society to continue rising in a general way, that's important. Even just for the economy, right? Just on the most cynical basis, you need an educated populace. But we, of course, care about that for moral reasons and reasons of just it being a good thing. So how, in your view, in the last few minutes we have, I know it's a big question to ask, but like, what changes, if you could design a way of educating children, what would it be in order to give us the highest level of intelligence we can?
Well, the first thing is change our...
Look into knowledge max. How do I brain max everyone?
School environments, from places where we score kids and track them based on scores, to a place where every child is seen as an individual and is treated as valuable, and is treated as a person with infinite potential to learn, and is given that respect and that grace so that they can learn. And to take the kind of punitive way of dealing with kids who are neurodivergent out of the equation, because it just ruins it for everybody. It also makes the whole classroom environment and the school environment a really untrustworthy place for kids. You know, even if it's not happening to your kid or to like you, it's like it's happening to other people, and it's just awful, you know. It lowers the morale of all the learners there. So, you know, that's one thing. But we actually can't fix all the problems within the classroom, because we would need to really equalize our other learning environments, because we're not only in classrooms. So I'm saying, like, we need to equalize our neighborhoods. And that...
Fuck. I never tweeted or posted on Instagram that I'm live. God damn it. It's like too late now. Is it? I mean, I don't know. I'll probably be on for like 3 more hours. I didn't get through anything I wanted to yet.
That takes a whole lot of economic willpower and a lot of political willpower that, you know, hopefully we can generate. And I think that generationally speaking, we're getting wiser to this stuff, you know? But I think that we have a long ways to go. Having equalizing our environments as our main priority, first top priority, and then having the social and emotional learning part of it being our second priority, I think that those are the 2 things that I want to see us do. I think that will actually raise everything. It raises our standard of living, which is going to raise even those flawed test scores. And it's also going, with the social and emotional piece of it, you're going to have students actually for reals learning and retaining things and finding meaning and being transformed.
Yeah. And these are changes that would benefit everybody if we were to enact them, that it's not a matter of being soft on folks. It's a matter of, it's just like cleaning up pollution, like so many countries want to do, because they know that it's impacting their, their kids and their entire society. And they're like, hey, this is something that we need to do. Doing the same thing across our neighborhood, saying, hey, it's bad for everybody when there's a neighborhood that's polluted. So folks there have worse outcomes. When there's entire communities where people aren't able to have secure home lives, so their kids show up to school, sometimes work, because child labor is a big problem in America again, but really school. It's bad for everybody that kids are being put to work and are
fucking child labor. What are we doing even?
Are not achieving their full potential. Like, that's a drag on our entire society, and it's therefore a drag on you. Like, your life is worse, even if you come from more fortunate means, if we're not taking care of each other.
Yes, exactly.
Well, Rena, thank you so much for coming on the show to talk to us about this. The book is called Rethinking Intelligence, and you can get it at factuallypod.com/books if you want to buy it from our special bookshop and support the show. Anywhere else that you'd like to shout out that where people can buy it, and where can people find you online?
You can also buy.
Hey, yo, what the fuck? Okay, this is the hours a minor can work during the school year by state. That in a little bit. Yeah, that's 48 hours in Texas and Nevada. And what the fuck is this? Arkansas? I think that's Arkansas. $44 hours, 30, 28, and 28. Dude, this all seems like too much. This. Jesus. Yikes, dude.
Buy it, of course, at Amazon and at HarperCollins' website. And you can find more about me at my website, drrenabliss.com.
Rena, thank you so much for being on the show.
Thank you very much, Adam. It was so fun.
Well, Well, thank you once again to Dr. Bliss for coming on the show. If you want to pick up a copy of her book, you can get it once again at factuallypod.com/books. Your purchase there will support not just this show, but your local bookshop as well. I also want to thank everybody who supports this show at the $15 a month level on Patreon. Our most recent subscribers at that level are Always Sunny, McProninator, Ashley Molina Diaz, Ask, Ghost, Francisco Ojeda, Dark Avenger, Yet Another Mike, Pat, Hayden Matthews, and Eric Zieger. Thank you so much to all of them. If you want to join them, head to patreon.com/Adam Conover. Thanks as always to my producer, Sam Roudman, my engineer, Kyle McGraw, and to the fine folks at Falcon Northwest for building me the...
Shout out.
Time to talk about AI.
Way too dank, Cleo. Chill. Chill.
Right now, we're in this weird moment where lots of smart people agree that we're on the cusp of this truly world-changing technology. But some of them seem to be saying it's going to kill us all, while others are saying it's more profound than fire.
You know, I've always thought of AI as the most profound technology, more profound than fire or electricity.
It's clear at this point that something big is happening. But my problem is, it's all just so vague. I want to know, how specifically would AI kill me? Or how would it dramatically
True! This is the question I've been asking. I want specifics. I want a play-by-play.
Transform my life for the better. In this video, that's what I'm going to try to figure out. What the most extreme, bad, and good possible futures with AI actually look like, so that you and I can get ready. And more importantly, so that we can be a part of making sure that our real future goes right.
Artificial intelligence.
The benefits vastly outweigh the risks.
Eventually, they will completely outthink their makers.
AI could begin to kill humans.
AI has the potential to change society.
A lot of people can be replaced by this technology.
Is this depressing? I don't see why it should be.
This will be the greatest technology humanity has yet developed.
Huge if true.
To understand why you're seeing so many mind-blowing AI tools all of a sudden, you need to understand how they actually work. And to do that, we need to play some chess. This isn't one of those, oh my god, AI beats a person kind of games. In this game, neither of the players are human. One is a famous chess engine, a system programmed by humans with insanely complex rules for how to play the game. The other is using a very different strategy, and that second player absolutely crushed the first.
It had learned the game without any of those rules. It just watched enough games to see what winning looked like.
That is Eric Schmidt, former CEO of Google and chairman of its parent company, Alphabet. Yeah. He was chairman of the company when they created that second player, AlphaZero.
Before that moment, all of the game playing was done algorithmically. Move here, evaluate this, do the math that.
But that's not how AlphaZero worked.
It didn't understand the principles of what a rook and a pawn and so forth and so on. It just knew how to play because it had observed enough games, and it learned how to win.
In other words, our best systems had gone from using human-given rules to win, to using observation to win.
So you can think of that as moving from algorithms to learning. That, to me, was a major, major deal.
This ability to learn changed everything. It's what...
I don't know, is that really learning? Is that really learning, though? That's just, like, repeating patterns. I feel like the algorithm was closer to learning. No? I don't know.
Makes incredible tools like ChatGPT possible today. You now know this technique as
machine learning.
Machine learning.
Machine learning.
The reason that it suddenly feels like AI is everywhere is because of the incredible success of machine learning specifically. At a basic level, the idea is that instead of giving a computer a rigid set of rules that says, if this happens, then these are the possible outcomes, instead you give a computer a set of inputs and outputs and allow it to create the rules that turn one into the other. Meaning that it might come up with rules that we didn't think of, or maybe don't even understand. But making the AI models that can do all of the incredible things that you see now just recently became possible. And it's because the computers training them have gotten way more powerful. Look at this graph. So you see it going up, and then around 2009, the computing power behind AI models just begins to explode. That change is largely thanks to a switch in the physical technology used to do that training, going from CPUs to GPUs. My favorite way to show the difference between CPUs and GPUs is this Mythbusters demo back in 2009. That robot right there represents a CPU, and it shoots paint in these little sequential bursts. It can get the job done, but it's slow. And this robot represents a GPU, so instead of shooting paint one little bit at a time, it can shoot in parallel. Basically, the physical tools behind AI are extremely powerful now, and they're getting even more powerful.
That's so fucking cool.
Fast. According to OpenAI, the amount of computing power used in the largest AI models has been doubling every 3 months. This is why you're seeing now AI is able to pass the bar exam.
And it's only getting faster. Line go up. Line go straight up.
Make more realistic images, answer more complex questions. It's why this particular type of AI technology is both so promising and so scary.
Artificial intelligence may kill us first.
The risk that could lead to the extinction of humans.
AI is a fundamental existential risk for human civilization.
How do we know we can keep control?
So we have this technology that can learn, and it's learning fast. And so of course, in large part thanks to Hollywood, we imagine that it'll learn to kill us.
The CPU is a neural net processor, a learning computer.
But as much as these systems appear to be human, they're not.
It happened in a movie, so it's going to happen in real life.
Why would they want to kill us? They don't want anything. And yet, Bill Gates, Sam Altman, and hundreds of other tech leaders recently signed a 22-word statement that shocked me. I'll just read it to you. Mitigating the risk of extinction from AI should be a global priority alongside other societal scale risks such as pandemics and nuclear war. That is an incredible statement, that the development of AI is in the same realm of risk and importance as destruction by nuclear war. To better understand why they feel this way, I turned to this survey. This is the same one that's been widely reported as half of AI researchers give AI a 10% chance of causing human extinction. The specific question that they were asked is, what probability do you put on human inability to control future advanced AI systems causing human extinction? So what's going on here? Well, the surveyors summarized an argument for why AI might be so dangerous by saying it's essentially the old story of the genie in the lamp, or the sorcerer's apprentice, or King Midas. You get exactly what you ask for, not what you want. Imagine this. In the future, someone creates a powerful machine learning system and gives it the desired output of a very accurate climate prediction. Then the AI, using its self-created rules, figures out that the more computing hardware it can use, the more accurate its prediction will be. Then it figures out that by releasing a biological weapon, there would be fewer humans taking up the valuable computing hardware that it needs. So that's what it does. And then it gives its climate prediction to no one left. This is the category of thing that the researchers mean when they say a system optimizing a function of n variables will often set the remaining unconstrained variables to extreme values. In other words, it might
that escalated so fast.
Optimize for what we tell it to do at the expense of other things that we care about. You get exactly what you ask for, not what you want. The term that researchers use for this is specification gaming, and 82% of the researchers surveyed agreed that it was an important or the most important problem in AI today. Specification gaming leading to disaster becomes less likely if we work to contain AI systems, and we don't let them get connected to tools that might physically harm humans, like don't give them the nuclear codes. But how likely is anything like this to actually happen? I honestly don't know. And I think neither does anyone, which is a big reason why all of those tech CEOs signed that letter, and why you might have heard people advocating for a pause on AI development. However, there are real risks to not moving forward, too. There's a fairly large and impressive group of people now advocating for a pause on AI development. What do you think about that?
I think it's a terrible idea. And the reason is that a pause would give time for our competitors, which starts with China, to catch up. At the moment, the US is in a very strong position. We have all of the top models, we have the majority of the researchers, we have the majority of the hardware, we have the majority of the data that's being used. That's not going to be true forever, but this is a critical time for us to build this technology in American values, liberal values, not authoritarian values.
So we've created these tools that have started to become so powerful that we're concerned about how well they might do what we ask. And at the same time, every country, every company is incentivized to build them first, with their own interests in mind. But why should we want AI in the first place? Like, what's the goal here? In my view, the most positive extreme case for AI that I've heard
Do more productivity, line go up. Donks. That's most of the motivation right now, right?
Isn't how much better or faster it can do the mundane things that we already do. It's how it could leapfrog us to do things that we can't. You might be wondering, how? Because of how incredibly good machine learning systems are at pattern matching, they can sometimes give us results that we can verify are correct, but we don't totally understand how it got there. It's funny, it's the same skill that scares us is the one that gives this tool such incredible potential. And if you're feeling a little bit skeptical here, that's totally fine and understandable. I was too, until I heard this example. In 2021, researchers used machine learning on a problem that had up until very recently been called, quote, one of the most important yet unresolved issues of modern science. It figured out the structure of a protein from just its amino acid building blocks. For decades, our best effort to do this has been to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars per protein to shoot x-rays at them, all in the hopes of learning just a little bit more about our own bodies and make better medicines. This is how we got new treatments for diabetes and sickle cell disease, breast cancer, and the flu. But then researchers—
Holy shit. Wait, that's actually so cool.
fed pairs of sequences and 3D structures that we already knew into a machine learning system and allowed it to learn the patterns between them. And the result was just incredible. We now have predicted 3D
Matrix confirmed.
structures for nearly all proteins known to science. More than 200 million of them.
DeepMind's AlphaFold.
AlphaFold? AlphaFold was able to do in a matter of days what might take years.
Solving an impossible problem in biology.
I get a little
Yo, that's so sick.
Emotional just thinking about this, about how many people's lives might actually get better because of this knowledge explosion. And this is just one example of what we've already been able to do. As machine learning systems get better and better, people have extremely high hopes about what we might be able to use them for.
We have lots of problems in the world. Think about climate change, for example. Climate change will be solved to the degree it's solved by using techniques that are very complicated and very powerful that will have as their basis generative AI.
I just worry if it's wrong. Like, what happens if it's wrong, though? And someone doesn't check it? You know what I mean?
And I think that we want that future.
After learning more about AI and this moment that we're in, I think I've figured out why it feels so confusing and so hard. We're living inside a trolley problem. Down one path is the status quo, life without AI. But with this incredible new tool, we can pull ourselves onto another path, one that could fundamentally change society. But we just don't know at what cost. Will AI give us what we ask for or what we actually want? In this video, we've only talked about the most extreme futures with AI. In other episodes, we're gonna go deep into specific applications. We'll go full on, huge if true, into AI in music and news and robotics and climate and food and sports and more to explore how these tools might transform our world. It's easy to dismiss it as crazy when you hear someone say that AI might be
more profound than fire or electricity.
And while the cynical side of my brain wants to say that it's probably true that most of the most ambitious AI efforts will likely fail, the more optimistic, huge if true side of my brain just keeps wondering, what if they actually work?
She's a relentless optimist. I don't know how she does it. I'm always just thinking about all the scary sides and stuff, but what if? Huge if true, indeed.
Hi Peaches, it's Shelva, welcome back to my channel and thank you for clicking on another video. We are going to have a conversation with a robot today.
This is a little bit of a sidetrack, but kind of not really. I don't know. Shelva is talking about race and GPT.
thought that if you had asked me if in 2023 I would be asking a robot's opinion on racism, that I would be able to take you seriously. But that time has come. ChatGPT, the name on everybody's minds, the tool that everybody's using to write scripts for YouTube videos and descriptions for houses and all sorts, is proving to be really useful in a range of circumstances. But I was having a good chat with Jamie and we were wondering what on earth ChatGPT would think about the minority characteristics that we love to advocate for. We're talking LGBT plus rights, we're talking being a person of colour. So a shout out to Jamie, who is an incredible creator and who I believe probably at the time that this video has come out has done a similar video looking at ChatGPT's thoughts on all things trans. I figured we'd ask ChatGPT about how why did I want to gender ChatGPT as a man? Oh my god, this social conditioning, it's annoying. What they would think about me being brown. Some thoughts, some tips, some helpful action points onto how to deal with discrimination on brownness.
Interesting. She said they. Like, I would have said it. Interesting. How do you appropriately pronoun AI? What are your pronouns, AI? Wait, should I ask it?
So let's see what we can learn from a robot. And look, when I say robot, we all know that what we're talking about here is the gorgeous collation of thoughts and research and experiences online. So let's see. It's not that a robot has conscious thought right now, at least anyway. The robot just sounds a lot sexier, doesn't it? So let's go. All right, so we have ChatGPT up here. Hi, babe. Do you like smileys? I was having a chat with a friend who said that calling people babe is actually a sign of disrespect. I don't mean it in that way. I just need you to know that. For anyone who I ever call babe, I really just say it as one of those vanilla phrases of affirmation and love. Hello, how can I assist you today? All right, we're ready. For some reason it says hello babe at the top of the chat. First I thought I'd ask ChatGPT to help me understand what racism is. What is racism? That feels a bit blunt. I was wondering if you could help me understand. Racism is a belief system or ideology that asserts that some races are inherently superior or inferior to others. It often involves discrimination, prejudice, or unequal treatment based on race. I feel like we're getting a bit of a Wikipedia response here, but I don't mind that. It's good information. Racism has harmful effects on individuals and communities, contributing to social divisions, unequal opportunities, and the perpetuation of stereotypes and prejudices. Why does racism exist? See, what I'd love for ChatGPT to tell me right now is that it's because some people are arseholes, and it shouldn't be the case. But no, it seems that ChatGPT has very kindly provided me with actual facts that I could probably pop in an essay. The existence of racism is a complex issue. There's historical, social, and psychological factors. Here are some reasons. Historical factors.
I was right. ChatGPT says you can refer to me as it, or simply ChatGPT.
Colonialism, slavery, fear and ignorance. Racism often stems from fear and ignorance of people who are different from oneself. Lack of exposure to diverse cultures, limited education and stereotypes can contribute to the perpetuation of racial biases and prejudice. Power and privilege, socialization and cultural differences, systemic and institutional factors, and psychological factors. It's important to note, says ChatGPT, that whilst these factors help explain why it exists, they do not justify or excuse it. Yes, ChatGPT! Overcoming racism requires collective efforts to challenge and dismantle discriminatory systems, promote education and empathy, and foster inclusive attitudes.
Anti-racist AI! This is what we need.
Behaviors. That's cute. You know, I didn't expect ChatGPT to be racist. That is not why I was making this video. But I do recall a long time ago, some big company made an AI that you could talk to, and it learned everything from what people were inputting to it. And I remember it went horribly wrong because one of the first things that wonderful, kind society decided would be a great idea would be to teach it to be really discriminatory and particularly anti-Semitic, and it was quite nasty. I'm really glad to see this as a very positive and radically different result to that. ChatGPT, are you racist? No, I'm not. As an artificial intelligence language model, I don't possess personal beliefs, emotions, or prejudices. I'm designed to provide information and assist users with their
no prejudice. Nopers, I'm sure there's zero prejudice that accidentally snuck in the code.
Queries to the best of my abilities whilst adhering to ethical guidelines and promoting inclusivity, respect, and understanding. My purpose is to offer helpful and unbiased information to users. I love that. But if you did have personal beliefs. Do you think they'd be racist? Don't know what ChatGPT will say to this. As an AI language model, I don't have personal beliefs, opinions, or consciousness. I don't possess any inherent tendencies or predisposition, including racism. My responses are generated based on patterns and information from the data I was trained on. However, I'm not racist is what you should be saying. But no, it's important to note that AI models are trained on human-generated data which may contain biases. Efforts are made to minimize these biases during training, but it's possible that some exist which could potentially be reflected in
Even ChatGPT recognizes that it might have inherent bias. Incredible.
responses. It's crucial to critically evaluate and contextualize the information provided by AI models and by life. Thanks, ChatGPT. A good lesson for critical thinking with newspapers and media platforms too. Don't you think? I don't know how chatty we can be with ChatGPT. Absolutely. Yes, ChatGPT. I know ChatGPT is very much like, look babe, I'm a robot, stop asking me personal questions, but I want to dig a little bit more. What do you think about racist people? We get the same, I don't possess personal thoughts. Racist attitudes and actions have negative impacts on individuals who are targeted, as well as on society as a whole, perpetuating social divisions and hindering progress towards a more inclusive and equitable world. Is an inclusive and equitable world a good thing? Because if you can answer that, then that tells me where your thoughts lie. Yes, an inclusive and equitable world is widely regarded as a positive goal to strive for, and here's why. Justice,
Comrade GPT.
And fairness, human rights, social cohesion and unity, economic benefits, sustainable development. Promoting an inclusive and equitable world is a continuous effort that requires collective action, policies, and a commitment to recognising and addressing systemic injustices. I like ChatGPT. I feel like ChatGPT would make a good therapist. Tell me about myself then. Should I love being brown? This is actually a question that I have in the past asked a therapist because that's how broken my mind was. Embracing and loving your own racial or ethnic identity is a personal and subjective experience. Your feelings about being brown or any other race or ethnicity can vary based on your experiences, cultural background, and sense of self. It's important to acknowledge and celebrate one's own racial or ethnic identity as it's an integral part of who you are. Many individuals find empowerment and a sense of belonging in embracing their heritage, culture, and the diverse aspects that make them unique. However, it's important to note that self-love and acceptance should not be based solely on race or ethnicity. It's essential to appreciate all aspects of your identity, including your talents, values, character traits, and personal achievements. ChatGPT, you're gonna make me cry!
GPT said, "You're more than your skin, honey."
You're so cute! Oh, if you find yourself struggling with self-acceptance or facing challenges to do with your race or ethnic identity, it can be helpful to seek support from trusted friends, family, or mental health professionals. Remember, says ChatGPT, you have the right to embrace and love all aspects of yourself, including your racial or ethnic identity, in a way that feels authentic and empowering to you. How can an AI tool be so beautifully eloquent and kind? I genuinely feel myself welling up. I feel like this is better than any advice I could have provided. I want to screenshot this and I want to send it to my younger sisters and be like, see, you love yourself. ChatGPT told you to. Let's continue with some of these opinions.
Even the robot says to love yourself.
GPT, my love, do you like langas? ChatGPT is really thinking about
what is langas?
About this one. Oh, I don't have the ability to like or dislike physical objects like langas. Are langas beautiful? Langas are often considered beautiful by many people, particularly those who appreciate the aesthetic.
A long skirt worn by women in South Asia that is often elaborately embroidered with beads, mirrors, and other ornaments. Gorgeous. Okay, Shaba, I like them. Odd. So elaborate. So pretty. Holy. Holy. Oh, that picture sucks, but that's pretty. Embroidery. Stunning. Stunning. So cool. So cool. Look at all the mirrors. It's so shiny. And all this beautiful embroidery. Incredible.
Craftsmanship and cultural significance associated with them. Ultimately, the perception of beauty is highly subjective and it varies from person to person. What matters most is how the individual wearing the lehenga feels whilst adorning it and the significance it holds for them within their cultural context. ChatGPT, that was a roller coaster. I felt like the ChatGPT went from like politician mode to like, do you love wearing a lehenga, Shaba? That's what's really important here. This is adorable. I really think
it really is kind of a therapist.
That like 13-year-old Shaba who really struggled to put on or associate anything, not just lehengas, but anything to do with Asian culture, could really have used this advice. What is the best South Asian, Sooty, ASAP, what? No. South Asian food. South Asian cuisine. Oh, number one, I see a list and biryani is right on top, and I love that because biryani is like the number one thing in my Mauritian culture. So we're talking biryani, we're talking butter chicken, masala dosa, Rogan Josh. I see you. Oh, little Samasaza made the list. So cute. So cute. What is the coolest thing about being South Asian? I don't know what I'm expecting from these answers, to be honest. There are several aspects of South Asian culture that people often find interesting and captivating. Here are a few notable aspects that some people might consider cool about being South Asian. Rich cultural heritage. South Asia is home to a rich and diverse cultural heritage with a history spanning thousands of years, from ancient civilizations to vibrant art forms, traditional music, dance, and literature. South Asian culture offers a wealth of fascinating traditions and stories to explore. Festivals and celebrations. South Asia is known for its colourful and joyous festivals. Diwali, Holi, Eid, I love it. Unique customs and rituals and displays of art and music and food. Incredible cuisine, tell me about it. From aromatic curries to mouth-watering street food. Art and craftsmanship, spiritual traditions, language diversity. These are just a few examples, says ChatGPT. The coolest thing about being South Asian will ultimately vary from person to person based on their personal connection to their heritage, interests, and experiences. Damn it, I thought that ChatGPT was going to be like, the coolest thing about being South Asian is Bhangra. But no, not yet. I just need to take ChatGPT out for dinner. Have a couple more flowers. You know, break those walls down. All right, I have an odd question. On what date will racism no longer exist? Predicting an exact date for the complete eradication of racism is difficult, as it's a complex and deeply ingrained issue that requires long-term efforts and systemic changes. See, I appreciate that it's factual, but in between this, what I'm hearing is ChatGPT is definitely saying that racism is not okay. In one sense, it really makes me happy, because this is like...
I mean, of course it does. Of course it does. They had to.
Genuine evidence, right, that ChatGPT is not a bigot. ChatGPT is absolutely seeing racism as a problem. Maybe that's the question I should ask. Is racism a problem? Yes, okay, good. That's good, I'm glad. Because there are so many people in the world who honestly don't feel that racism is an issue. And I'm of course glad that ChatGPT does not promote that view. Having said that, I don't know how I would feel if I was a racist going onto here trying to find information and ChatGPT is telling me like, oh, I'm not biased. I am an AI tool. I am not biased. Having said that, I don't know why my mind is now trying to appease racists. That's weird, Shaba. Thoughts? Let's go back to our previous question. Whilst the complete elimination of racism may be an ideal to strive for, it's important to acknowledge that progress might be gradual and may require ongoing efforts across generations. The aim should be to continuously challenge and address racism, striving for a future where equality and justice are upheld for all individuals, regardless of race and ethnicity. Do you know, doing this has made me feel so much better about being brown. I thought I was in a really good place. I am in a really good place, but this has made me feel like more than neutral, but just like genuinely really proud, like exploring these things. I didn't expect that to be a consequence of this video, but here we are. All right, I think for a final section, we should ask ChatGPT some questions about action points, what we can do to feel less affected by racism, right? And hopefully to make the world a less racist place. How can I feel better about the color of my skin? Because this isn't personal opinion, right? We're asking for advice now, so ChatGPT should be able to help. Recognize that diversity in skin tones is natural and beautiful. Embrace and celebrate your unique features, including your skin color, as part of your identity. I love that. Let's do some self-reflecting. I honestly used to think of myself and be like, ugh, Shelby, the same color as poo. Like, that's genuinely how bad my internalized racism was. I hated my name, I hated the way I
So sad. Oh.
looked, I hated the way my culture smelt and sounded and tasted. Weirdly, I wanted nothing more than to be called Claire. Of all the names, not that there's anything wrong with being called Claire, but my thoughts and feelings for wanting that were incredibly unhealthy. I wanted nothing more than to never have to walk into Southall or marketplaces that showed Asian clothes, and I was so wrong. Because now when I think about my skin colour, I look at myself and I'm like, oh, what a pretty smooth chocolate bar you are. What a gorgeous honey glazed chicken wing you are. I love the colour of my skin. I love the fact that I can match it with my hair. I don't love the fact actually that I can't wear certain palettes, but that's more because I have bubblegum pink hair now, not the colour of my skin. The reason that I'm sharing this is because, one, ChatGPT has asked me to reflect, which I love, but because I want you, lovely peach watching this video, if you have even an inch of yourself that is unhappy with your natural skin, whether that be your size, whether it be the fact that we have these little bumps or these little fishbowl-y stretch marks, like, the world is big, the world is wide, and there is too much to do and not enough time to spend the little of it that we have worrying about our bodies without us having to strive to meet beauty standards that shouldn't exist, that are unattainable, and that ultimately reflect a motivation not to do what you want to do, but what society is telling you to do. That's where it's a problem. Oh, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'm sorry that was so long. Surround yourself, says ChatGPT, with positive influences by people who uplift and support you and appreciate and value diversity. Engage in conversations and activities that promote body positivity and self-acceptance, and limit exposure to negative influences like social media accounts or individuals that perpetuate unrealistic beauty standards or
That's just good advice for everyone.
discriminatory attitudes. ChatGPT, take the mic, babe. Wow, you are amazing today. You're on fire. I love this. Educate yourself, says number 3.
Real.
Challenge biases and stereotypes. Practice self-care and seek support. Remember that building self-confidence and feeling better about your skin color is a process that takes time. It's important to be patient and kind to yourself throughout the journey of self-acceptance. Focus on celebrating unique qualities and cultivating a positive and inclusive mindset. Oh, ChatGPT! ChatGPT has knocked it out of the park today, right? It's not just me. I totally underestimated how amazing ChatGPT would be at giving advice like this. This is amazing. Can you give me advice on what to do if someone is being racist? Let's go less conceptual and more actionable. Experiencing racism can be deeply hurtful and challenging to navigate. Here's some suggestions on
Interesting. What it's gonna say.
how to respond if someone's being racist towards you. Stay safe. Remove yourself from the situation if possible, especially if you're feeling physically threatened or in immediate danger. Remain calm. It can be difficult, but try to stay calm and composed. Ooh, interesting. Responding with anger or aggression may escalate situations further. Take deep breaths and remind yourself that racist behavior is a reflection of their ignorance and prejudice, not a reflection of your worth. I love that so much. But also, interestingly, a brain fart moment that I often have in my head is whether anger and sort of lashing out is acceptable. In most cases, I totally appreciate that being angry and lashing out and shouting actually doesn't improve situations. However, if you are hurt by not just one person, but hundreds of years of history, I can also understand why lashing out may be a very reasonable response. And I never want to say that people cannot be angry. However, I do appreciate where ChatGPT is coming from, particularly from a safety point of view. But that is probably something, and the only thing so far that I've seen from ChatGPT that I would actually challenge and be like, yes, but also, yes, and also allow people to be aggressive, because you need to get it out somehow. Assert yourself.
Yeah. Well, they can't say that. For legal reasons.
If you feel comfortable and safe doing so, assertively communicate your boundaries and let the person know that their comments or behaviours are inappropriate and offensive. Seek support, document an incident, report the incident, educate and inform, and practice self-care. Oh, you're a cutie, ChatGPT. Thank you for your advice. Hot face, hot face. You're very welcome. I got a Oh, Star from ChatGPT, so cute. Oh my goodness. Are we friends now? I wasn't sure what to expect, but what I found was overwhelmingly positive. Would you go to ChatGPT for advice? Because I tell you, after today, I certainly would. I'm not being funny. A lot of what ChatGPT said to me today is what I have heard from therapists, so it is really good advice, and I would absolutely recommend it as a tool going forward. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up. Subscribe if you'd like to see more. Beautiful. That was really cringe. But cringe aside, I mean it. Love yourself because you're so worthy of love, and I will see you next time in another video. Be kind.
Real.
Have a great day. Bye.
Of a new form of leftism that has infected institutions across our...
Oh god. Oh god. Fuck. It's cultural Marxism time. I don't know if I'm ready for this emotionally.
nation. This form of cultural Marxism.
The author of the brand new book, Unwoke, How to Defeat Cultural Marxism in America.
The president, who together with a band of his closest thugs, misfits, and Marxists.
Cultural Marxism.
Cultural Marxism.
Cultural Marxism.
Cultural Marxism.
Today, we're talking about cultural Marxism. What it is, where it came from, and why conservatives seem to love talking about it.
What does it all mean?
But if you don't want to stick around for the whole video, here's the gist. Cultural Marxism is a conservative buzzword, one that the right uses pretty carelessly to frighten its voters, inspire hate crimes, and make people think that America is, and can't be anything but, a white Christian.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Marx was an economist. Writing economic theory, not writing cultural theory. Oh.
And patriarchal country. You've basically already heard how the right uses cultural Marxism before. It's used as a label for a conspiracy theory that the right has given a lot of names to over time. Names like political correctness, wokeism, or multiculturalism, all of which have been used at one point or another interchangeably with cultural Marxism. Each of these words, of course, means something normal. Political correctness basically means not saying bigoted things. Woke means being aware of structural injustices. And multiculturalism means it's good that there's not just one kind of people here. But to a reactionary audience, they also have a secondary meaning. They're names for a trend in our society behind which the right believes there's a powerful conspiracy. A conspiracy to, quote, destroy the West, supposedly being led by an elite of academics, corporate and media executives, and activists, all of whom the right believe are Marxists. And maybe also Jewish, but we'll get to that part later. The point of using the phrase cultural Marxism is to scare conservative voters, misinform them about progressive politics and who holds institutional power under capitalism, and advance a violent white supremacist agenda. And if you're a conservative watching this video, I know that right now I probably sound like a lefty stereotype. But I promise that's really what this rhetoric is about, and I can actually show you if you let me walk you through the evidence. Why don't we start with a quick history lesson?
Brave of you to assume any conservative is still listening.
Cultural Marxism conspiracy theory first appeared in the US in the mid-90s, early 2000s-ish. But it's possible to trace a similar idea back to 1930s Germany and the Nazis. When the Nazis came to power, they designated as one of their enemies something they called cultural Bolshevism, or alternatively, Judeo-Bolshevism. Cultural Bolshevism was a conspiracy theory promoted by Hitler, Goebbels, and other prominent Nazis that a plot of Jewish communists was out to destroy German society and the West. Hitler and Goebbels would make a point of calling Marx Karl Heinrich Marx, kind of like how some conservatives call Obama Barack Hussein Obama, and would repeatedly mention that important figures in socialist history were Jewish, like Leon Trotsky or Rosa Luxemburg. Then they would claim, incorrectly and without any basis in fact, that a few Jewish people controlled the world, the banks, the government, that they were communists, and that they were bringing about chaos, destruction, and degeneracy.
It's all so fucking nonsensical.
All justifications the Nazis would then use for the Holocaust and the mass executions of left-wing opposition during their rule. Here's a couple of quotes of the kind of stuff they said.
Oh, that was so fast.
The kind of stuff they said.
It was the Jew who discovered Marxism. It is the Jew who, for decades past, has endeavored to stir up world revolutions. The medium Marxism. The Jew who is today at the head of Marxism in all the countries of the world, only the brain of a nomad who is without nation, race, and country. But this Satanism have been hatched. Satanism? Are they Jewish or are they Satanists? Huh? That's crazy. I can't believe this is old school shit. That's wild. Where can our interests be more convergent than in our struggle against the symptoms of degeneracy in the contemporary world, in our struggle against cultural Marxism? Out of it. Yikes. Yikes, dude.
Anyway, flash forward. 60-ish years later, in the US now, the cultural Marxism conspiracy theory is created by these guys: Michael Minnicino, Gerald Atkinson, and William Lind. Throughout the mid-90s and early 2000s, all three of these paleoconservative authors, alongside a few others, wrote articles with some random mix of the words cultural Marxism.
The fuck is paleoconservative? There's so many political terms I still don't know. I don't know if that's a joke about them being old or if it's a real term. A person who advocates old or traditional forms of conservatism, an extremely right-wing conservative. Gotcha.
Frankfurt School, and political correctness in the title. And Lind's ended up becoming the most influential of the bunch, and kickstarting the cultural Marxism craze. So that's what we'll focus on in this video. Like his two buddies, Lind lays out the basic idea behind what he thinks cultural Marxism is, and why he thinks it's a problem. For starters, he thinks cultural Marxism is to blame for basically everything he doesn't like.
Where does all this stuff we've heard about this morning, the victim feminism, the gay rights movement, the invented statistics, the rewritten history, the lies, the demands, all of the rest of it, where does it come from? For the first time in our history, Americans have to be fearful of what they say, of what they write, and of what they think. They have to be afraid of using the wrong word, a word that is denounced as offensive or insensitive, as racist, sexist, or homophobic.
Damn. It's really been like the same fucking talking points for like 30 years. Literally verbatim the same.
Where does it come from? What is it? We call it political correctness. Political correctness is cultural Marxism.
For a country that's been steeping in Red Scare rhetoric for nearly a century at this point, associating basically anything with socialism, Marxism, or communism is a pretty safe bet to get conservatives to hate it. And you probably already know that this rhetoric hasn't changed since.
The perspective is that anything white is bad because that's the dominant culture. You dehumanize people. You don't treat them as individuals. It is a Marxist ideology.
The cultural Marxists, what they thrive on is chaos. Personal chaos, people being made miserable, people living in fear. If you live in fear, you can't run a business, you can't build your business, build your family. Spirituality goes out the window, and that's how they win.
These are the right's favorite lies. In truth, not many people would object to what's actually taught in women's, queer, or black studies departments. Professors in these departments all more or less research and then teach pretty easily verifiable truths. Like, some groups in the US are marginalized on the basis of their class, race, gender, and/or sexual orientation. Some parts of our culture and of our economy make this marginalization both easier and cause it to feel more normalized. Historical and contemporary facts point to the conclusion that this is more of a feature, not a bug, of capitalism. They're not teaching white kids to hate themselves or rewriting history or whatever. It's all pretty obvious stuff. Similarly, not many people are opposed to the civil rights or gay rights movements and their demands for equality. But conservatives will lie and imply these movements are basically promoting butchering straight white people in their sleep and grooming children, which they're not. And again, not many people object to the idea that if someone says something racist, someone else is allowed to say, "Shut up." That's free speech. But conservatives like to call this censorship, which it's not. But it does sound worse. When pundits talk about cultural Marxism, they'll take these mischaracterizations and tie them to another word most people have trouble defining: a word conservatives already distrust: Marxism. Then they'll take these mischaracterizations, both of Marxism and of various progressive beliefs, and say that they're the product of some hidden elite.
The hegemony of the people currently in charge.
They're doing it in secrecy.
The socialists are in charge of the White House.
Nowadays, conservatives are pretty explicit when they call progressive politics.
Wait, when did socialists take charge of the White House? Pog. Fucking wicked. I didn't know. When does my healthcare kick in?
Elitism. Lynn's a little more indirect with his approach. First, he starts by bringing up a few Marxist academics: Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and Herbert Marcuse.
The members of the Frankfurt School are Marxist.
Then he says the Frankfurt School is at the root of the cultural Marxism conspiracy.
That the Frankfurt School, I believe, are the origins of the mess we find ourselves in our culture right now. They're the architects of the destruction of American culture as we know it.
When you look at the background of critical race theory, this comes out of critical theory. Where does that come from? It comes from a school called the Franklin School that comes out of Berlin.
And then he tells a story. From the anti-war protests through to the civil rights movement, and up to the highest level of government and media corporations, Lind et al. Claim that everything cultural Marxism starts with the Frankfurt School and their writing about critical theory. According to Lind, the ideas of a few lesser-known Marxist academics somehow became the dominant ideas of the elite in US civil society. Everything, basically, thanks to a couple of pretty niche books influential only within their field. For example, Lind says that Horkheimer developing critical theory created all the queer, black, and women's studies departments in universities. It didn't. Then he says these departments teach students to divide society into oppressors and victim groups, and this is why America is divided. That's not what they teach. Then he says this division was the Frankfurt School's intention, because division makes America weak and therefore vulnerable to communism, which is what they wanted all along. And all of this sounds sort of plausible, until you remember that racial, gender, and economic divisions straight up already existed way before Horkheimer. Like, Lind makes it seem as if Horkheimer pointing these things out, which he wasn't the first or last to do by a long shot, made racism and the struggle against it exist all of a sudden. As if this country being divided was the fault of people resisting their oppression, not the fault of the people doing it. He also briefly implies that cultural Marxist total control of society and culture happened because one of the members of the Frankfurt School worked for the OSS, and then two of them moved to Hollywood. I just thought that was funny. Like, they literally just moved to LA. They didn't make movies or anything, but that's his explanation for all the shady shit going on. Anyway, the quick summary of the last section is that cultural Marxists rule the world because some people acknowledge racism instead of pretending it doesn't exist. The cultural Marxism conspiracy would have you believe that behind every liberal, centrist politician saying Black Lives Matter, there's a secret communist. What's missing from Lind's analysis?
I mean, maybe there is. There's a communist inside of all of us. Flush. Forward.
This is the truth. We have a government almost entirely made up of centrist and right-wing millionaires and billionaires, lobbied by every major corporation from weapons to pharmaceuticals. Business executives run most major universities. Every econ department in the country teaches capitalist economics at the 101 level to hundreds of thousands of students as if it's the only thing that exists. And every major media company is owned by billionaires and funded by other billionaire advertisers. You couldn't get a more capitalist-dominated system. But sure, a few social science departments teaching the work of one of the most influential political thinkers of the time is proof that anti-capitalists, who can't even get 1% of the vote, are running the country. Apparently, all the power of the capitalist class is just a facade. One day the communists will come out from the shadows, just wait. While in the meantime, Biden approves
any day now
more oil and gas drilling on public lands than Trump. He'll show his true colors one day though, trust me. The thing is, the only way you could think that Marxists are running the US is if you, 1, defined Marxism as saying things like Black Lives Matter regardless of what you actually do after saying it, for example, pumping billions into police departments, and 2, defined being an elite as simply displaying these quote-unquote Marxist beliefs, regardless of wealth, status, or power. That is, in fact, precisely how DeSantis defines it. DeSantis defines it.
Really does not signify some tremendous aptitude, great wealth, or major achievement. By someone who shares the ideology and outlook of the ruling class. One can demonstrate by virtue. By seeing Americans as subject to over, not as citizens to be represented. Elites do not include some individuals who reach the commanding heights of society. What? What? I do not understand what he's saying. Elites are only the ones that virtue signal? The fuck?
Institutional power, wealth, influence, heading a Fortune 500 company, none of that makes you an elite if you're focused on regular capitalist things like squeezing more profit out of your workers by any means necessary. This way Murdoch, Koch, Musk, and all their buddies aren't part of the elite at all, because they say socialism is bad. But a few college students staging a sit-in and asking, just asking, for a higher minimum wage and less discrimination are the shadowy cabal threatening the very foundations of America. Not only is this idea of a Marxist takeover not based in any kind of reality, with this narrative, Lind and these other pundits are trying to make it seem like all these different movements for equality and social change from the 60s onwards are illegitimate. He makes social progress look deeply objectionable, and this story about cultural Marxism taking over because of a few books makes it seem like the change happened through a top-down conspiracy of a few privileged woke people, instead of what really happened. Millions of people protested, went on strike, and organized from the bottom up, marching and fighting against the prevailing classism, racism, sexism, and homophobia that brutalized them and their peers, only to achieve partial success, gaining legal equality without material equality, alongside a little more positive representation in popular media, to imply that those who are the victims of capitalism, those who are the most oppressed, most marginalized, are actually behind the curtain controlling everything is just wrong, and contrary to every piece of evidence we have about who has wealth and power in this country. Anyway, after making the claim that the Frankfurt School and the progressive elite are behind everything conservatives already hate, Lind then goes on to mention a few key details about them. 1, they're foreigners. And 2, he feels it's important to mention that they're Jewish.
How does all of this stuff come here? How does it flood into our universities and indeed into our lives today? The members of the Frankfurt School are Marxist. They are also, to a man, Jewish. In 1933, the Nazis come to power in Germany, and not surprisingly, they immediately shut down the Institute for Social Research. And its members flee. They flee to New York City.
Now, is he mentioning that they're Jewish just because they fled the Holocaust? Maybe. But did he also deliver this speech at a Washington Holocaust denial conference hosted by an anti-Semitic journal? Yes. So, you know, who's to say why he thinks bringing up the Jewish thing is important? Like in other examples of conservative rhetoric, Lind is playing on the xenophobic idea that foreigners are to blame for problems in the US, not a domestic capitalist ruling class.
Cultural Marxism and the Frankfurt School
comes from a school called the Franklin School. That comes out of Berlin. These are a group of Marxists. One of the gentlemen fled Hitler, came to the United States.
This framing can be used as a way to impose stricter immigration controls, which the right is fond of.
order my government to deny entry to all communists and all Marxists.
And it serves as a good way of framing socialist and progressive ideas as un-American, because foreigners are the ones that had to import them. Finally, we get to the core of the cultural Marxism conspiracy, the white supremacy stuff. The point where the cultural Marxism story culminates is what these Marxists supposedly do once they're here.
Gramsci said that the workers can never see their true class interest as defined by Marxism until they are freed from Western culture and particularly from the Christian religion. He also theorized that the great obstacle to the creation of a Marxist paradise was the culture, was Western civilization itself.
For conservatives, the main goal of cultural Marxists is to destroy the West.
In the West, but anti-West.
The forces destroying this country and the West.
Why? Like, why? Oh yeah, we're gonna destroy your country by giving your people education and healthcare and public transit. Like what? We're gonna destroy your country by regulating your monopolies.
So everything rides on this.
We don't want them when they want to destroy our country.
When conservatives talk about cultural Marxists, it's not just to scare conservatives. It's not just to imply that marginalized people are really the ones in charge. Cultural Marxism is a foil against which the real America and the West can be defined. Basically, everything that cultural Marxists are, the West is not. In their eyes, the US is, quote, constituted by selective ethno-racial, sexual, religious, and economic characteristics. America's ethno-racial composition is white, Anglo-Saxon, and European. America's gender-sex regime is patriarchal, heteronormative, and centered around the nuclear family. Its religious order is Christian. Its economic structure is capitalist. The values of individualism, meritocracy, and private property are sacrosanct. For conservatives, then, cultural Marxists pose an outside threat to this so-called real America, either because they're foreigners or because holding Marxist beliefs makes you not American according to their definition.
The hectoring lifestyle liberals, the one who work to crush the American spirit, freedom and independence of mind, masculinity.
Because they are godless, they could care less about the capitalism, property, and they hate the nuclear family.
Conservatives don't care that socialist ideas have been well established in the US for over a century and promoted by Americans like Eugene Debs and MLK. Never mind that America has never been a country populated entirely by white people or Christians. Never mind that who counts as white has never been consistent. Never mind that capitalism is destructive, exploitative, and leading us to extinction. Because these are the things that Marxists
Q-based, dude. JT's so good.
Believe, they are un-American beliefs. To conservatives, the US has always been Christian, white, straight, and capitalist. And these foreigners and their foreign ideas are trying to destroy that. In other words, pundits that use the cultural Marxism theory are getting their audience riled up about defending America, and then sneaking in that defending America means defending all the stuff we've already listed. Basically every facet of the existing social hierarchy against people whose only real demand is equality, but who they portray as wanting chaos. Because to them, an America that isn't dominated by white, Christian, patriarchal, straight, or capitalist culture is chaos. This rhetoric inspires conservatives to see centrist politicians like Biden and left-of-center social democrats like AOC and Bernie as hardcore communists. And for most of them, that's all they really need to see Trump and
Yeah, they're sock dems at best.
DeSantis as the lesser evil. But on top of that, this rhetoric will also inspire a select number of people to commit horrific acts of violence against those who do not conform to this vision of the US, either because of who they are or what they believe. For example, conservative cultural Marxism rhetoric is what inspired people like Anders Breivik, who in 2011 killed over 70 people in Norway. In his manifesto, Breivik explains he was defending Norway against cultural Marxism, political correctness, and multiculturalism. During his trial, he justified killing close to 70 children at the Norway Labour Party summer camp, calling them traitors, quote, committing or planning to commit cultural destruction, including deconstruction of the Norwegian ethnic group and deconstruction of Norwegian culture.
Fucking Christ. What the fuck?
The point is, the cultural Marxism theory works for the far right. It gets people to think a conspiracy of Jewish Marxists is behind social progress, and that social progress leads to chaos. It gets them to vote for politicians always further to the right, to ignore the visible power of capitalists. And for a few of them, it inspires them to acts of terror against socialists and those who in any way, shape, or form do not conform to their idea of who is Western, who is us, who is we the people. This is dangerous, and that it continues to resurface is a problem we must address. If you enjoyed this video, consider dropping a like. If you hated it, a thumbs down.
It turns out Nazis and fascists hate anti-fascists. What? I don't believe them when they tell you anti-fascists are the fascists. That doesn't make any goddamn sense.
You can check out my other work by following the links on your screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Links. We're linking. Video has been edited from its original form. Police in the US are so problematic that we struggled to get this video past YouTube's community guidelines and limitations. Trigger warning, police violence. My 3 years on YouTube, I have never struggled. Video past YouTube restriction. That's crazy. And like, there's no way this is monetized. So I think she means to just even get this up on YouTube. At all.
On the evening of May 25th, 2020, officers responded to a call on 38th and Chicago in South Minneapolis of a man reportedly using a forged $20 bill to purchase cigarettes. The man, George Floyd, was sitting in a car with his friend when officers arrived, pulled out their guns, and ordered him out of his vehicle. After handcuffing the man, the officers attempted to put him into their squad car. Floyd resisted, saying he was claustrophobic. During the altercation, a number of other officers, including Officer Chauvin, arrived at the scene. Chauvin pulled Mr. Floyd away from the car at one point, causing him to—
Okay, he resisted, but like, he was literally asking for 1 or 2 minutes to stop having a panic attack. Like,
to fall to the ground, where he lay face down, still restrained by handcuffs, apparently in a distressed state. Witnesses began filming as a crowd formed around the altercation. The officers further restrained Mr. Floyd as Chauvin placed his knee on Mr. Floyd's neck. What followed was 9 minutes of footage that would lead to George Floyd's death and weeks of collective uprising against police violence across the United States and throughout the world. A final straw amid global pandemic tensions and after centuries of oppression and murder at the hands of racist police forces. Last month, after a 2-year investigation, the U.S. Justice Department's Civil Rights Division dropped a scathing 89-page report on the Minneapolis Police Department and the city of Minneapolis, finding that what happened to George Floyd was part of widespread, systemic problems in the MPD, a truth that residents here in Minneapolis, where I live, already knew too well. And while corrupt, violent police are not unique to the United States, it is unique among similarly situated Western countries. So I set out to figure out why. What is it about our history, our culture, and our police that set us apart in all measurable ways from other similar countries? The answer is messy.
The history of the entire police force. Strap in.
And layered. But one thing is clear. We have a serious problem, and serious solutions need to be pushed at every level of government, from your local city council all the way to Congress. This is why US police are so corrupt. Roll the intro. The DOJ report released last month found that the Minneapolis Police Department uses excessive force, including unjustified deadly force, unlawfully discriminates against Black and Native American people, violates the rights of people engaged in protected speech, and both MPD and the city, led by the absolutely cringeworthy, incompetent mayor Jacob Frey, discriminate against people with behavioral health disabilities when responding to calls for assistance. The report also found persistent deficiencies in MPD's accountability systems, training, supervision, and officer wellness programs, which contribute to violations of the Constitution and federal law. And while the report was certainly damning, it merely confirmed what residents here, especially Black residents, have known for their entire lives, and it is by no means unique to Minneapolis. In the United States, we have the lowest police training requirements of any similar country by far. US police officers are—
It's insane. Insane how little they have to do.
Are more heavily armed than most other countries, as are the people they police. In Iceland, Ireland, New Zealand, Norway, and the UK, police are largely unarmed. In Iceland, where gun ownership is common, the country has recorded 1 police-involved shooting death in its history. In Ireland, most police aren't even trained to use firearms. In the UK, police have themselves resisted calls for them to bear arms, saying it goes against their philosophy of policing by consent, meaning that their legitimacy is contingent on public approval of their actions, as opposed to brute force.
Imagine. And even UK police refuse to clear fucking rape cases. Like,
What a concept. The rate of civilians killed by police annually in the US is more than 3 times higher than Canada and 4 times higher than Australia. And yes, that's controlling for population size. And of course, as we saw in the recent police killing and subsequent riots in France, violence population size. Canada and
Oh, I wish you included the key. What is this? 33 per... Oh, it's here. Per 10 million. $33? $1,000 per year.
4 times higher than Australia. And yes, that's controlling for population size. And of course, as we saw in the recent police killing and subsequent riots in France, violence, especially against minorities at the hands of police, is not unique to the United States, but it's the rate of that violence in the US that is staggering. Black people are dramatically overrepresented in the number of police killings in this country. While they make up only 12% of the US population, they represent over a quarter of all killings by police, often while being unarmed, unthreatening, and actively experiencing a mental health crisis. And while current policing standards and tactics are to blame, to get at the root of how we got here, we have to look at our history. In the early American colonies, policing was used as a means of securing private property and businesses from thieves and bandits, usually fueled by fear of Native Americans coming and encroaching on their settlements in the night. So night watchmen and patrols were organized on a local level, and sometimes night watch was even doled out as punishment for misdeeds. In the North, night watchmen were mainly concerned with enforcing puritanical rules against gambling and sex work, though because night watch duty was often given as punishment, it often led the night watchmen to engage in the vices they were meant to be policing. Sound familiar?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, sound fucking familiar? Does that sound familiar to you? Curious how literally nothing has changed since 1600.
Familiar? As the South expanded and the slave trade was brought to the colonies, patrolmen and night watchmen were charged with policing enslaved Africans. The slave patrol and slave catchers were the first form of organized police in the South, originating in the colony of Carolina. They were the first professional law enforcers tasked with enforcing the slave codes, stopping any black person they saw, and chasing runaways. The idea of a centralized municipal police force originated in the UK around the turn of the 19th century. In rapidly urbanizing areas, moral reform, enforcement of the laws, and discipline of the new class of industrial laborers was thought to require a strong central policing body to maintain social order. And it wasn't long before that idea spread to the United States. The Boston Municipal Police Force was started in 1838 in response to influxes of immigrants from Germany and Ireland, immigrants who were seen as dangerous others that required additional surveillance and control. Sound familiar? And of course, it wasn't long after then that the police forces started experiencing widespread corruption. By the 1850s, US police forces were prone to the gambling, booze, and sex workers that they were meant to be policing, and police captains and sergeants were appointed by politicians and used to harass their political opponents and to harass voters into voting certain ways. Then came the Civil War and the passage of the 13th Amendment in 1865.
Yeah, fucking... Police are the most corrupt motherfuckers. Like, a lot of them do drugs, sell drugs, they engage with sex workers, like, they're doing, like, dealings with, like, criminal organizations, like, they're not doing any good, like, pretty much at all. Like, so much a net negative. Like, fuck.
Which provided that neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States. The Reconstruction era began in the South, along with the passage of the Black
Oh yeah, and not to mention 40% of cops abuse their wives.
codes, which controlled where formerly enslaved people could go, work, live, travel, and how much they could be paid, essentially criminalizing all forms of black freedom. And because the 13th Amendment explicitly allowed for the enslavement and involuntary servitude of convicted criminals, it meant that the newly freed population of formerly enslaved people were at the mercy of a corrupt police force that knew that once black people were found to be criminals, they would be put back into their place. And thanks to the Black Codes, that pattern of mass incarceration of black people started swiftly. The codes included very broad vagrancy laws that criminalized unemployed black people, and any black person who challenged the terms of their work by negotiating for higher salary, walking away from an abusive employer, or turning down a bad offer would then be criminalized for vagrancy because they were unemployed and therefore no longer protected by the 13th Amendment while incarcerated. And under the convict leasing system, prisons would lease their detainees to private companies who would earn huge
and still do
profits off the backs of incarcerated black people working in mining, railroads, and other industries. Police, as arbiters and enforcers of the law, served as the ultimate reminder to black people of their lower status in society, and it ensured that wealthy, powerful people could continue to extract labor from black bodies. And people knew their police forces were corrupt, especially during Prohibition, when many cops fell in with organized crime rings that proliferated during this period. So in 1929, President Hoover appointed the 11-member Wickersham Commission to examine the corruption in America's law enforcement. Over the course of 2 years, they produced volumes of reports documenting widespread corruption. The resulting reforms included a remapping of police precincts to reduce the chance of political influence, increased recruitment standards, and diversification of police officers from different communities. By the 1950s, reforms in the police force prioritized quote-unquote professionalism. Efforts to consolidate and centralize police forces were intended to help maintain order and prevent corruption. The goal was to create a sense of police omnipresence, so criminals never felt outside the watchful eye of the law. Policing became a full-blown career path, and centralization and the quasi-militaristic ranking within the system caused departments to become more disconnected from the public. And while these reforms curbed some of the flagrant corruption in earlier police forces, it did nothing to root out the inherent racism that had existed as the foundational pretext for the existence of those police departments to begin with. And this reality was put on...
Yeah, it's not just the pretext. You know, like that pretext informs all of the recruitment, training, like psychological testing. They're not and never have vetted police for racial bias, you know? It was fundamentally racist in its foundation, but no work was ever done, and still has never been done, to correct that.
Stark display in the 1960s during the Civil Rights Movement, when the New Nightly News and newspapers published disturbing photographs of police brutality during street protests, with many cops resorting to horseback, whips, and dogs as a means of controlling the masses, tactics that harkened back to the original slave chasers from whence the police departments came. In retaliation, Lyndon B. Johnson announced his war on crime through the passage of the Crime Control and Safe Streets Act of 1968, which created grants for local police to purchase military-grade weapons to suppress riots. This change sent an increasingly militarized police force into largely impoverished black neighborhoods, increasing surveillance and criminalization of those communities. The practice called stop and frisk was...
Sound familiar? Sound fucking familiar? I don't know. I'm sure everyone has heard about Kai Cenat's ordeal in what is it, New York? It was New York, right? Like they deployed 2,000 riot police to violently beat and arrest a bunch of like teenagers and young adults. Nothing has changed.
was all but codified into law in 1968 through the Supreme Court case Terry v. Ohio, which gave police officers legal authority to stop and search someone if they have reasonable suspicion that the person has committed, is committing, or is about to commit a crime. Stop and frisk was used for decades to disproportionately target.
Coincidentally, that's back in New York now. So, thank you, fucking Mayor Eric Adams. Motherfucker.
Target young black men, and wasn't found to be an unconstitutional infringement against the Fourth Amendment's protection against searches and seizures until 2013. After LBJ's war on crime, Nixon's war on drugs further criminalized the black community by focusing heavily on the policing of heroin, which was running rampant in black communities at the time. And despite the fact that throughout history the police have been used to quell and prevent labor organizing, by the 70s and 80s police unions became a battleground, leading to widespread blue flus, a tactic the police would use to walk out on the job in retaliation for budget cuts or any other perceived wrong.
Sound fucking familiar? There was a lot of the blue flu during the pandemic when they were forced to wear a mask and socially distance. Furious.
Wrongdoing. And while today nationwide union membership has dropped from its high in the 80s, higher membership rates among police unions today mean they have strong bargaining power to resist reform and extensive resources to influence campaigns and initiate litigation to block reform. For example, a single New York City police union has spent over $1 million on state and local races in the last decade. And at least one study has shown that after officers gain access to collective bargaining rights, there is a substantial increase in killings of civilians. So where does that leave us today? Today, state and local governments spend about $115 billion on police every year, most of it coming from taxpayer money, plus a 54
fucking much more. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. But, you know, defunding the police makes me a cultural Marxist. Trying to destroy the family unit or
$100 million chunk coming from federal funds distributed through grant programs. State to state and even county to county, training for police officers varies widely. In many instances, the hours of training required to become a gun-slinging police officer hover around 650 hours, while becoming a cosmetologist takes 3,000 hours, a plumber 3,500, and a lawyer, on average, 4,000.
God damn it. God damn it, dude. Fucking plumber. This Raph. Wow. Wow.
1,725 hours. And that last one, the amount of training it takes to be a lawyer, is important. To write the laws and interpret the laws for clients comes with a bachelor's degree plus 3 additional years of schooling.
Yeah, but to charge them with the crime, you don't have to know a goddamn thing.
Multiple internships, and a rigorous bar exam, not to mention continuing education requirements and ethical standards that must be maintained. Cops are tasked with enforcing the laws that lawyers and legislators write, which requires often split-second interpretation of how the law applies to the specific situation they're responding to, all while holding a loaded gun. And on average, they have about 16 weeks of training, with nothing more than a high school diploma as a prerequisite and no national board of ethics or oversight unless you count the DOJ coming in after a tragedy to do an investigation. Make it make sense. In Europe,
yep, and an instant salary of like 30 to 40K, if not more, plus overtime.
Similar training programs require more than 3 years to complete. And as I said, the manner and type of training that police receive varies dramatically throughout the country. But on average, they're receiving 213 hours of operations training, which I assume means how to fill out and file the right paperwork after incidents, followed by 168 hours of firearms, self-defense, and use of force tactics, then 89 hours of self-improvement, unclear what that means, then 86.
What does that mean? Literally, what does that mean?
6 hours, or a little over 2 40-hour weeks on legal education, 2 weeks on legal education, followed by a grand total of 13 hours of domestic violence training and 10 hours of mental health training. This despite the fact that most—
10 hours, dude! 10 hours! You've got to be fucking kidding. and 13 for domestic violence. 2 weeks on legal education. That's fucking absurd. Absurd. And of course, that never gets updated, you know? They don't have any requirement to stay up to date.
Violence training and 10 hours of mental health training. This despite the fact that most police killings start in response to non-violent offenses, cases where no crime was reported, and situations in which the victim was having a mental health crisis. Approximately 1 in 4 people shot and killed by police between 2015 and 2020 showed signs of mental illness. And there are mixed reports on whether the police are even—
And police only fucking ever escalate. They only escalate the situation with guns. When someone is in a crisis, the worst moment in their lives, and they just have a gun in their face. And when they freak out, they get fucking shot. Serve and protect, right? Suck my ass.
Even effective at curbing crime at all, especially in cities with large black populations. In those cities, research has shown that increasing police presence does nothing to curb violent crime, and instead increases the rate of arrest for petty, non-violent crime, like loitering and disorderly conduct, unnecessarily siphoning black people, especially black youth, into the criminal justice system. A recent study of the California police force found that LA County sheriff's officers spent 88% of their time on officer-initiated stops, and 79% of that time was spent on traffic violations. About 3 out of every 4 hours that Sacramento sheriff's officers spent investigating traffic violations were for stops that ended in warnings or no action. More of the department's budget was going towards fruitless—
just fishing for whatever, you know? You had something hanging from your rearview mirror. Vicious. You were looking around too much. Suspicious. You slowed down when I got behind you. Suspicious.
Traffic stops than in response to 911 calls, basically wasting millions of public dollars, especially considering that black people were more than twice as likely than white residents to be stopped by sheriff's deputies in some of those counties. So we have an undertrained, heavily militarized, ineffective police force that's been found time and again to abuse its power, especially towards people of color, especially towards black people. But we also have a country where its citizens are armed to the teeth, with very little by way of public assistance for mental health and addiction services, where most of its population is one $500 emergency away from homelessness, where a large portion of its population is actively experiencing homelessness, and where there is no safety net, and where institutionalized racism has left entire groups of people disenfranchised and economically bereft. All conditions that lead to increased levels of crime and incarceration in a community that is already overly policed and overly incarcerated. It's a mess. So where do we go from—
God, I love Leah Miller. Very, very good channel. Very legitimate lawyer with stats. Highly recommend.
From here? Well, as I've already said, the police unions are often fighting tooth and nail against reforms or budget cuts, but there has been some progress towards some semblance of reforms in the wake of George Floyd's death. The MPD has agreed to move forward with a consent decree as a result of this DOJ investigation. After George Floyd was murdered, MPD policy now prohibits neck restraints, and officers can't use certain crowd control weapons without approval of the MPD chief. After the MPD killed another man named Amir Locke during a no-knock warrant execution, MPD has banned the use of no-knock warrants. A no-knock warrant was what led—
That should be illegal federally, because holy fuck, dude. I believe they tried after Breonna Taylor. I think they did, but it didn't go through.
Led to Breonna Taylor's death as well. Minneapolis has also launched a promising mental health response program where 911 dispatchers can send qualified mental health professionals to handle a non-threatening mental health crisis, as opposed to sending armed police officers with 10 hours of mental health training. And anecdotally, I have heard positive stories about their response in scenarios where a cop would—
Dude, 10 hours? I've had more mental health training by taking Psych 101. Bro.
Have unnecessarily escalated the situation. But despite these reforms, unnecessary killings by cops have continued in Minneapolis. Our black population continues to be incredibly segregated and over-policed. And the Minneapolis Police Department has been severely understaffed since George Floyd's killing because residents fucking hate the cops, and for good reason, and the cops are undertrained and have no clue how to handle the situation. In 2021, 56% of voters in Minneapolis rejected a ballot question that would have removed the MPD from the city charter and replaced it with a public health-oriented Department of Public Safety. A move that would have signaled a sea change and brought about much-needed overhauls of a clearly broken policing system. Not to mention, just as a side note, that our mayor, Jacob Frey, is a useless Democrat who was actively booed off stage for his response during the riots after George Floyd's murder, who likes to show up and virtue signal at Juneteenth celebrations, literally, what is happening here, while simultaneously begging the state for more police funding and lying to his constituents. And
Jesus Christ. Holy livers.
And black and brown people keep dying at the hands of cops. As Mother Jones put it after the no-knock killing of Amir Locke, Minneapolis became globally infamous for anti-black racism and police murder, not because of just one policy, but because Derek Chauvin, who trained Minneapolis cops for a living, felt it within
That's right. He was training the other cops. I forgot. Ugh.
his right to choke the life out of George Floyd on the corner of a busy intersection in front of a crowd of people in broad daylight over a $20 bill, because cops believe they can do that, here and elsewhere. And something needs to change. But people are scared out of their minds.
Not something, everything. Everything needs to change.
Which has led to things like that referendum being voted down, and a whole lot of inaction. Because people, white people specifically, can't imagine a world without police to protect them, because we're the only ones who feel protected by them. And since the murder of George Floyd, many of us, myself included, have come to realize the blind spot that that privilege has afforded us. That I got to grow up feeling safe when I saw a cop car nearby, getting pulled over and not having to fear for my life. But for people who haven't realized that the cops are only protecting a very pale portion of us, the idea of abolishing the police seems absolutely insane. Imagine the chaos, imagine the crime. But of course, for most people calling for the abolition of the police, it's not a call for anarchy to reign, for laws to be done away with, and for all of us to live in a state of perpetual self-defense against the
Speak for yourself. Some of us are anarchists, okay? You know. Some more than others.
masses. It's a call for a new form of law enforcement, one that is made.
But like, no, yeah, even anarchists realize that there is a need for like some form of enforcement of laws in a way, but it does have to be completely restructured.
Made by and for the community, to serve the community instead of terrorize it, to meet the community's actual needs for mental health intervention, for assistance during homelessness, etc. Because when you have an institution with centuries of violent precedent against minorities that was founded on the basis of controlling those minorities, maybe it's better to create a new institution altogether instead of working within the confines of an institution that has proven itself time and again to be impervious to reform. The problem, however, with reforming the police, or even with abolishing the police in favor of a community-centered public safety task force, is that we also have to consider the larger picture of the society we have built for ourselves. The police and their brutality don't exist in a bubble. They exist in a country with deep racial divides, where half of the populace is fear-mongered by Fox News to believe that black people and immigrants are the enemy. A country where there are approximately 120 guns per every 100 people, where any semblance of a
the way she had to blur all the guns.
Approximately 100.
They're so pixelated. That's crazy.
120 guns per every 100 people, where any semblance of a public safety net has been systematically stripped away, so most people are a single $500 emergency away from homelessness, where people are struggling with addiction and mental health emergencies largely caused by the society they live in, where people have to work 3 jobs to make ends meet because minimum wage hasn't increased in decades, where entire generations have no hope of ever owning their own home or having any sort of support in their old age, where having a child is forced upon you, but you are given zero resources once you bring that child into the world. This is an incredibly...
Whoa. That sign, dude. Fuck.
But you are given zero resources.
Mom of 4 kids, victim of domestic violence, homeless, please help. All too common a fucking story, dude.
once you bring that child into the world. This is an incredibly sick, addicted, unstable.
Yo. Goddamn. A picture is worth a million words.
And isolating society we've built for ourselves. It's everyone for themselves. And then we take some of those people, often some of the least educated among us, and we give them guns and military-grade weapons, and we say, all right, go enforce the law. Of course that's not going to work. So along with defunding the police, we also need funding for the basic human necessities that are not being met by our current societal configuration. That's jobs that actually pay a living wage. Or better yet, a universal basic income so that your survival isn't dependent upon how many hours you are able to labor. Mental health services.
Way too based. Holy shit. I didn't know she was this based. Let's go.
Support for parents and children, access to abortion for people who aren't ready to be parents, stricter gun control laws so that people aren't wandering the streets with AR-15s, decriminalization of drugs, see Portugal for a promising example of how drug decriminalization can be done effectively, access to addiction care instead of stigmatization, and access to affordable housing for the unhoused. So instead of writing off the idea of police abolition, I would challenge you to consider whether the current configuration is even working, or who it's working for and why, and whether you might also want to live—
Exactly. It's quite obviously not working. I mean, crimes in general are down in recent decades, but there's no evidence that's tied to over-policing. Because, as you can see through this whole video, over-policing has always been a thing in certain communities. It might as well be tied to less lead in the atmosphere from leaded gasoline. I don't know. If over-policing worked, we would have zero crimes. Zero crimes. We have more people incarcerated even though we don't have the largest population. All fucked.
Live in a society that does better, because I sure as shit do. I've included some helpful links and resources below if you're still struggling with wrapping your head around the idea of police abolition and you want more information. If you like this video, you might also like my video on why Americans are so obsessed with guns. Thank you to my Patreon supporters, including my
I bet that's good.
newest patrons, and an extra special shout out to my multi-platinum patron, Brett Piantek. If you're interested in behind-the-scenes content, access to my research and show notes, content about my dog, and all sorts of other stuff, consider joining me over on Patreon today. Thanks so much for watching. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Back when I was in
Bye-bye. Bye-bye now. Okay, we've got the barter myth, we've got the 15-minute city travel, and rapid onset gender dysphoria. Okay, thanks for the follow. God, I'm tired. 2 a.m. How much do I think I can get through? I had really big dreams for tonight. I wanted to get all the way through the Titanic stuff. That's like another hour of content, another 2 hours at least. With the travel one, oh god. Oh god. It's going the wrong way. Help. Please help. Why won't it go the right way? It's only going down. What the fuck? Okay, I need to... Hold on. I'm sorry. This is a disaster. YouTube, are you okay? YouTube is freaking out. It is not doing what I'm telling it to do. Is it me? Is it me? Am I the problem? It's me. Word. Thank you. Thank you. Go to Andrew.
Back when I was in school, in my social studies class, I learned that prior to the invention of money, people had to barter for everything they needed from anyone else. In a barter system, value is determined by negotiation and mutual agreement, not market price. So people negotiate with each other to trade goods and services they can offer with goods and services they desire. So, for example, let's say I have baskets upon baskets of mangoes, and I'm trying to get rid of them because I prefer
Yum.
pineapples. And let's say one of my
Mango sounds so good.
neighbors, we'll call them Patsy, has a goat, and my other neighbor, Boyo, has a field of pineapples. Now, Boyo don't like pineapples, but he does want a goat for a goat race, and Patsy tired taking care of this goat, so she's ready to give away the goat in exchange for some mangoes. Easy solution. I give Patsy my mangoes, I get Patsy's goat, I give Patsy's goat to Boyo in exchange for his pineapples. That's the ideal barter system scenario. But it gets messy the moment you introduce more than one trade scenario into the equation. What if Boyo didn't want the goat? What if he wanted a cow? What if Patsy was allergic to mangoes? What if none of my neighbors had pineapples and my mangoes just rotted away because I couldn't trade them for anything I wanted? That tricky scenario is known as the double coincidence of wants problem, which is when two parties each have a good or service that the other party wants, but they are unable to trade because they each desire something different from what the other has to offer. It arises fairly frequently within barter systems because you can't always find someone who's willing to trade what you have for what you want. In my social studies textbook, the double coincidence of wants problem was used to explain why people shifted from the barter system to the monetary system, money being the solution as it serves as a standardized medium of exchange.
Right.
But what if I told you that isn't exactly what happened? Let's dive right into the debate on the origins of money, the reality of pre-money exchange, the actual uses of barter through history, and how all of this
Really looked into this before. I thought about it, to be honest. I did always like make the joke of like, oh fuck money, can't we just go back to a trade and barter? But I guess I do trust Andrewism to guide us through this.
has affected our imagination of the past, present, and future. In his highly influential 18th century work, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Scottish economist Adam Smith first proposed the idea that as soon as a division of labour appears in human society, such as some specialising in hunting while others specialised in crafting, people would naturally begin to barter with each other, leading to the double coincidence of wants problem that would give birth to money. Long prior to Adam Smith, Aristotle had also theorized in his book Politics in the 4th century BCE that barter preceded the invention of money. Karl Menger, Stanley Jevons, and other 19th century economists all kept Smith's framework of barter preceding money. These days, every introduction to economics seems to speculate that barter was the foundation of simple, early economies. One trending title on the history of money charts its history from barter to banknotes to Bitcoin. Meanwhile, in the world of science, anthropologists were out in the field directly observing how
Oh my god, lol. Do not include Bitcoin in this, please. Please.
how economies without money actually worked. They noted a vast diversity in arrangements, from societies where people competed to give the best gifts, to societies that commonly held stockpiles of goods. As British anthropologist Caroline Humphrey concluded, no example of a barter economy, pure and simple, has ever been described, let alone the emergence from it of money. All available ethnography suggests that there never has been such a thing. Of course, barter has existed historically and contemporarily, but it has never been the basis of a whole economy, and it was not the origin of money. Barter as a practice arises in three main circumstances. The first is in situations where people are used to using money but don't have it anymore, such as an economic crisis. In such cases, barter arises after the invention of money. The second occurs on rare occasions between strangers who will never see each other again, hardly the basis of a day-to-day economy. The third is where there are ongoing trade relations between strangers in moneyless economies, but no double coincidence of one's problem arises because they already know exactly what they want to acquire from the other party. If you're gonna cross a desert, a mountain, and an ocean, risking death to trade your goods, you're doing so because you know they have what you want and you have what they want. Even when money in markets did exist, they would still trade based on conventional rates of exchange, or if money was used, it was used for specific commodities. Being a merchant in ancient times was not easy, so you make it a bit easier by minimizing uncertainty. While it's possible for such a system to generate a means of
Yeah, it does seem like trade and barter is like more of like a convenience, like if it happens to happen type situation. Like you said, like economic crises stuff. Or when you're just like a poor college student trying to trade some drugs for some drugs or something. I don't know. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Mountain, there's no reason to assume that it would produce a concrete medium of exchange regularly used in everyday transactions within a society. Such a system would likely only be used by the tiny proportion of the population engaged in long-distance trade. As the late British anthropologist David Graeber argues, among the many flaws of this economic theory on the origin of money via barter is the assumption of spot transactions as the basis of early economies. If people don't make the trade right away, there's no deal. But why would we limit ourselves to spot transactions in a day-to-day economy? If you don't have what I want right now, I could still give you what you want and you'll eventually return the favor. We are neighbors after all. The vast majority of all economic relations in human history have existed between people that lived near each other and knew each other personally, not long-distance traders. An institution as impersonal as money wouldn't cut it in such contexts.
Hey Johnny, I've been looking all over for someone to trade my spears with. I'm really hungry and I need some bread. Do you want to trade my spears for some bread?
Nah bro, I only have 2 apples and I don't want any spears.
What about my 2-disc Blu-ray special edition of The Incredibles with commentary from director Brad Bird? Maybe then I could trade your apples for some bread.
Nah, no thanks. Blu-ray is a social construct. And besides, I didn't even like the sequel. But what's going on? You look really worn out.
Bruh, I've been stressing the whole day trying to barter. First I tried Old Man Jeffrey, then I tried Shanice the Shaman. I even hit up Maurice from across the river. Just no one.
Damn.
Man, I see what you mean. You seem down badder than a lone antelope on an empty plain. This whole system feels rigged for real.
Facts, bro. Like, I wish we didn't have to do things this way. I mean, we're all living together in a community. Why does everything have to be this rational, calculating exchange to seek material advantage? Why can't we all just share stuff? Why wouldn't we want to just share stuff?
Yeah,
True.
But, I mean...
Real. Honestly, that's the best kind of trade. When you're just sharing shit with one another. No rules, no expectation. I know a dude who looks exactly like the one on the right. Don't we all? Some things never change.
This is just the way it is. The way it's always been. Not like it's ever gonna change. This is the only possible system.
I don't know about you, but I hate being the projection of dead economists used to justify the universal and masturbatory nature of capitalism.
Same here. Good luck getting your bread, though.
Thanks.
What anthropologists have observed is a system of non-enumerated credits and debts. That means that people owe and are owed to, but such obligations are not quantified or measured exactly. And while valuables are given, there is no explicit agreement for immediate or future returns. Such gift economies rely on mutual and alternating debts as the foundation upon which social relationships are maintained. There is still a sense of some gifts being better than others, of course. Canoes take a lot of time and effort to make, so you're going to get called cheap if the gift you return is just a chicken. But nobody's going to assign a numerical value to exactly how cheap you are for that social faux pas. Across the world, we can find many examples of gift economy principles practiced in day-to-day life. In the Trobriand Islands of Papua New Guinea, the people exchange shell
Literally never even heard of that, but I love it. Gift economy. Based. Cute. Adorable. Play.
necklaces and armbands known as sulava in a vast and complex network of relationships that spans the islands. The sulava are considered valuable not for their inherent worth, but for the relationships they help to create and maintain. In traditional Chinese society, gift giving was viewed as a way to build and maintain guanxi, the social connections and networks that facilitate cooperation and trust among people. Among the indigenous peoples of the Pacific Northwest coast of North America, the practice of potlatch served to create and reinforce social relationships through gift giving at large ceremonial feasts, to mark important life events such as weddings, funerals, and the passing of leadership roles, and to demonstrate one's wealth, generosity, and social status. Non-monetary societies typically separate the things and services they share into various spheres of exchange. There might be a sphere of general consumption, a sphere for land, a sphere for marriages, and a sphere for diplomacy. For example, some rural Mongolian gold miners wouldn't use the gold they mine to purchase cattle or pay dowries, because taking material from one sphere and putting it into another is considered a pollution. Consolidating everything into one sphere of exchange through money is not the only way of organizing economic life. And anyway, there's no reason why there should be just one story for the origin of money. If money is just a mathematical system that allows for the comparison of proportional values, which may...
True. Yeah, that makes the most sense, that it would arise out of multiple contexts.
may not take the form of a circulating medium of exchange, then that could develop independently all over the place. Current evidence demonstrates that widespread pricing systems emerge in the Fertile Crescent as a side effect of non-state bureaucracies. In ancient Mesopotamia, temple administrations employed thousands of people which all needed to be fed and provisioned. This led to a system of fixed equivalences between silver and grain, as silver was already being used to make images of gods, and grain was stockpiled within the temples as well. A single silver shekel was made equivalent to the rationed number of bushels of barley that could provide 2 meals a day for a temple worker over the course of a month. This fixed equivalence was then extended to compare the values of other everyday items. Even then, however, this system of pricing only created a means of keeping track of credit-based transactions, not the actual use of silver currency. But temple bureaucracies aren't that common. Another origin of money can be found in legal bureaucracies. People who have been wronged tend to want exact compensation. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You kill my brother and you have to pay my family X amount of cows, or that amount of cows equivalent in silver. Societies that wanted to prevent minor grievances from turning into major wars would develop elaborate systems of penalties for various forms of injuries or slights, which required a means of precise compensation that wouldn't otherwise be necessary for ordinary informal credit arrangements or gift economies. Hence,
It's so strange thinking about like a monetary exchange for like your brother getting murdered or something. Like what is the price of a life? I don't know. Capitalism is so strange.
money. The myth of the barter economy has had disastrous results on a collective understanding of economic history. In societies without money throughout history, gift-giving and credit systems form the basis of social ties and economic relations of mutual obligation, not atomized, individualistic, and self-centered spot transactions between strangers. In such societies, where exchanges of goods and services occurred, people were far more interested in who they loved, hated, wanted to embarrass, wanted to bail out of troubles, and wanted to avoid feuds with, than just trying to get the best deal. The idea embedded within the barter myth is that we can only...
Basically a system of socially reinforcing a lie. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly that. Perpetuating the mythos. What is the cost of a life? There isn't a material or worldly equivalence. Exactly.
operate within a sort of quid pro quo mentality.
And it's like the same in healthcare. Like, oh, you want to ride to the hospital so that you don't die of this heart attack? 5 to 10K, depending on how far you are. Like, it's so fucking brain rotten, dude.
A la Homo economicus, and that money is simply an improved form of our existing baseline prehistoric relations. From there, it may be easy to assign value not just to objects, but to people. The institution of money has enabled institutions like chattel slavery and imperialism, and led to the development of capitalism, which forces the majority of people to sell their time and labor for a wage in order to meet their basic subsistence needs. The barter myth is a projection of a mindset created under specific conditions to all of human nature, creating a narrow vision of our range of economic and social possibilities. Our imaginations need not be so limited by these common-sense economic mythologies. For much of human history, we have shared our time, energy, and resources within our communities for the benefit of all. Some societies forge cross-community goodwill through the sharing of gifts. I've already spoken about how we can reinvigorate such relations in modern times through the development of library economies, but I intend to explore the concept even further in the future. For now, all power to all the people. Peace. Thanks for watching. Please like.
Mandated payment is a way for society collectively to avoid escalation by saying, well, if you have received X dollars, that's the agreed fair amount. They now not conflict out of it. Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I mean, like, some level of, like, standardization. But, like, I don't know. It's not like you're paying the nurses more for the extra hours that I spent needing to stay in the hospital. Like, I don't know. Everything's stupid.
Like, comment, subscribe, and share with your fellow people. Thanks once again, of course,
Share.
to the family,
I
including
shared.
our newest members,
Injurism is awesome.
Dimitri Kimbrough, Zach Brown, Jordan Boudreau, and Mr. Y. Join these beautiful humans and support me too on patreon.com/sainttrue.
Okay, time for the 15-minute city backlash as covered by the lovely Alice Capel. The lovely, the wonderful. You know her, you love her. Not tied to anything tangible, time or effort or goods or anything. Yeah. And most importantly, the workers do not own the meat production. It's just the price. Yep.
15-minute city, 20-minute city, the walkable city, many different names to refer to a growing trend in urban areas centered around the need for proximity, community, and good quality of life. In walkable cities, one can go from work to the gym, to the bar, to the shop in less than, you guessed it, 15 minutes, using a combination of public transportation and walking.
I want it so bad. I want it so bad.
16 cities in the world have committed to implement this idea, and I'm currently in one of them, Paris. The mayor, Anne Hidalgo, has invested in making the city more bike-friendly. Parking spots are progressively turned into green areas, playgrounds, neighborhood meetup points, or bike parking spots. This project is part of a more general movement, seeking not only to imagine, but also to create the city of the future. But it isn't new. In the 1920s, American urban planner Clarence Perry also introduced the idea of the livable neighborhood unit, before the mass influx of private cars and city zoning arrived later in the 20th century. Copenhagen pedestrianized its main shopping street in 1962, before other densely built European cities used it as an inspiration to build their own downtown areas. Then we have new urbanism and...
It just makes sense. It just makes sense, dude. Like, if you want to go to the grocery, or the doctor, or school or work, don't you want it to be close? It's so simple. Oh, taking it away from currency, though. That's why prison sentences are what they are, or a library card costs what it costs, or any number of other barriers to entry are the height they are. You mean just like things are kind of like agreed upon generally? I'm not sure what you mean exactly. Because like someone decided at some point.
An urban design movement promoting wall.
We have a currency system society so it shouldn't be compelled to put a standard price on things. Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, even in our language, like, you look like $1 million.
Walkable cities that swept across the US in the 1980s. All these movements have one thing in common: they seek to reduce the use of cars. Today's discussions on the walkable city draw from that tradition, as well as the growing popularity of the imaginary world of solarpunk. This is what solarpunk looks like. So it seeks to break the hierarchies between humans and the living to favor sort of symbiosis, a collaboration between the two. On paper, the 15-minute city sounds like a great idea, almost a necessity given our planet's poor health. But there is no consensus around it. Many criticize it for being a sort of urban liberal fantasy. Others argue that it leads to new forms of segregations. And some, like Jordan B. Peterson, go as far as saying that it is a tyrannical bureaucrat idea, part of a, quote, well-documented plan, a global scheme, others add, to control us all. So in this video, I want to look at
Jordan fucking Pete. Motherfucking bozo.
All the criticism from the perspective of someone who likes the idea and wanted to do the extra research to see what its potential is, what's truly behind the 15-minute city, and why some are strongly opposed to it.
What is a 15-minute city?
What if we could create a new normal where we reclaim our time, our health and well-being?
15-minute city revolves around 3 basic principles.
The World Economic Forum is really pushing for this. Really pushing for this.
Let's start with the light criticism before we move on to the conspiracy theories. The most obvious one is the segregation. By segregation, we mean that people from the same economic backgrounds, with the same ideas, the same ethnicity, end up in the same places, and so that we have this sort of patchwork of rich and poor neighborhoods that do not interact with each other. This is more or less what already exists in big cities today. The rich often live outside of the center or in specific areas in the center, in gated communities. On the other hand, the low-income communities are packed in ghettos in which air pollution is high, in which inhabitants have long commutes, and in which the lack of investment in public structures is compensated by police control. If it doesn't take into account those inequalities, the 15-minute city will only increase them. It will remain an urban liberal fantasy. One obvious solution to that would be to favor class diversity in the different neighborhoods of the city to achieve the so-called melting pot, a metaphor used by 20th century playwright Israel Zangwill. On the poster of the play that you see on screen, we see that behind the melting pot is the idea of merging all our differences to create something cohesive, a sort of universal identity. In that case, it means being American. Now, the concept of universalism very much resonates with my country.
Yeah. That worked out well.
France. As I've talked about in past videos, France has always encouraged and sometimes
forced assimilation, meaning the cancellation of one's cultural differences to adopt the French language, culture, and lifestyle. That is why I believe we need to be cautious when we talk about promoting class or ethnic diversity in neighborhoods. It is first important that we don't treat diverse low-income families as guinea pigs by randomly throwing them in council housing in primarily white neighborhoods and see what happens. We also have to make sure we don't force assimilation, the cancelling of cultural differences to the benefit of the dominant cultural group, but rather promote integration, meaning the coexistence of cultural differences within a given community. The idea of coexistence was theorized by French and Senegalese writer and poet Léopold Sédar Senghor, who wanted to highlight the specificity of the Black African identity and culture, but also allow a certain degree of mixing with other cultures. He believed that the dialogue, not the amalgamation, not the melting pot, but the dialogue between different cultures was immensely beneficial for humanity. To put it simply, we can learn so much from each other if we choose to see our cultures as equally valuable. We can apply Senghor's ideas to the 15-minute city, a place where such a dialogue can exist. In fact, it is precisely in Paris in the 1920s, 1930s, in places like the Latin Quarter, that intellectual expats coming from what was called the Third World met with each other, and also with French Republicans, to talk politics, diplomacy, the fight against imperialism, etc., etc. They truly inspired each other. So that's one thing. Another common criticism addressed to the 15-minute city or village city is that it gets boring after a while. I mean, one of the reasons why people have moved to big cities since the Industrial Revolution is to escape the village, the rumors that stretch from one generation to the next, the conservatism of small villages. I mean, you have a bunch of novels dealing with those topics, especially American urban novels written in the late 19th century, early 20th century. I'm a big fan of those, so let me get some for you. I was convinced it was...
Yeah, I mean, that trope of, like, everyone knows your business and everyone knows each other in a small town, like, it's still very much alive and based in reality. And yeah, also, like, I think that's part of why people in cities tend to be more progressive, because they're more often exposed to people with different life experiences.
Sister Carrie by Drazer, but no, it's an old edition of Waynesburg, Ohio, one of my favorite books, that is precisely about this sort of village mentality, the rumors and all the secrets, But yeah, I was thinking about Sister Carrie by Drazer and all...
In small town, it's not so much a trope, at least in my experience. Yeah. Yeah. For sure. I mean, it's a whole song now. Try that in a small town.
Also Black Boy by Richard Wright. Sister Carrie and this book are precisely about this desire to escape village mentality, to move to the big city where everything seems possible. I love these books because I deeply resonate with the message, I also grew up in a conservative village. When I was writing the script, I had this Kaigo song in my head. It's a song I've always listened to. It says, all of my friends are settling down, they're only kids but they're married now, let's follow the light, follow the crowd, baby we gotta get out, let's get out of this town. That was my anthem as a teen. But yeah, villages can feel like a prison, especially when you resonate with what is beyond the village. I'm so glad I taught myself English outside of school, because it opened a world of knowledge, a world of possibility outside the village.
Oh, you taught herself English. That's so cute. He's like really good. I mean, I wouldn't have.
Outside French Flanders, where I grew up, and well, let's be honest, most people are racist, misogynistic, homophobic. It reassured me to see that what was going on in the village, what people said or thought, was not the norm. Given what I've said, how can we create a walkable city, villages within a city, without reproducing those harmful dynamics? Well, we more like...
Imagine being that determined to leave somewhere else. Yeah. I mean, I am also that determined, but, life is hard.
Let's answer that question with the previous criticism, to which we responded that we need to bring diversity in neighborhoods, ethnic, generational, class diversity. Having people with various backgrounds gathered in one neighborhood will make life so much more exciting than having the same exact people, the same exact families who've known each other for generations. And that variety of people, of life experiences, can also be a great source of innovation.
I swear, I didn't pre-watch.
creativity, since everybody brings
How many points on your Duolingo? I should refresh. Been quite a few years.
something different to the table. It's also important to remind ourselves that in a walkable city, the network of public transportation allows for greater movement within and outside the village. Now, it is true that when we think about freedom, the freedom to move, we tend to think about the car. The advertising industry is responsible for creating this connection in our head. The car is a symbol of freedom, liberation. You know, I felt so free when I got my driving license because in the countryside, you can't do anything if you don't have a car. We must change that subconscious connection. The car is nothing else than a means of transportation. It fulfills the need to move from one place to another, a need.
Yeah, no. Give me trains and I will burn my car. I will push it into a river.
It's that other modes of transportation can fulfill at cheaper costs, at greater speeds, at lower risks. We don't need cars, we need flexible means of transportation. You know what time it is now. It is time to debunk the conspiracy theory, or at least uncover its ideological components. Okay, so why are conservatives, Tories, and conspiracy theorists claiming that walkable cities are a dystopian socialist disaster? A tool of control. Control is a word that came back pretty often. Well, they are right in a way. It is true that the most common historical representations of villages we have is the kingdom, with the almighty king and its subjects. The king exerted control over his subjects, collected taxes and protected them against the enemy in exchange for that. But that wasn't socialism, that was feudalism, so we need to find another example. Well, an experimentation of the walkable city, the village, that has the aesthetic of socialism might be the manual worker cities in the east of France, more precisely in the city of Mulhouse.
Those are both terrible for the environment. Just sell the car. Isn't it also bad for the environment for the ICE to continue burning gas? I don't know. What is the ethical way to destroy a car?
Which is basically what Elon Musk's utopian town in Texas is like. The problem with those cities is that they reinforce management control over the workers by forcing them to settle down in a house surrounded by other individual houses close to work, but also by orienting their activities outside of work. Finally, another project that gets to be called socialist was the Familistère in the 19th century in the north of France. The Familistère was also a manual worker city, as you can see on those images. It was created by Godin, an entrepreneur with socialist values who wanted to make his business flourish, but also wanted to provide a good quality of life to his employees. He refused to give workers individual houses like the cities in Mulhouse, to favor instead proximity and cooperation. In all honesty, he really seemed like a great guy, conscious about the well-being of workers, but ultimately, he was the one in control. He was the one getting richer and richer every year thanks to his workers. So when conservatives criticize the 15-minute city, they point at the sort of bureaucratic control the king or the business owner exerted over its subjects or workers, and that's fair criticism. That is something that advocates of walkable cities have to take into consideration. It is possible to avoid the top-down feudal or socialist approach of the walkable city. If that is possible, why are conservatives strictly opposed to the project? Well, we know that statistically, conservatives tend to live outside.
New scary thing, bad. It's new, therefore scary. Yes, but not as bad as throwing your car and then the person causing the fractured because I mean, sure. But theoretically, one less combustion engine equals one more electric car. W. We just have to outlaw the manufacture of new gas cars. That's all. I'm already envisioning a utopia, okay? You have to get with me. Just don't combust your edge. I didn't design the internal combustion engine. It's not my fault that it does that.
Urban centers, in the suburbs, in the countryside.
And one characteristic of suburbs, especially American suburbs, is isolation. The US was built around the myth of conquest, expansion, and private property. It is reflected in Americans' dependency on the car. By the mid-1930s, there was one registered automobile for every 2 US households, while car ownership in Europe was mostly limited to wealthy elites. In the 1950s, the US federal government offered a 90% match to build the interstate highway system that soon crisscrossed most US urban areas. This new era of urban development was called urban renewal. I worked on it for my first year master thesis, and in that thesis, I showed how urban renewal impacted low-income communities, especially black communities, because it simply displaced them and wished them the best.
Classic. Classic. Park it somewhere dry and leave it there to decay forever. Sure? Sure.
The same manner they displaced Native Americans. Urban renewal was part of the US expansionist tradition. The highways allowed white middle classes to settle in the suburbs, in their private homes with their private garden and their private cars. Those who reject the 15-minute city today are the same type of people who advocated for the development of suburbs back in the 1950s. They are people who deeply value private property, the ideal of the nuclear family like we see in 1950s, 1960s TV ads, with the head of the household, almost systematically the dad.
Oh my god. This ad. God, I have a like modern version of this ad. It's one of my favorite things. Okay. This and hope for the best. Oh yeah, you can see. Cloud Life. It's the same, but it's like sexy lesbian version. And it's for weed. Let me focus real quick. Focus. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. One of my favorite things that I own, honestly.
1960s TV ads with the head of the household, almost systematically the dad, the forever smiling wife, and the well-behaved kids. At that time, that sort of lifestyle that we Europeans call the American way of life meant freedom. Freedom from urban sprawl and bureaucracy. But freedom for who? In fact, in the 1950s, the feminist movement started to show that the American dream of the suburban home and nuclear family was a lie. One book in particular really
support whatever that is advertising, unequivocally. Same. Same. It's the cloud pen. Sky's the limit. Yep.
shook the foundations of that ideal. The book is titled The Feminine Mystique, and it was written by Betty Friedan. Partly based on interviews of housewives, it challenged the belief that women naturally found fulfillment in their role as housewives' mothers. The structure of the suburb made it so that women felt isolated from the world. Even if today a majority of women also work, those who live in suburbs still undergo the consequences of living in an isolated home. In an article published in Women's Health magazine, a team of researchers found that women in small, rural and isolated areas reported the highest prevalence of intimate partner violence. We're talking about 22.5% and 17.9% respectively, compared to...
Jesus, dude. Holy fuck. I guess, like, the isolation? Thing. I hadn't heard this before.
To 50.5% for urban women. Rural women reported significantly higher severity of physical abuse than their urban counterparts. And finally, the mean distance to the nearest IPV resource was 3 times greater for rural women than for urban women. Sure, domestic violence happens in many different ways, no matter the gender, no matter the sexuality, but the domestic violence perpetrated by men and targeting women is significantly more common. So it is certainly true that the suburbs are located away from bureaucratic control, but the control is very likely to be transferred onto the head of the household, the dad. So when I hear conservatives complain about losing their freedom over idealist projects like the walkable city,
What I hear is their fear to lose the control they have as masters of the household. What the 15-minute city offers is not control, but cooperation between inhabitants. The ability to exchange, to learn from each other, to partake in activities that will get us out of the home. The ability to meet with friends, to make new friends, to talk about our problems, to get access to public services. It's a structure that
and just like access to the community. Yeah, it's much easier for an abuser to isolate someone in a rural area, for sure.
favors direct democracy, and sure, we can improve it in many ways. Sure, the future of cities is so much more than the 15-minute city debate, but the ideas this concept brings to the table, the discussions and fizz it creates, is truly what makes it interesting to consider. That's it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. As always, the conversation continues in the comment section. Don't forget to like, to subscribe, if it's not already done. I would like to thank my patrons
subscribe
for their support, and a special thank to top-tier Patreons. Jason Ferguson, Rémi, Trébizon, Toki.
Okay. Our last myth for the evening. Rapid onset gender dysphoria.
I hope you're ready for this video because it's...
I am not ready. In fact, I would actually like to make another drink before we dive into this because I know about this topic and it exhausts me. I will be back very soon.
There's a question and an answer and a worry in the middle. There was a promise of forever and a wishful intention. What a world it would be if we all made out like the books we read, all the films we see. It's a travesty. As the moon drifts by with the shifting tides, and you're lost in life, so the love floats into the ether. And there was something that you heard and heard, and despite your parents, you placed your bet on love. You believed in us. She said you're pretty, but you drink too much. You've got a head on your shoulders and it's good enough, but something broke you. I said I'm sorry, and it's well in advance, but I will hurt you more than anybody has. Yeah, it's a sure thing. Oh, is it a sure thing? She said, I know that you didn't know back then, but getting all that you should know by now. It never was about the pain you held, not in the way that you shut me out, not in the way that you hate yourself, or all the ways that you let me know it was that you and I, we were on our way. Kind of feeling that was unexplained, and you still feel like you felt back then. It's what you tell me when nobody's listening, and you ain't happy where you're at right now. Talked about it for a couple hours, but a lot of change in the past few years. A couple deaths and a few relationships, a little older and a little scared of making all the same mistakes I made. She said you're weary because you think too much. You've got a mind of your own, it's free enough, but it'll drain you. I know you're sorry, and it's right on time, cause you told me what would happen if I stuck around. I know you warned me. There's something that you're asking that was never in question. Something that you're asking that was
song so fucking much. So good. Okay. Okay.
Gonna be a long one with a lot of information, so bring some.
Oh boy, this is 34 minutes. Oh god, strap in. Oh god. Oh no. Oh. Oh god. We can do it. We can do it, fam. I trust Jamie to guide us through the transphobia and the bullshit.
Some snacks, yeah. Hey Spuds, it's Jamie. Welcome back to another video. First fit on the channel. I don't know, but welcome either way. I'm very glad to have you here. And today we are going to be having an in-depth discussion breaking down the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria, or ROGD for short. As an intro for anybody new here or just anybody not aware, I am a transgender man. I also have a PhD in psychology where I looked into the development and well-being of trans people. And I feel like that is relevant to say because this video is all about discussing and breaking down a piece of research. I recommend buckling up for this one because we're going to go in depth, having a deep dive into the flaws, the inaccuracies and the biases of Lisa Littman's 2018 research on rapid onset gender dysphoria. I really hope that this video will give you the tools and the information necessary to break down this concept if you need to. I hope you don't ever need to, but just in case, and to also highlight the many flaws and just...
I mean, if anything, I'm probably going to be linking back to this video, but you know, it's always good to have a little argument tool belt.
Why the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria is so wrong and so damaging. This is a topic I've been wanting to talk about for such a long time. I mean, the research was first done 5 years ago now, and I've wanted to discuss it ever since, but I wanted to wait until I could really give this video the time it deserves and really do it properly. So here we go. There's a lot to unpack, and for something so poorly and incorrectly done and something so inaccurate, it has caused so much damage, so much potentially irreversible damage, pun intended if you get the reference. So, best place to start with this video is a definition. What is rapid onset gender dysphoria? In short, ROGD is a proposed subtype of suddenly appearing gender dysphoria that occurs during or after puberty. It's believed to be caused by peer influence and social contagion. It can also be
Literally just peer pressure gender dysphoria. It's bullshit.
Referred to as the false belief that you can catch being trans. The research was conducted by Lisa Littman, who at the time was an assistant professor at the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. I hope I pronounced that right. She was initially trained in preventative medicine and public health, and in obstetrics and gynecology. Her experience was in providing reproductive healthcare to teens and women. It has been stated that she has no personal experience or training with working with transgender youth, or at least she didn't at the time she conducted the initial piece of research. I don't know if she now has developed any direct formal training or experience with working directly with transgender youth. Her publications indicate potentially not, and I couldn't find evidence that she does, but I also couldn't find any confirmation that she doesn't, so we're going to leave that one open-ended. She's now currently the president for an organization called the Institute for Comprehensive Gender Dysphoria Research. Yep. An organization that someone called Michael Bailey is also involved in, who is a strong proponent of autogynephilia. There are a limited number of publications noted on the website involving the 5 people who seem to be officially involved with this organization. Given the name, it sounds like a very official organization and like it would be the holy grail of all information on gender dysphoria. But the output of publication seems to focus on ROGD, parent reports around ROGD and other things, detransitioners, and with no apparent direct research on actual trans people. Nothing wrong with doing some research on
Okay, I didn't know this by name, but big sigh. And fucking up now. Yeah. Major big fucking sigh. Yeah. It's literally the idea that you can catch being trans in a diagnosis. Infuriating.
transitioners and whatnot, but I don't think it can be the Comprehensive Institute of Gender Dysphoria Research if it doesn't actually conduct research on the people who are experiencing gender dysphoria themselves. Multiple of the papers, and there aren't a huge amount to begin with, are not even research papers involving any participants. This makes it a little difficult to understand how it is a comprehensive institute for gender dysphoria research, when there's very little actual research going on and seemingly nothing involving trans people. Anyway, I wanted to give that as a little bit of background. Now we're going to pop back back to 2018 to talk about the original piece of research on rapid onset gender dysphoria. So as a quick overview, the original research paper was called Parent Reports of Adolescents and Young Adults Perceived to Show Signs of Rapid Onset.
Yeah, by the way, they only asked the parents.
Gender dysphoria. The original research required heavy edits, so I'll be discussing it from the perspective of what the original paper said and how that was changed with the corrections. I'll then go into the limitations of the research, criticisms, and the impact it's had, before finishing off with the real results on gender dysphoria and rapid onset gender dysphoria, and the truth about transgender youth and adolescents. So to kick us off, the original versus the corrected paper. The original purpose was described as a way to document and explore parental observations of their child's apparent ROGD and their increased social media use and friendship groups. The purpose was also stated as describing the resulting presentation of gender dysphoria, which is inconsistent with existing research literature, apparently. The correction pulled back on those statements about social media use, and the purpose was adjusted to not be about describing the resulting presentation of gender dysphoria, but instead to collect parental observations around apparent, sudden, or rapid onset gender dysphoria, and then develop hypotheses around contributing factors towards this.
Yeah, just the parents, because you can't trust children to report on their own fucking experiences, apparently. And of course it's going to seem sudden to the parents if they're not looking for any signs of gender dysphoria prior to their child coming out. Obviously.
Apparent rapid onset. There are already obvious flaws here, big things that were changed in simply how the purpose was presented of this study, but we'll go through what's bad about it once we've done the full summary comparison. So it was a survey-based study posted on 3 websites for targeted participant recruitment: Fourth Wave Now, Transgender Trend, and Youth Trans Critical Professionals. That's a very strange title to me for somewhere, but yes, those were the 3 websites that this was placed. I believe it was placed in another Facebook.
Yeah, that's right. They only asked, like, specifically transphobic parents.
Facebook group, but there's no way of gaining access to that because it's private, but these were the main places targeted for participant recruitment. The corrected methods were expanded to include the actual website names of where the survey link was placed, and emphasized right at the start that this is a descriptive, exploratory study. Information on what constituted an eligible participant was also included in the corrected methods, and eligible participants were parents who observed a rapid or sudden onset of gender dysphoria in their children that had started during or after puberty. The results sections were very similar in both versions because results sections in abstracts are just reporting on the numbers primarily. But there were instances in the corrected version where it made it clear that these results were based on parental observations. For example, in the original results, it states, in 36.8% of the friendship groups described, the majority of the members became transgender identified. In the corrected version, this was changed to, in 36.8% of the friendship groups described, parent participants indicated that the majority of the members became transgender identified. Just pairs back
the majority
results and makes it obvious where it's coming from in an attempt to stop the over-interpretation.
Yeah, I'd say they're all trans. Damn near all trans.
Of these results. But if you're interested, the overall results as described in the corrected version were 256 parents completed the survey, 83% of kids were AFAB, assigned female at birth, with a mean age of 15.2 when they came out as transgender. Parents described just over a third of the friendship groups as having a majority of transgender members. Around half of the parents reported subjective declines in their child's mental health and the parent-child relationship since their child came out. Around a quarter of parents said their children showed distrust towards cisgender people and stopped spending time with their cisgender friends. Shocking. I wonder why that happened. The half-ish of children were reported as trying to isolate themselves from family and only trusting info about gender dysphoria from transgender sources. I will just do a little comment now. Sorry, the main bulk of the comments will come very soon, but just a little one. These results, the results of isolation from family, distrust, not talking to some cisgender friends anymore, all of this is so blindingly obviously most likely down to rejection from these people, or knowledge that they were anti-trans in some way. Finally, over 86% of parents said their child had either had an increase in their social media use, belonged to a friendship group where one or more people were also trans, or both. Honestly, as a trans person myself who came out as a teenager and knows and is friends with many other trans people, this all makes sense. It's not about influence, it's not about social contagion, it's all about finding people who support you
Yeah, like,
and finding solidarity and safety within those groups.
it's never suspicious for, like, football players to make friends with each other. It's not suspicious when cis women form friend groups. But, trans people finding each other and connecting based on their shared life experiences, weird, suspicious. A movement sweeping the nation. Like, it's just bigotry.
Groups. It's been interpreted the wrong way round. Ah yes, having a transgender friend makes you transgender, rather than, oh hey, people who realize they're trans tend to gravitate towards each other because they share values and they find safety with each other. So what were the conclusions drawn from the survey results to 250 parents recruited from fourth wave now transgender trend and youth trans critical professionals? I really wonder. This is the section that differs quite substantially between the original paper and the corrected version. The original paper made some conclusions about ROGD and the existing.
Wait, what is the corrected version? Did they revise it themselves, or is it a peer review? I missed that part.
Of it, stating that ROGD describes a phenomenon where the development of gender dysphoria is observed to begin suddenly during or after puberty in an adolescent or young adult who would not have met the criteria for gender dysphoria in childhood. It further claimed that ROGD appears to represent a distinct entity from gender dysphoria observed in individuals who've previously been described as transgender. Okay. There was also a comment made that the worsening of mental health, the breakdown of the parent-child relationship, and behaviours that isolate children from their families, non-transgender friends, and mainstream sources of information are particularly concerning. It ended by saying that more research is needed to understand the implications and scope of rapid onset gender dysphoria. Now, the corrected version of the conclusions were quite different to this. The study was described as descriptive and exploratory, and has now been framed as hypothesis generating rather than hypothesis testing. This means that no solid conclusions about the existence or realness of,
Clearly in response to some quite, let's say, firm criticism. Sure. I'm sure they got fucking eaten up in the QRTs academically.
ROGD can be drawn from the results. But what can be done is some hypotheses.
I'm sorry, QRXs.
For future research around ROGD can be generated. This is very different to the original conclusion. The existence of ROGD is now framed as a potential, but clearly stating it has not been clinically validated. That's a very important point. It's not been clinically validated. Finally, the claims of social media, the worsening of mental health, and the parent-child relationship are all framed much more tentatively and questioningly, and rightly so, because no conclusions can be drawn from these results. So quite a lot of changes. The framing of the study was changed, the claims were pared back massively, and in my opinion the biggest difference that completely changes the whole scope and the way that this study can be interpreted and used is the fact that it was very clearly stated to be hypothesis generating, not hypothesis testing. This means that conclusions can be made about potential questions to be asked in future research, but conclusions cannot be made about the existence, cause, or anything else about ROGD being an actual thing, or about trans youth's experience themselves, seeing as no trans youth were included in this study. But we'll get onto that in a minute. Meaning that this study, the study that has been pushed so hard and used by so many people who want to believe and do believe that ROGD is a real thing, actually has no substance to it and actually cannot be used in the way that it's been used. It is not proof that ROGD is a real thing, and it should not be used to try and prove that ROGD is a real thing. The corrections made such a big difference to the meaning and potential interpretations around the existence.
Yeah, they done fucked up big time.
Of ROGD and the causes, but the damage was already done. People are out there talking about ROGD.
And yeah, they've been talking about it ever since.
GD based on the original paper and way overinflating the results and the meaning of the results and conclusions that can be drawn from this. People are talking about this unsubstantiated term as if it's been scientifically and clinically proven, which it has not. It's actually nothing more than a question mark at this point. The editor of PLOS ONE, the journal the paper was published in, deems that the corrected paper provides a better context than the original, and that this study is a report on parental observations. It is not a clinically validated phenomenon or diagnostic guideline. The editor further apologized to the trans community for the fact that the original was published in the first place, saying that there should have been better context for the research, its framing, and its limitations right from the start. So, that's the difference between the original and the corrected. There's quite a lot. There's a lot to unpack and digest there. But if you're ready, we're going to dive into the criticisms. It's time to dig down into exactly what is wrong with this research and why ROGD is not a real thing, let alone something that anybody should be using to describe or invalidate any trans person or their experience. Overall, an open letter written by the Gender Dysphoria Affirmative Working Group stated that the study has multiple biases and flaws in methodology, and that it's been widely contested as methodologically flawed and unethical, proceeding from an overt ideological bias and is bigotry masquerading as science. In short, and to say it politely, it's a poorly conducted piece of research based heavily on biased personal opinions. So that was just a little overall for you. The first major criticism I want to talk about is bias sampling methods. This is about how participants were recruited, and it set up the results to be biased right from the offset. In the next section, we'll actually discuss further in depth the bias of the actual participant group, but right now we're just going to have a chat about where they were recruited from and why this was a problem. Basically, the parental sample in Lippmann's research was recruited from websites that are known to be hostile towards trans people, and this was seemingly done purposefully by Lippmann, as it stated in the study that the survey link was placed on 3 websites where parents and professionals had been observed to describe rapid onset gender dysphoria. It was deliberately placed on these websites to deliberately recruit a specific set of parents. You're setting yourself up to find what you think you're going to find because you're actively seeking out participants who will affirm what you're thinking personally. These websites were Transgender Trend, who described themselves as parents, professionals, and academics based in the UK who were concerned about the current trend to diagnose children as transgender. They claim that they're just out to protect kids, and they also claim that there's no evidence that kids can be trans, which is just rubbish. Trans kids exist, come on. The evidence only needs to be is that being trans is something you are born as, meaning that trans adults would need to be trans kids, whether they realised it or not. Other evidence includes the fact that conversion therapy does not work. It does not stop people from being trans. And there are literal trans kids existing out there.
Yeah, it doesn't stop people from being trans, it doesn't stop them from being gay.
Living their lives. The second website used was Fourth Wave Now, which was set up by a parent whose kid, in their eyes, suddenly came out as trans. It loosely appears to suggest support for conversion therapy for trans people, and states that they believe that other methods of gender dysphoria management should be explored, ignoring the fact that gender affirming care is the treatment for gender dysphoria, and there's a lot of evidence to back this up. The third site used was Youth Trans Critical Professionals. That does not feel like a title or a name or a sentence, it just feels like 4 random words put together. I feel like that's most of language, but you know what I mean. This one is a private WordPress site that I do not want to access. But usefully, Transgender Trend did a little blog piece on Youth Trans Critical Professionals when it first became a thing. It's basically
Transgender Trend.
The same messages as the other 2, but this time specifically for professionals. And they say things like young children are being given cross-sex hormones, which they are not. So obviously very biased results are going to be collected from a survey link placed on these 3 websites. You're actively seeking out parents who have actively sought out websites that are hostile towards trans people. So it's very likely that you're coming across parents that do not accept their child as trans, and already have a belief that ROGD is in some way a real concept, and this was specifically looked for in participant eligibility. In the open letter that I mentioned earlier from the Gender Dysphoria Affirmative Working Group, GDA for short, they call out this use of transphobic websites for participant recruitment, stating that any conclusions were therefore based on the beliefs of parents who already believe ROGD is a thing. The corrections for the paper required Lippmann to increase the detail about the recruitment method and the sites used to recruit participants, as this is important to the results. A 2020 critique of Lippmann's study noted that the premise of the study was outlined at the very beginning of the survey, right at the start of the consent form. This is a problem because it motivates specific groups of parents to then take part in the study because they know exactly what's being looked for. It increased the likelihood that those who then took part in the study agreed.
Right, yeah, no trans affirming parent is gonna be doing this bullshit survey
with the premise of the study and therefore agreed with the existence and the idea of rapid onset gender dysphoria, thus biasing the results. So it's logical that if you're doing an exploratory study to find out if something you think exists does exist, and you actively seek out participants who, by the way, are not even the group of people that you're talking about in your research, as in trans people, but you seek out this group of participants who assume that what you believe is real, then wow, your results might just come back saying that it exists. But that doesn't make it true. I mean, I could have a personal belief that Santa Claus exists, and I could be like, hey, I want to do some research to find out if Santa Claus exists. And you know how I'm going to do that? I'm going to go ask a bunch of 5-year-olds if they believe in Santa Claus. Based on those results from this group of 5-year-olds that I found on a website that gives you Santa Claus's address to send your present list to him, I'm pretty confident that the majority answer would be yes, he exists. And therefore, I conclude that yes, Santa exists. But again, doesn't make it true. Yeah. Seeking out a group of people who you know or strongly suspect agree with your personal belief does not then result in scientific evidence. That's not how it works. Leading on from above, the second major criticism is that the sample itself was biased. So not only were participants recruited from biased sources and primed to take part in the study.
This is why we need education. Media literacy apparently does not only apply to, like, you know, magazines and TV and film, but also very fucked up and biased, shitty studies. I think very few people are equipped to look for flawed methods in a study. A small sample size, or you know, just like flawed ass premise, like this whole thing. Like, no one's reading all that.
Study if they agreed with the premise, but they were also not the target population, and they were not qualified to answer many of the survey questions about the target population. There are also some general points about the narrowness of the participant demographic that are important to note. So, a vast majority, as in 80 to 90% of participants, were white mothers, and over 2/3 of participants believe that their child's trans identification was incorrect. I mean, come on. The sample were parents of gender dysphoric youth and adolescents, and as we've already established above, they were recruited via anti-trans websites. The report collected no data on actual trans youth or clinicians. All results were entirely based on the responses of these 250 parents. A major thing to point out is that parents are not qualified to classify anybody's, including their own child's, gender dysphoria, unless of course they receive formal training and have a license to conduct clinical psychiatric.
The fact they never even asked the kids at all. They just asked the parents.
Diagnoses seems highly unlikely that a decent portion, if any, parents met this criteria. Regardless of where they were recruited from, though, parents may be able to observe certain things, but there will clearly be many things that they are incapable of accurately reporting on about their child, or knowing how their child specifically feels about certain things. It was determined that parents would not have direct access to their child's mental well-being, whether the child had high expectations of transitioning or not, and the child's opinion on the parent-child relationship. Parents were deemed able to answer questions on the child's age, existing medical diagnoses given by a medical professional in front of the parent, directly observed behaviours by the parent, school performance, and some other factual information. Not only is it clear that parents would not be able to accurately answer the most important questions in this survey, but as conclusions were made based on the beliefs of parents who were already predetermined to support the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria, then the onset of gender dysphoria in their child would have likely been rapid or sudden from the parent's perspective. That doesn't make it actually rapid or sudden for the child. This is especially crucial and important to point out because teens often delay coming out as trans, particularly when they're in a hostile environment and fear rejection from friends and family. I mean, if your parents are frequenting anti-trans websites, I feel like their opinion would not be overly friendly and supporting. Trans youth are often aware of their trans identity long before they come out to their parents, further supporting the idea that from a parent's perspective, gender dysphoria may appear to happen suddenly or rapidly, and that parents are not reliable at reporting their child's experience of gender dysphoria, especially if they are unaccepting. Given that parents involved sought out trans hostile websites, the fear from trans youth seems to be justified, and makes it even more likely that these trans youth would have delayed coming out. So that's the overview of why and how the sample was biased and the impact it can have on the results.
It's biased on so many fucking levels, at every level.
Using parental reports and observation, especially from parents who are not accepting of their trans child, is not going to give an accurate reflection of the child's experience with being transgender, or their experience with gender dysphoria, or their friendship group, or their mental health. Even accepting parents would struggle to accurately answer these questions about their child, just as anybody would struggle to answer accurately questions that are specifically about how a person's feeling, how they have felt, and what they do in their day-to-day life. People don't share everything with everybody else. The results and conclusions of the original paper therefore fall apart in robustness based purely on this sample bias. But we're still going to go into some further reasons to just confirm the inability of Lippmann's research to be used in any kind of clinical or diagnostic sense, or to even state that rapid onset gender dysphoria is a thing. So the next bit is the use of non-validated survey questions and overblown results. So this is to do with the actual questions that parents were asked within the survey. Lippmann asked parents to perform 2 diagnoses of gender dysphoria on their children, using the DSM-5 criteria for gender dysphoria. Except she simplified or adapted the language in these measurements for the use in the survey without methodologically validating them. Lippmann also generally used non-validated measures throughout the paper to support the study premise. This is poor practice in research, and it means that there's a lack of reliable and
just doing a whole study based on vibes.
Internally valid measures. Therefore, validity of statistical conclusions and inferences made about relationships between variables is questionable and critically undermined. Generally as well, the survey questions and measures did not follow a standard Likert scale and were inconsistent with each other. This makes it really difficult to compare them to one another. This is also poor practice. Overall, results and conclusions were way overblown, as we've already seen in the corrections. As no data was collected from actual trans youth or adolescents, or no clinicians, results cannot and do not in any way validate the existence of rapid onset gender dysphoria. No conclusions should be drawn about ROGD based on this study. The final point to make about
there is no legitimate sources for this condition.
Criticisms before we move on to the impact of this research and the actual real results around rapid onset gender dysphoria is that Lippmann was pre-warned about the quality of her research. As mentioned earlier, at the time that she conducted this initial piece of research, she had no experience working with transgender youth and adolescents. Members of the GDA attended sessions where she presented preliminary results on this paper. Those members, along with others who attended those sessions, reported that during those sessions, Lippmann was given extensive critique on the poor quality of her research. But she made no attempt to address these issues in the final paper, suggesting that she places ideology over scientific rigor and failed to acknowledge or account for any skew or bias that had been introduced into the research. Not only did she appear to ignore the advice and critiques of others, including others that specialize in an area that she didn't, she also seemingly ignored the wealth of evidence that exists that runs contrary to her belief and the belief of her participants, and overall the research she conducted. We'll go through some of this evidence in a little bit, but right now I want to talk to you about the impact that this research has had, because oh my, is it bad, big, and completely unjustified. Honestly, despite the lack of the quality in this research, the impact of this descriptive, exploratory, hypothesis generating, poorly executed, heavily biased study have been immeasurable and hugely widespread. The term ROGD has taken on a life of its own and is used constantly by those spreading transphobic rhetoric, and by those, the same people really, who are trying to prevent access to gender-affirming care for transgender youth and adolescents. Sites called Parents of ROGD Kids have appeared, who describe themselves as a group of parents whose children have suddenly decided they identify.
Yeah, there are like whole Facebook groups and subreddits. Kayleen Conrad did an incredible 3-part series. I'm always recommending. I'll link it in a moment.
Identify strongly with the opposite sex. They refer to ROGD as a recent epidemic among vulnerable youth. As I'm saying all of these impacts, please bear in mind the criticisms and how poor and how biased and how wrong this research is, and how the conclusions cannot be made. It's just mind-boggling. Anyway, going back to Parents of ROGD Kids, they're also skeptical of the gender-affirming approach, and seemingly choose to ignore the massive amount of evidence that supports this approach and all the medical and professional organisations and boards that support it. They clearly think that they know more than the trans people themselves and the clinicians. Many places, from political to religious groups, have wrongly and misleadingly described ROGD as an established established phenomenon. It was mentioned by J.K. Rowling in her now infamous essay, where Rowling defended Lippmann and her research. Abigail Schreier's book Irreversible Damage endorses ROGD, and the book is basically based on the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria. The concept of ROGD is also frequently used by legislative bodies across the United States who are trying to restrict and take away the rights of trans youth and adolescents and their access to gender-affirming care. It is dangerous and unfair to make claims based on this low quality of research that can lead to the prevention of transgender youth being correctly diagnosed with gender dysphoria and receiving the appropriate care. And honestly, this is just scratching the surface of the impact that this has had. ROGD is something that is used so frequently by those with transphobic views. It's caused fear about being trans being catchable and is used to push political agendas. Seriously, as a trans person on the internet, ROGD as the term or just as the concept comes up all the time, constantly, from people with transphobic views. It is one of the biggest things used that gives transphobes the feeling that they have scientific support behind them, when it's literally
Yeah, it's the same thing as, like, they thought you could catch gay. It's ignorance, really.
something that has no evidence. It is not a diagnostic classification. It is not a clinical term, nor is it being considered for entry into the DSM, but yet it's still being used in attempts to change policy and access to healthcare. The World Professional Association for Transgender Health, the WPATH, has stated that ROGD is nothing more than an acronym created to describe a proposed phenomenon, as well as stating that ROGD is not a medical entity recognized by any major professional association. Something that has been so strongly and widely rejected by the people that actually know what they're talking about should never have the impact that ROGD has been able to have. And at the end of the day, it all boils down to transphobia. People were desperate to have something to cling on to justify their bigotry, and ROGD was the perfect thing at the perfect time. People with those views don't actually care that it is a bad piece of research that in no way supports what they're saying. People just jumped on a term that gave them a legitimate justification to be transphobic, when in reality, there is no justification. So what are the real results? I particularly like this bit that I found about rapid onset gender dysphoria. So, the evidence of ROGD can politely be described as very low quality, but no quality evidence is more accurate a description. A 2021 study confirmed that there is
Low to no quality evidence. Yep.
There is no evidence for the existence of rapid onset gender dysphoria, that it is harmful and it perpetrates fear and harm towards the transgender community. This study did actually include clinical data from actual transgender youth about their gender dysphoria. Across youth from 10 different clinics, they tested 13 factors that would be consistent with rapid onset gender dysphoria. And guess what? They found nothing to support ROGD being a distinct clinical phenomenon. And factors such as having supportive friends and family did not significantly impact gender identity. It also showed that more recent knowledge of gender was not associated with having online friends, trans friends, or mental health issues, meaning that the things that ROGD claims can lead to actually being trans do not lead to being trans. It is not social contagion. And that 80% of participants had known they were trans from before the age of 14. Basically, a study conducting research into ROGD the way that it should be done found no evidence for its existence. Then I just want to talk about some general findings into trans youth and transitioning, because supporters of ROGD tend to also want to limit the access to gender-affirming care and support for trans youth. So just some findings to show why this is very bad, as in limiting the access is very bad. One study found that 93% of peer-reviewed studies showed that transitioning improved well-being, and no studies showed a decline in well-being with transitioning. At worst, it gave a neutral outcome, and that was for 7%. Rates of regret are documented as being minuscule. Extensive findings show that if transgender people have supportive environments, it leads them to having no increased mental health issues as compared to cisgender people. And having supportive parents leads to better physical and mental health. Whereas increased rates of poorer mental well-being among transgender people have been found in those who are in unsupportive environments, including those using disaffirming approaches, including those advocated by proponents of ROGD. Transgender youth have the best outcomes when they are affirmed in their gender, through support by their families and access to the appropriate mental health and medical care. So basically, having trans friends doesn't make you trans, having a supportive environment doesn't make you trans. You're trans either way, but your well-being and your mental health and your physical health will be better if you're supported. So therefore, there is no harm in supporting somebody who is trans. It doesn't make them more trans and make them trans in the first place, but not supporting someone who's trans really does have a very negative impact on them. One extra thing to mention here is that a lot of the panic and outrage among trans youth seems to be over AFAB trans youth, so those assigned female at birth, where it's been deemed there's been a massive spike in AFAB trans youth coming out as trans. In Littman's study conclusion, she stated that AFAB youth may be more susceptible to ROGD, and this would explain why there is an increase in this demographic coming out as trans.
What? Oh yeah, because women are just so impressionable. Young girls, they just don't know what's going on, and they just give in to every trend. Come on, man.
So not only did the conclusions try and make it sound like ROGD was real, they also tried to make it sound like conclusions could be drawn off of this thing that isn't real being real. Like, it's just so multi-layered and so multi-layered in a wrong way. In reality, a 2022 study showed that overall the number of transgender youth went down between 2017 to 2019, and that the sex assigned at birth ratio of transgender youth does not favour those who are AFAB. This lack of increase in AFAB transgender youth is inconsistent with the conclusions of ROGD, and specifically the social contagion element around ROGD. Finally, on top of a wide array of quality research not supporting anything to do with rapid onset gender dysphoria, many professional and medical bodies have also rejected ROGD as a term. In 2021, the Coalition for the Advancement and Application of Psychology Science, CAAPS, released a statement calling for the elimination of the concept of ROGD from clinical and diagnostic use. This statement was co-signed by the American Psychiatric Association, American Psychological Association, Society of Behavioral Medicine, Association of Behavioral and Cognitive Therapies, and the National Association of School Psychologists. And as you
Goddamn. Like everybody.
can see, many, many more. The American Academy of Pediatrics stated that there is no evidence that being transgender in itself is inherently linked to lower well-being. Instead, this is attributed towards internal conflicts between one's identity and one's appearance, limited availability of healthcare, discrimination, stigma, and social rejection. This goes against claims made by Littman and means that trans people's well-being is not poorer because they are trans, but because there is a lot of social stigma around.
Yeah, because they're discriminated against at every fucking turn, including in healthcare, in legislation, which is based on the shit that is not real.
Being trans. There's also poor access to healthcare and gender dysphoria. But funnily enough, access to gender-affirming healthcare reduces gender dysphoria. And so therefore, if people were more accepting of trans people and access to affirming healthcare was better and easier, then, oh my goodness, trans people would have better well-being. The AAP is one of many organisations that support trans people in healthcare, as in they support the gender affirmative approach. Whilst I'm saying this, you're going to be seeing a list of some other organisations that support this too, and this isn't even all of them. There are so many. I cannot stress enough the affirmative approach.
Yeah, I have a whole website of doctors supporting gender affirming care.
Is the way to treat trans people. It reduces gender dysphoria, it increases well-being, and the concept of rapid onset gender dysphoria and the conclusions made around it are just damaging. In conclusion, my little summary. A methodologically flawed and poor piece of very biased research was conducted, where data was collected from a biased and primed sample of participants. And these participants were not even people that the research was actually about, but instead parents recruited from anti-trans websites. Before starting the study, participants were made aware of the premise of the study and the intention, and were specifically recruited as parents who believed that their child's gender dysphoria was sudden. Parents are not qualified to diagnose anybody else's gender dysphoria, and they're particularly not qualified in any way to identify a subtype of gender dysphoria in anybody else. The results of this study in no way lend themselves to an adjustment in diagnosis or treatment of gender dysphoria.
There we go, I found this database of letters from organizations supporting gender-affirming care.
Children or adolescents or anyone, and are not results on the existence of ROGD. They do not allow for the use of rapid onset gender dysphoria in diagnostic and clinical settings, as Lippmann's study was descriptive only and based on personal views of gender dysphoria in children. It is in no way robust enough to draw any conclusions, and at most the results allow for further questions to be asked around rapid onset gender dysphoria, which they have been, and in which rapid onset gender dysphoria has been disproven. Lippmann's 2018 study made a fundamental error of reports of descriptive studies by overstepping
So many errors.
The study design. The research and the term ROGD has been thoroughly rejected by major medical boards and professional bodies, and goes against the robust scientific evidence we have in supporting transgender youth in their identities and in gaining access to gender-affirming healthcare. Unfortunately though, Lippmann's research has gone on to do so much damage to the trans community through various media-based, organisational, personal and other avenues. So that's why I wanted to make this comprehensive breakdown of rapid onset gender dysphoria. I really hope this can help you going forward if you need to dispel it to anybody else, or if you want to pass this video on to somebody who doesn't understand. And I hope that if you came into this not understanding or being on the fence about it, or maybe thinking it was a real thing, it's now helped you understand the reality of rapid onset gender dysphoria and how it's not real and how it is very dangerous and it's caused a lot of harm and continues to do so. That was a long one. Thank you for sticking through it. If you did, I really appreciate it. Again, I really hope this video can be helpful. Let me know in the comments down below. Think about giving it a thumbs up and subscribing if you want to, but no pressure. And yeah, as always, thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next time. Much love. Bye.
So recently I took a trip to Amsterdam and I got the train there because of...
This will be good. Tired. Very, very tired. Jimmy was very good. Always very good.
We have some great friends in the media. Sean, and Laura, and Tucker, and Janine.
Oh, I wanna work in fake news, conspiracy TV, radio.
Sorry.
Father of lies, come in disguise. Your cum won't last. There's a snake in my ass. The cum father's secret stash. Come stomp me flat. I'm going to fuck your dad. Coming high into the morning sky. Vape come from my bum till I die. Watching Arthur with a cock in my ass. Riding hard, eating ass master class. Sacred cum blade, the fuckling crusade. Fatal cum theft, give me cum or give me death. Elon's Musk, Jesus crust. Stealing donations from the cum czar's trust. A cum smoothie, gulp smoothly. Consume the cum chalice, fuck everyone named Alex. David Hayter, cum crusader. The holy cum wars, razor blade masturbator. Margaret Thatcher, the cum snatcher. Father drowned, going down on the cum clown. Prolapse pounding, toothpick sounding. Cum baking, my nipple pussy is aching. Cum fooler, semen drooler. Forbidden cum spice, your shitbox looks nice. Life is a cage, and death is the key. All your cum are belong to me. Normalize crying over spilt cum. Making cum angels with my son. I fucked a fairy in half. How many holes does a human have? My butt and cunny are in agony. Castration in the sky, your penis will fly. Scrotum chambers, semen sailors. Mommy's cum tax, grind my balls on an axe. Cum scented candle, cum broiled eggs. Cum Christ consciousness, third eye, cum spy. Cum squote sailboat, semen speed racer. Off-road, cum chode, my uterus came out. Cum treasurer, dick measurer. Irresponsible manager of cum. A cum slave, back from the grave. The price for breaking a cum oath. James Hector, cum key lector. I tripped in the cum keeper's crypt. Cum feeder, moist meter. Sans undertale, the cum reaper.
so reserved in analysis than I think I'd be able to deliver in the same situation. Wait, are you talking about the song? It's a joke.
King a skeleton right in the pussy. The dark souls have come. Come framed and come blamed. Come drowning awareness.
Oh wait, are you still talking about Jammy? Oh yeah. No, same. Yeah, I would be way more like at least subtly violent. Clearly has done the therapy work.
Sweep up.
Yeah, it could be me too. I don't know. No. I haven't dropped any frames. I think I'm still good. Doing good. Alright. Have fun time.
The next one is a word for a native Thai. Like someone from Thailand. Like Bangkok? Yeah. Gotta be Bangkoker. Oh, that doesn't sound right. Maybe Bangkokin or Bangkokian. What do you mean it doesn't sound right? Bangkoker is hilarious. Yeah, I know it sounds funny, but that's probably not what it is. I don't follow. I don't follow how you don't follow. I'm not sure who we're following. So you're telling me that when the person decided what people from Bangkok were going to be called and they had the option of Bangkoker, that they didn't take it? I don't think they did. But it's clearly the funniest option. It really is.
It is.
Yeah, I don't think how
It is the funniest. Wait, what is it though?
funny the option was part of the criteria. Oh, what, you think Thai people can't take a joke? You think they're not into comedy? I've heard Thai people have a great sense of humor. No, I didn't say that. But although I do think they're probably done with white people making Bangkok jokes. But it's not a Bangkok joke. It's Bangkoker. It's totally different. The cocker does add a really nice new spin. Okay, well, you know what? Why don't I just look it up and then we will know for sure. Oh, thank God, because I would put my life savings down on Bangkoker. It's the only reasonable option. It is Bangkokian. What? Check it again. I don't have to. It's right here on the Wikipedia.
Check it
page.
again.
I don't know how to process this. I can't. Can you? I can't even. I'm not really sure what we're talking about. So the guy who comes up with his name, we'll assume he's English speaking. Yeah, he would be. So this guy, he's sitting there and he's got an important task in front of him. Probably the most important of his life because it's going to leave a legacy. He's looking out the window.
Yep.
And inspiration strikes, and he realizes that one of the English names he can use for this incredible culture of people is Bangkoker. And you're telling me he doesn't take it? I guess not. That is a weak man. That is a weak man who didn't do what needed to be done. Pathetic. It is pathetic.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, you look up coward in the dictionary, you see a
Real.
picture of that man's face. People make me sick. I don't think Bangkokian is that bad. I mean, we're Canadian. No, Emma, it's not that bad. But oh wait, did we have the option of being called Canacockers? And if you did, you think we would have wanted it? No question.
Canacockers. Oh my God. New Canadian slur just dropped.
No question. Yeah, but we did not have that option, did we? You know, when life hands you perfection on a silver platter, you don't spit in its face and choose a safer option. That man was playing God. Are you done? There's not much more that we can do. You know, we could fight for the people of Bangkok, but it kind of feels like the damage has already been done. It's sad. It is sad. Okay, next one is Rubik's Cube inventor. Oh my God, they always have this one. Oh, what is it? It starts with an A, right? 4 letters. Thank you guys so much for watching this video and for liking and subscribing and leaving a comment. And also, if you like this type of thing and you want more of it.
Julie Noki? I'm sure y'all have heard of her.
I've been all over, like I said. I was in Canada recently, earlier in the tour. Yeah. You guys come up. You're anti the concept of Canada. What do you? Who booed Canada? Why?
Boo, Canada! What did she say? Canacockers.
Why are you so? Huh? Hold on. Chill out. Just stop yelling, you dumb piece of shit, and answer my question. You have the floor. You don't have to. I know you're not used to people respecting your ideas. But I'm gonna give you a chance before I'm gonna guess dismissing you, but you have the chance. So why don't you like Canada?
God, he's so fucking ruthless.
Huh?
They wouldn't let us in.
Boo! Boo, Canada, let me in for free. Please. Just give me a forever visa, just cause. Why wouldn't you?
Damn, dude. I wonder why. You're telling me you didn't pass a vibe check? Are you serious?
Can of cockers. No, he did nothing wrong.
Why? What did you do? What do you have, like a criminal record, a minor record? Huh?
An assault on a police.
All right, you.
Oh. Oh, okay, so he did at least 2 things wrong. And 1 based thing. I'm just gonna say it. You can guess. I think probably.
You won me back at the end with that one. You fought a cop? What happened?
It was West Virginia. What else are you supposed to do?
What else are you supposed to? True. He had no other option, really.
That's not. Come on. That's not. You could.
Is that our fucker cousin?
Huh? That's.
Huh? Huh?
Good job. Your buddy really enjoyed you guys setting each other up for that one. What happened? What was the altercation in West Virginia?
Like 20 years ago, I was a freshman and I played rugby for WVU. And
Oh, okay. I see. Oh man, you sound like a nightmare. Yeah. You went there. I see. You were on the rugby team. Damn, that's awesome.
Duffy really has a knack for picking out the person with the most interesting story in the audience and just getting them to divulge everything. I need to learn his ways. How does he do it? Just falling up there, Giga Chad in his jumpsuit. I could never.
Graduated.
Yeah, oh, you don't say. You 2 scholars didn't graduate? Well, listen, when you're dealing with a fucking stalwart institution like WVU. That's awesome, guys. Are you from here?
No.
Oh, from Philly. Okay.
That adds up.
That's making
Eagle fan?
a lot of sense right now. Holy shit, that's awesome. Yeah. Canada 100% was correct not to let you guys in.
Yeah. Yeah, that adds up now.
All right, that should about fix that dishwasher leak. All right, awesome. Thanks, plumber guy. I gotta be honest though, I saw your entire butt crack while you were working, top to bottom. Oh, yeah, there's no
I love Ryan George because he's just like the king of dad jokes.
extra charge for that. That's just something we like to offer our customers. Oh, who's this? Oh, that's, my dog. He lives here with me. Hello there. Oh, friendly guy. Yeah, he likes people. Oh, look, he can smell my cat, probably. Yeah, probably. Good noses on dogs. Oh, he likes the smell of my cat. He's into it. He might. Sure, just don't touch his ears. He has a weird thing with his ears. No, he'll be all right with me. He can tell I'm an animal person. Oh, what's more, he's a rescue and we suspect something happened with his ears when he was a puppy, so just... nah, he'll be okay. He can tell I'm not a threat. Yeah.
Oh my god, the worst.
I don't know, maybe just don't do it, Aren't
God.
you a good boy? Yeah. Oh, he's good at rhetoricals. What? Good rhetorical mind on this little guy. He got that. He understood that. I guess. Oh, he can tell I had spaghetti last night. That's why he's all over me right now. Spaghetti. Oh, he's got a good sense of humor, a well-developed sense of humor. He got that joke. He understood.
This dog belongs in Mensa.
But he liked it. I'm not sure that's a thing. He's got ambition too. This is a dog with ambitious life goals and we share that in common and he can tell. He mostly just hangs out. Who's a good boy? Oh, this dog
Mostly just hangs out and licks his own balls.
Was once a pharaoh. Excuse me? In a past life, this dog was a pharaoh. This dog just gets it. This dog's got a wealth of knowledge far deeper than you and I could ever possibly dream of because of his past lives. He gets it. All right, dude. Oh my, this dog will be present at the end of days. What? Not only that, but he will play a pivotal role in the apocalypse. All right, that's probably enough. I think it's time for you to go
Chill.
now. This dog will save
Please leave. Oh my god. Oh no.
us all. Please get out of my house. Or dare I say, destroy
This dog is Jesus. No, it's the Antichrist.
us. I gotta get out of here. Bye, crazy guy. Jeez. That guy figured you out like right away. You gotta be more discreet, my dude.
The age of man nears its end.
Oh yeah, I know. You keep saying that.
Oh. I was not prepared for that ending, I'll be real. He had me in the first 2 minutes. Well.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet. This person has a pet ribbon worm, and don't worry, this is totally harmless.
Ah! 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 Dude, what the fuck? Gross, dude. Gross. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no.
This old guy decided to randomly harass this construction crew.
I'm calling the sheriff's department. I just got assaulted by.
Wait, what happened behind that van? Was there just like a 16-car pileup, or did it just poop its intestines out? Yeah, kind of. I think it's, what is it called? A proboscis? Something like that? A tongue thing? No. That's a different thing. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with worms. I'm not sure I want to be. Yo, what the fuck?
I'm calling the sheriff's department. I just got assaulted by this old fuck.
Don't worry, he wasn't hurt.
Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm sure. Jesus Christ.
These people thought it would be smart to get close to a bear.
Ain't no way. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't do that. Please don't.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
This poor bodyguard couldn't keep up with the.
It just said hello. It said people, hey. Oh my god. I'm so obsessed with this bear. Why is it so fucking cute? It was just trying to hitch a ride. Look at it. Look at it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
People, hey. Dude, I need this as an emote. Oh my god. I need it. Oh, cute!
God. Oh my god.
This poor body.
I've had that before. White rum cheese with Taco Bell. Yeah. We've all been there.
Bodyguard couldn't keep up with the singer.
Come on, hurry up.
Ow.
What is that? Is that a perfect little tiny squirrel? Baby squirrel? Look at him. Look at him. Look at that face. Look at that face. Oh, I'm in love.
What the fuck did I just watch, dude? Is this a pet? What is happening? Is this just bestiality on Daily Dose of Internet? I was not prepared for this. I did not consent. He just made out with the squirrel. Hey, what the fuck?
This plane allows passengers to play against other passengers in a game of Battleship.
Okay, that's kind of cool. That's fun. Oh, but you can see the screen. Oh no. Great way to get the bubonic plague or rabies? Yeah. Literally. The, like, easiest way. Man's gonna be, like, patient 0 of bird flu or something.
¡Hola, verga! ¡Oh, esa niña!
What was that?
¡Hola, verga! ¡Oh, esa niña!
I know most criminals aren't very smart, but this is very, very dumb. This guy was trying to hide from the police, but forgot to take off his high visibility vest.
In bright orange. Oh my god. Bro. Oh, I wonder where he is. Oh, the kitten. What the fuck? Oh my god, I was not prepared to go from this poor cat getting yeeted to that. Oh my god, Daily Dose, chill. Dude, chill. Tiny baby kitten, it's so small. Oh. It's probably okay. It's probably okay. His face. What is this? What is this? Please, God, tell me. Why? The normal part of braces? I haven't seen this before. I just perplexed.
I just learned that
It looks so painful. Is this a... Wait, is this an aesthetic thing? What is this? Is it... So confused.
I just learned that
What was at the top, like the roof of her mouth? There's so much going on.
flamingos can make this sound.
I'm literally so close to him. Oh.
What was...
Hola, con permiso. Ya, me voy, me voy.
Water.
This little guy is exhausted after chewing on this box all day.
What the fuck? That was so fucked up. I assume they're shooting for ASMR. Wait. Which one? Oh, the teeth? The teeth thing? But what is it? Is that normal braces? I feel like I saw braces that they just don't look like that. Is that braces from like the 1800s? What was that? Wicked, dude. That's so cool.
Do you have something? Do you have something to say?
I had no idea that
Beep. Beep. Your health plan covers Invisalign. Well, I never had anything like that. I didn't have braces or Invisalign. I just had straight teeth.
Something to say.
I had no idea that something like this was even possible. This baby snail is so light that it's able to crawl upside down on the water surface tension.
Just eating the surface film.
so weird.
That's so weird.
That scared me so bad.
This beekeeper made a fully functional beehive out of Legos.
Frames I have inside the Lego beehive.
Let's go. Let's fucking go.
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Fearsome warriors, powerful druids, and flashy plaid clothing. That is what most people know about the
Okay, dokie. I think that'll do it. It's almost 4. Whoopsie. But I did manage to get through everything I had in my title. Which is more than I can say for most of my stream. So, W me, W you. Thank you for being here. What, soft? What? Am I supposed to stay up all night? Only 4. I guess I could. I do have more content. I always do. You know, I got that sweet content. I could be convinced. But, I haven't really made any money. It's hard for me to justify the 5 hours right now. I would like to chill. But also, everyone is gone, so. Pretty much cut over point for whether it's an all-nighter is worth it, yeah. It is. It's the deciding moment. Sleep is a good idea. I do like sleep. I'm a big fan. I'm an advocate for sleep. Thank you for much more fun. I'll be back tomorrow with even more video essays. I liked my theme for today. I thought that was pretty good. Debunking myths. Okay, I'm leaving him. Oh, fair. Yeah, no, I will be back later today. So I'll see you in a little bit. I'm Team Leanie's tired brain. I appreciate you. I have been struggling, still recovering from that last migraine. The bitch. I feel like I take fucking ages to recover from, especially migraines. But I'll see you later on today. Have a good one.
Conservative, ma'am, like an old conservative, and I would fucking deck her, take her ballot, and just rip it apart right in front of her face. I was like, you're not allowed to vote this way in California. That's right, bitch. I got a funny one for you. Okay, here, look at this.
With what we were seeing in the polling data going into this election about what people cared about and the order in which they ranked it. So we have had a lot of questions throughout this time about new voters, people that hadn't been in there before that were perhaps not getting captured by the polling. So maybe this is a sign that we're going to see a little bit more of that tonight than we expected. We obviously don't know yet.
And you know what's missing from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 top 5 issues? Democracy.